within the region. And 2 years ago, just about 2 years ago, I'd have been serving as the board member for communications and information. And therefore, I think Dr. Fletcher, of course, and the Caribbean Climate Justice Project would have, reached out, and we would have sort of co-created this initiative, which we would have had our first virtual Caribbean Climate Justice Parliament. And I see some of the alumni here, Ms. Gabrielle Gay, and of course, Shema Wedderburn. If you're in the crowd, just give us a little hi from the initial climate justice project. So what we would have done is bring together understanding the importance of climate justice and its impact on young persons, and not just young persons, but our future. We'd have brought together and created this mechanism allowing youth persons to develop, to amplify youth voices. Further to that, fast forward to now, we're now here where we've engaged young persons. I think we would have engaged over 200 young persons over the course of some weeks in terms of providing training. And of course, you need to congratulate yourselves and feel good that you were the selected ones. You were chosen for a time and a moment and an opportunity like this. So I'm going to be quite brief. Of course, now having given you that background or insight, I want to thank each and every one of you all for, making yourselves or showing up as young persons to be part of this important conversation. I also want you to know and understand the responsibility attached to, a moment like this in terms of this opportunity. And I will use this opportunity for us to not just let your work, not just come to the workshop and your work end here. We're hoping that you can, move forward as ambassadors for climate change and promoting climate justice. And I'm really, really excited for the, just being able to engage and, for you to be able to share your experiences with us and for us to share with you. And with that being said, I look forward to a very exciting and dynamic few days ahead. And of course, we're going to continue the work thereafter. So I just want to hear you all say Youth IRIE after 3, 4. Youth 3, 4. Youth IRIE. And with that, my job here is done. And of course, I'll hand you over back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. It's now my privilege to welcome the Managing Director of Soloricon and the convener of this conference. I know that because of his inherent humility, he would scorn at the fact that I would read part of his bio, but also because it would mean that online you have access to it via your app and you probably have read it yourself. But it would not be fair to me and to him if I didn't indicate a few things from the bio prior to this introduction. Dr. James Fletcher was the Minister of the Public Service, Information, Broadcasting, Sustainable Development, Energy, Science and Technology in St. Lucia from 2011 to 2016. Under his leadership, the Caribbean's 1.5 to Stay Alive Climate Change Civil Society was part of the initiatives he led. In addition, he led the Caribbean's delegation to COP21 negotiations on the Paris Agreement. He's also been a member of a small group of ministers chosen by the COP president to help achieve consensus on various elements of the agreement. During his tenure, he led an aggressive modernization of the energy sector. I guess you could see that by virtue of this convening today, with new investments in renewable energy, the establishment of a new multi-sector utility regulator, and the enactment of new energy legislation. He's the author of this book, Governing in a Small Island Caribbean Island State. Of course, I could always give you the link after for purchase, and you could get the signed copies, which you don't have to pay for. And he authored the chapter, The Fight for Small Island Developing States, in the Cambridge University Press publication. Of course, I could go on and on and on and on again, but suffice it to say, I introduce you to Dr. James Fletcher, who will provide some remarks, a mentor, a climate change activist, a true Caribbean patriot. Dr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Raim. these unexpected introductions are always the most difficult ones, because you have no idea what's coming next. But with Ryan, I know I'm always in good hands. Good morning, everyone. Okay, because it's me and I'm older than these two guys, so you figure that my good morning has to be subdued and respectful. And so let's do a youth IRIE good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, man, that's better. All right. Thank you. First of all, welcome to St. Lucia, the Helen of the West Indies. There are very many things I can say about St. Lucia. One of the things we're known for, which hopefully is not yet on your horizon, but will be at some time in the future, is that we're the wedding and honeymoon destination of the Caribbean, right? So if you're planning on getting married, St. Lucia is a place. If you plan on renewing your vows, St. Lucia is a place. If you plan on honeymooning, St. Lucia is a place. So keep that in mind, when you get to that point at some point later on. Those of you who may have immediate plans, then adjust them to put that in. But yeah, so that's what we are. But more than that, St. Lucia is a place where we like to make everybody feel welcome. Every country always says that they see a little bit of their country in St. Lucia. So Trinis will tell you, boy, but you guys sound almost like us, and you like to fetch just like us. I was talking to Gabrielle yesterday, and Gabrielle was saying she sees a little bit of Barbados in St. Lucia. Jamaicans see St. Lucia in them because, there are many things that we have in common. Every single island, Antigua, every island sees a little bit of St. Lucia in them, and that's because we like to make everybody feel at home. We feel that we're not really the epicenter of the Caribbean, but we welcome all Caribbean people. And for me, it's extremely, extremely gratifying to welcome you, the members of Youth IRIE, to this first convening of Youth IRIE. Youth IRIE is a concept that kind of came out of a meeting that I attended last year in Mexico. That was convened by a lady who I'm sure I'm going to make turn red in the face because she just walked in, Charlotte, the Pool Fund for International Energy, who you see is one of our platinum donors. We had this meeting in Mexico last year, a convening on Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable energy. And it kind of dawned on me that, there are two things. First of all, the Latin America and the Caribbean space is dominated by Latin America. And that has nothing to do with the meeting I attended in Mexico. It's just something that happens because I guess there's so many more countries in Latin America. Also because the Caribbean very often feels that meetings of Latin America and the Caribbean are usually convened in Spanish, and we don't have that fluency in Spanish, so very often we don't go. But it dawned on me there that we need to bring more Caribbean people into this discussion on sustainable energy, because sustainable energy is so important for all of us. Even the oil and gas countries like Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Suriname, transitioning away from oil and gas to renewable energy makes sense because we have an abundance of sunlight, we have an abundance of wind. They will never, ever be depleted. Some of us have an abundance of geothermal resources like St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia. So why not use what we have? Some of us are lucky to still have an abundance of water resources like Guyana and like Dominica. And we don't have to worry that if there's a war in the Middle East or if something is happening somewhere that the price of sunlight will go up or the price of wind will go up. Nothing ever happens. It just stays the same. It's free. Like Prime Minister Mia Mottley said, it's free. It's God's gift to us. So why not use that instead of continuing to mine a resource that is finite but also is harming our environment? So, I figured we need to get more Caribbean people to understand this, but even more importantly, we need to get more young people to understand this because this fight is your fight. Yes, I've been invested in it and I've put a lot of effort and time and energy into it, but really I'm fighting a battle for you because this really speaks to the kind of planet, the kind of country, the kind of community you will inherit, right? The definition of sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I hate to say it, but the legacy of my generation is that we're passing on to you a worse community, a worse country, a worse Caribbean, and a worse planet than the one that we inherited from our parents. And that's not something that I can live with and feel comfortable with. So the way in which I can do something about it is in inspiring young people to take on this battle and to hold our feet to the fire, my generation's feet to the fire, and say, yo, what you're doing there is not right. We need to be part of this discussion. Don't just do this token thing of taking us to a COP. First time I met Dizan was at a COP. I think it was COP 21, Dizan. Dizan was there as one of the youth representatives at COP 21. And I said, we need more Dizans there. We need more we need more Caribbean people attending these COPs, Caribbean young people, because this is their future that's being discussed, but they're not at the table. And then bringing Dizan just to a COP when she's not in Germany this week, discussing all of the things that will go into the text that will be discussed in Azerbaijan at the COP, that don't make sense either. Because by then, you're kind of bringing her to, yes, take part in some frenzied discussions over 2 weeks, but she needs to be attending all of the discussions that are happening in country, whether it's, and also within CARICOM, within all our regional spaces, and internationally, so that she has an input into it, and you have an input into it. So, you know, every time I see Greta Thunberg, I figure, yeah, you know, that's good, that's a young person. Where is Greta from? Greta is from Sweden. Sweden is not at ground zero of the fight against climate change. Who is? Cayman is. Bahamas is, Trinidad is, Jamaica is, St. Lucia, Antigua, Belize, all of our islands in the Caribbean at ground zero of the fight for climate change. But where is Benita Vital? Where is Priya? Where is Kendall? Where is Raim? Where are you? You're not there. And you're not there not because you don't want to be there, but because you're not given an opportunity to be there. And also because we are not making resources available to get you there. Greta is not going into her pocket and paying for her to be there. She has private sector and philanthropic organizations that are helping her get there. So that's what Youth IRIE is all about. One, to sensitize you, to make you understand that really this is a fight that you have to take on. This is a fight that is as important to you as unemployment, healthcare, education. Because if we do not get this right, the country and the planet that you inherit, well, that you've already inherited, but the ones that you will lead in 5, 10, 15 years' time will be a really, really difficult place to live. It'll be a difficult country to govern. If this is, as they say, maybe one of the coolest years that you will experience for the rest of your life, imagine what that feels like. This is hot. This is already unbearably hot. So imagine the Caribbean getting hotter and hotter. Imagine the Caribbean finding itself in a more water insecure place so that, you know, if the predictions are correct, for 1/3 of the year you'll be in drought conditions in the Caribbean. That's not the Helen of the West. That's not the place people want to come. And you know what they'll do? The people who flock into our region say, boy, the Caribbean is too hot. We need to go somewhere else. So even that industry we depend on will not be there for us. So that's why it's so important to get you on board. And that's why, you know, I was so happy when I spoke to Charlotte and the Pool Fund for International Energy. They immediately came on board and said, yes, we think this is a good idea to bring young people together to discuss sustainable energy and to bring them on board. And they were really the catalyst that made this happen. And then with the help of other partners that I work with, the Clara Lionel Foundation, which is Rihanna's foundation, and the Open Society Foundations, who really have supported the Caribbean Climate Justice Project from day one. They were our first partners, have made this happen. As Kendall said, when we started this 3 years ago in the middle of COVID, Open Society Foundations were the ones who believed in us and made it possible, and we had this first virtual parliament on climate justice. And you know, it's really good to see people like Gabrielle and Shama Shade here with us, because they were part of that convening, and they gave this the impetus that has allowed us to continue. There's some who unfortunately can't be here with us. Christiane, for example, who really wanted to be here. Christiane Sakou from Trinidad, but Christiane couldn't make it. So we're hoping that you will keep this fire burning, keep this flag going, and that you will find this to be something that you want to be passionate about. You know, whenever I speak on climate change and sustainable energy, people always say to me, well, you're really passionate. My wife will tell you I'm not really that passionate. But, but apparently when it comes to climate justice and sustainable energy, I find that passion. Now, that's not to say these things are more important than my wife in the event that she's listening. So just make sure we get that clear, so a soundbite doesn't go out there and I find myself in trouble. But no, I really want to ensure that you're infected by this and you understand why it is that you have to take this on. Your presence here today really testifies to the fact that you see this important. I'm really happy that, you know, over the course of the 4 webinars, you stuck with us, you were part of this, you were engaging. You didn't just attend the webinars because you saw the webinar as an opportunity to come to St. Lucia and Lyme, but you saw the webinars as an opportunity for you to learn. And, you know, the questions that you asked and how engaged you've been really made me very confident that the group of people we've brought here together is a good, passionate group of people. We've had to leave some out because, you know, unfortunately, I didn't have an infinite set of money. I would have liked to have brought 100 people here to St. Lucia, but we couldn't do it. But hopefully, we will continue this and have more and more. So we have a really exciting 4 days ahead. Today, we're focusing on climate justice. Your moderator, as you've been introduced to, is none other than Raheem Augustine Joseph. Raheem doesn't know, but I see Raheem as one of the next prime ministers of St. Lucia. So, I mean, Raheem, that's my vision for Raheem. Raheem is someone that, you know, he referred to me as a mentor, but I also see Raheem as someone that I look up to because as a youth leader from St. Lucia and the Caribbean, he's really demonstrated all of the qualities that you want to see in a youth leader. So big up Raheem, please. Give him a round of applause. So yeah, today Raheem will be your moderator, and he will walk you through the exciting program we have on climate justice. Tomorrow we shift the focus to sustainable energy. And again, that you will hopefully see there the nexus between energy and climate because there's a very, very close nexus there. On Sunday, I mean, we really have a great day for you on Sunday because Sunday we leave at 8:30. So those of you who sleep late, those of you who enjoy managers' cocktails, which I suspect some of you all did last night, and maybe that's why Kendall was a little late coming in this morning. Those of you who see Saturday night as a night to lime, just remember, we have a team dinner on Saturday night. So after the team dinner, there's no curfew, but just make sure that you wake up early because we're setting off at 8:30 because it's a really packed day. We go off to Lucelec, who's one of our sponsors, and they are responsible for these chargers that you have in your swag bags. So thank you to Lucelec and all the other sponsors on that board. We go off to their solar farm. Then we go to a vertical farm that the National Council of Persons with Disabilities has set up. And I think it's really important to see that because, you know, again, it's a population that's very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, just ordinarily vulnerable, but even more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And they're doing something about food security. So it'll be very good to see what they're doing there. Then we go over to a gentleman, well, a couple that I have a lot of time and respect for along the west coast of St. Lucia. And that's Carlos Noel and Laura Japierre. Carlos developed a solar-powered desalinator that was so good that the government of Nauru bought one from him. And what is beautiful about this solar-powered desalinator is that, you know, with desalination, one of the bad byproducts of desalination is brine. Well, he's found a way to treat that brine, and when it's discharged out into the marine space, it's not as toxic. For the life of me, I don't understand why we haven't put more resources behind Carlos and made him into the next Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos, you know, somebody who is a real innovator, but he's done that. And you'll see when you visit their lab, the name of the company is Invictus. When you visit their lab, you'll see some other things they're doing, like automated fad. How many of you know what a fad is? I mean, not like how you dress, you know, a fad is a fish aggregating device, and it's something that you put out in the ocean, and it attracts fishes. So it makes it easier for fishers to fish in a particular area because all the fish kind of aggregate around it. It's a little unfortunate for the fish because, you know, you're kind of attracting them to their death, but that's how fish aggregating devices work. So he's done some work there, so you'll see what he's doing. Then we go off to the most beautiful part of St. Lucia. I live in the north, but the most beautiful part of St. Lucia is Soufrière. That's where we have our Twin Peaks, the Pitors, that although Choiseul claims one of them, but Soufrière and Choiseul kind of share. Kina, they don't claim them. One of them belongs to Choiseul. My dear Kina Nicholas here is from Choiseul. And my roots are in Labrie and Choiseul. And Kina is right. Choiseul is a beautiful part of St. Lucia. And when you drive through, you will have an opportunity to judge whether Choiseul or, maybe we'll do a poll, whether Choiseul or Soufrière is the most beautiful part. But Soufrière is one of the most beautiful parts of St. Lucia. Choiseul is also. But Soufrière has the world's only drive-in volcano. Soufrière also has the famous mud baths of the sulfur springs that are allegedly some of the best things you could do to your skin. Halle Bailey and her daughter and her boyfriend were here recently. It's a daughter or son? Her son, right? Her son, yeah. Her son were here recently. Chloe Bailey's always there. All the celebrities come there. So you're going to be bathing in the same mud that celebrities bathe in. Don't you feel special? So we do that on a Sunday, and then we come back, and then on Monday we have the Youth Parliament on climate justice and sustainable energy. That Youth Parliament is important because we want that resolution after you've debated it and passed it, we want to really ensure that the resolution gets everywhere. We have people in important places in the Caribbean. The Secretary General, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is a Grenadian, Simon Steele. The UN Assistant Secretary General with responsibility for climate change is Selwyn Hart. He's Barbadian. I know them. I worked with them when I was a minister. So we will use those opportunities to get that resolution across to them and tell them that this is what the Caribbean, this is what young people in the Caribbean feel about what we're doing, and this is the action that we want to take. And ensure that it gets to the 5Cs, who is one of our sponsors, to CICRI, which that's Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which I happen to chair right now, so I can kind of make sure it gets there, and all the other regional organizations. So, you know, I want you to debate that resolution very vigorously to ensure that people understand just how important this is to you. I really didn't intend to speak that long, but this kind of happens sometimes when I get before a mic, which is why I've never gone into politics. But thank you. It really is good to see you. It's good to see a full room of all of you. There's still some people who haven't made it here. For example, Keith Taylor is traveling from the Bahamas, you know, and from Long Island, where he lives, to Nassau, from Nassau to Provo, from Provo to Kingston, overnighted in Kingston, from Kingston to Barbados, and from Barbados he will get to St. Lucia sometime this afternoon around 3:55. Those are the vagaries of regional travel that we have to deal with. Still big up Inter-Caribbean. That is one of our partners for this, for making it possible for many of you to be here. Let's give them a round of applause. So, yeah, Keith is, and I think Shania is also coming in this morning, Shania Scotland. So almost everybody is here. So please get to know each other, form some lasting networks. I know you have the Hoover app that you've been communicating with each other on. I'm sure there are WhatsApp groups that have been set up, but I really would like to see this be organic and grow and see you as the next set of Greta Thunbergs and advocates for a just Caribbean and a more sustainable Caribbean. So thank you, and I look forward to interacting with you over the next 4 days, and it's good to see you here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fletcher. Another round of applause for Dr. Fletcher. I think he's possibly wrong about why he didn't get into politics, because talking excessively is but the key. I wouldn't know, actually. But moving further along, I now introduce Mr. Carlin Mendoza, who is based in Trinidad and Tobago and supports the work of our climate diplomacy team as climate policy advisor. Carlin is an attorney at law and legal consultant called to the bar in Trinidad and Tobago and Belize. Prior to joining Climate Analytics, Carlin was the research officer with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, Dutch and English-speaking Caribbean. Prior to that, he served as a legal counsel for Belize Tourism Board and has held the post of magistrate within the judiciary of Belize. His work currently focuses on climate change law and policy, disaster law, and disaster risk reduction in the Commonwealth Caribbean legal imagination. He's a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Cayville campus, the University of Reading International Law Development Program, as well as a Chevening Scholar alumnus. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Carlos Mendoza, who will help us frame the climate justice discussion. You know, context always matters.
Hi, good day, everyone. I am Carlin Mendoza, Climate Policy Advisor with Climate Analytics, and I'm here today to give you a presentation on climate justice, a Caribbean overview. I hope that all is going well at the youth convening for climate justice, and I wish I could have been there, but currently I am in Bonn at the climate June meetings where we are negotiating items to be discussed at this year's upcoming COP29 in Baku. And this is just, I guess I'm bringing greetings from Bonn, sorry. And it's been a long, tiring process, but we're getting some work done with respect to negotiating outcomes in terms of climate finance, just transition work program, and the global goal on adaptation, amongst many other thematic areas. So I'll quickly get into this presentation. So today we will be discussing what is climate justice, why is it important for Caribbean SIDS, and the context of the uniqueness of SIDS, why is it important, and what can you do to contribute to this cause of climate justice? So what is climate justice? It means the equity and human rights aspects are the core of decision-making and action on climate change. So this concept has been commonly and widely referred to when you're speaking about inequity and inequalities, especially when it comes to the historical responsibility that countries and communities bear in relation to the climate crisis. So it suggests that the countries, industries, businesses, and people that have become wealthy from emitting large amounts of greenhouse gases have a responsibility to help those affected by climate change, particularly small island developing states, and those most vulnerable and at the front line of this crisis. So there are many facets of climate justice. We see that there's structural inequalities, socioeconomic inequalities, and intergenerational inequity. So when it comes to structural inequalities, we're dealing with the aspect or the concept that even within the same country, the impacts of climate change may be felt unevenly due to the differences based on race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic status. So people within our islands face these consequences or the severities of any kind of climate disasters at different levels. So that's one form of inequity or inequality. Secondly, in terms of socioeconomic inequality, that the impacts of climate change and the resources needed to address climate change are distributed unequally, especially globally, even regionally, and even at a national level. So we have to look at when there is sort of finance or there is resources to deal with climate change or to deal with the impacts of climate change, who is getting the money? Who is benefiting from the finances? Who has access to the finances? Those are questions that need to be answered, especially in terms of a climate justice lens. And also we're looking at intergenerational equity, where children and young people today who have not contributed to the climate crisis in a significant way will bear the full force of the impacts as they advance through life. So we're talking about young generations and future generations here. So even in the conversation about inequality, we also will remember people with disabilities, indigenous persons, women and children and youth. Those are special categories of persons who face these inequalities, as I just mentioned here, in even severe ways, more severe ways than others. So why is climate justice important for SIDS? And then you look at that question, it is a question where how do we phrase, or the question is, how do we use climate justice to our advantage from being from a small island developing state? So within this climate change space, there's a conversation of loss and damage. And we recently, in COP28, saw the establishment of the loss and damage funding facility or mechanism, which there were a number of pledges made at the start of the COP28 in terms of monies being pledged to this fund. And now there are discussions about the operationalization of this fund. But in a Caribbean context, we have married the concept of climate justice with loss and damage because we frame loss and damage as a climate justice issue because we understand that climate change and its impacts are deeply embedded in politics and ethics. So it is widely recognized that SIDS have contributed, as I said, very little to global emissions, but face disproportionate impacts and risks of climate change. The IPCC, which is the Governance Science Authority on Climate Change, they found in their report in 2022 that the historical contributions to the emissions that drive climate change vary substantially across regions, with SIDS contributing only 0.5% of total emissions between 1850 and 2019. Climate justice is also framed in terms of adaptation, because many of the impacts of the climate crisis hit the most vulnerable members of society the hardest. And we have the least capacity to adapt. So adaptation measures to address climate risks will also have unequal impacts. So the impacts of adaptation measures may differ from the impacts of the climate risks they seek to avoid. So some adaptation interventions may have unintended negative impacts, leaving others more exposed to climate risks. So for example, we may want to issue adaptation plans, and we may want to move away and really build resilience. But in building resilience, you may forget persons, elderly persons or disabled persons, because the infrastructure may not even be catering to how those persons can respond with the new sort of measures being in place to combat this crisis. So those are things that we also must just keep in mind when we're speaking about climate justice in relation to adaptation. Another way is where we see climate justice in this space is through the just transition. And in the just transition, which is the transition from a high state or a high greenhouse gas emission to a low state of greenhouse gas emissions, or net zero emissions. And that transition is across all sectors, not just energy transition, especially and particularly for SIDS, but it has to relate to sectors that are specifically prioritized within our regions. For example, tourism, fisheries, agriculture. Those are areas that the transition must address. So climate justice ensures that we don't only focus on energy sector and the labor sector. We look at the unintended persons or the unlikely persons who will be affected by this transition as we move away from the use of greenhouse gases into a low greenhouse gas or a low state of emissions. So climate justice in the context of SIDS and the uniqueness of our islands. So SIDS, the classification of small island developing states, we were recognized as a special case for both environment and development areas, because we face a lot of the challenges, including our remoteness. Because when you're dealing with SIDS, we have Caribbean SIDS and we also have Pacific SIDS and Middle East and Indian Ocean SIDS and African nations. It's small island developing states. And they are also inclusive of Belize, Guyana, Suriname as mainland territories who belong to part of the Caribbean states in terms of CARICOM and its historical context in that area. So that in 1992, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, which was held in Rio, designated that special category and recognized how special and unique SIDS are because of its vulnerability. So this, in turn, was based upon the reliance of external markets and the narrow resource base that small island developing states had or was exposed to. Another uniqueness about us, our identification, is that colonialism has shaped our legal systems and minimized the influence of our indigenous practices on legislations and policies. This in turn has impacted our growth and our development, especially in terms of laws and policies which remain in the pre or post-independence state on some of the books. So for example, COVID-19, there was the example of disaster management where we found that there were regulations that needed to be put into place, but most of the laws were so predated that it didn't cater for the recent or the occurring disaster that was happening. So in that instance, it's sort of a barrier or hindrance towards development. hence for the special recognition. So we've talked about climate justice. We've talked about why is it important to us? What does it mean? How is it framed in terms of the area in climate change and some of the thematic areas coming across as adaptation and just transition. But why is it important to you? It's important to you, as I indicated, because one of the pillars of it is intergenerational justice. The climate crisis is an intergenerational problem, and particularly for youth and children, young people, and forthcoming generations will be affected if we don't ramp up climate action and ambition. If states and governments don't pay particular attention and put efforts in place of strong NDCs, strong adaptation plans, strong long-term development strategies, these are the items, and actually financing for these items, this is what is needed in order to protect future generations, current and future generations. And also, it will impact every single country, and especially those in developing nations will be in a dire consequence, because we have benefited the least from this problem, and this is a global issue. So what can you do? You can advocate through already established alliances and networks of justice within the Caribbean, such as the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance, which is convened by CANARI, and it's a membership of a number of organizations, institutions, non-governmental organizations, civil society, as well as individuals who advocate on different thematic areas in relation to climate change through writing agendas, lobbying through governments, making submissions to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In all processes, advocacy could be oral, it could be written, it could be art, it could be music. It's about advocating for change. There are other organizations and civil society groups such as the Breadfruit Collective and others within your own islands that you can advocate through, and even create your own through capacity building activities such as volunteerism and attending these events such as you're doing currently, as well as through education. Educating others about what you've learned today, what you've learned at these meetings, and taking it back to ensure that you are building capacity. So I would like to leave you with that message, and I hope that this just light touch on climate justice really opened your eyes to see that it is a problem, especially for small island developing states, and it is us who feel the brunt of it with having contributed the least to it. But there are still ways that we can ensure and lobby that the long-term temperature goal of 1.5 degrees to keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius is achieved and met. So thank you for listening, and I do wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlos Mendoza. I saw at least some people taking some very copious notes throughout. And prior to the next presentation, does anyone want to share at least any key takeaways, that they would have taken from the presentation, just at least to help others frame their mind with climate justice? And that's the time when everybody becomes shy, right? It doesn't have to be many. Yes, Miss Telesford, and I won't bring the mic to you. That's too much walking. So we may need to project as much as we can for the online audience as well. Oh, there's another. I should have already asked the technicians that. Oh, okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Samantha Telesford. I am from the beautiful Spice Island, Grenada. The takeaway for me for the presentation this morning by, what's his name again? right, Mr. Mendoza, is the structural inequalities. Because one of the things that I think people don't focus on a lot is the impact on indigenous peoples. And those people are very critical, and I feel like they are being affected by climate change as well as everybody else, but it's one of the group that people leave out. And we have to appreciate those people because those people actually utilize the natural resources that God gave to us. So I think that that's something going forward in our advocacy that we need to focus on in protecting, what they use, the water resources, everything else, nature. So that was my key takeaway amongst others, but that was the outstanding one for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Telesford. You think she's done it sufficiently well for all of you? Of course you would say that. It now gives me great pleasure to also introduce Miss Dawn Pierre Nothoniel, with an O, by the way, in the middle, who is the Chief Sustainable Development and Environment Officer in the Department of Sustainable Development in St. Lucia. She has built a versatile career drawing from multidisciplinary training and experience in oceans, climate change, biodiversity, protected areas, international negotiations, and policy development. Dawn's journey in biodiversity advanced significantly during a 3-year period as project coordinator for the first National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, the first national report to the Commonwealth on the Convention on biological diversity, and the pilot phase of the clearinghouse mechanism, among other reports. Over the 12 years at the Department of Sustainable Development, Dawn has led and supported sustainable development initiatives in policy formulation and review, strategic planning, international negotiations, project and program management. Significantly, she has led the policy development process for the National Adaptation Plan, sectoral plans for various sectors, and climate change legislation. And today, she will present to you on climate justice through the lens of a negotiator. So we started with the context this morning. You understand what we call in school the theoretical underpinnings of climate justice. Sorry, the semester has just ended. And now we're going to go in more detail in climate justice through various eyes and ears and other, parts. And the first one is through the lens of a negotiator. Join me in welcoming Ms. Dawn Pierre Nathaniel to address you.
The first thing I'm going to do is to remove myself from the podium. I hope this is okay for everyone. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Let's try that again. We got this right this morning. It has to continue for the rest of the day. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Much better, much better. I'm used to Caribbean people having a lot of energy. Yes? Okay. So I will speak to you about climate justice from the eyes of a negotiator. I have been in the process for 10 years, my first COP having been 2009. And we would do it specifically focusing on loss and damage. No problem. Okay, it's not moving. Tested and tried. Shake it a little bit. Are it working now? Pointed.
I was pressing the wrong button.
Okay. And the right button is the button on the right, yes? Yes. Okay. Okay then. So we're talking loss and damage. I will first give you a bit of context in terms of what loss and damage is, as far as we understand it from the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I will give you a timeline in terms of the journey that loss and damage has taken over the years and over the decades. I will speak a little bit about the three most recent accomplishments, and I would say that the two biggest ones, the top one, being the Loss and Damage Fund, and a little bit about what is called the Santiago Network for Technical Support on Loss and Damage. And I will do the entire thing through reflections, so you will see reflections interspersed throughout the presentation, and a bit of personal depiction I'm going through as well. So sometimes you will see a lot of text on the screen. Do not be perturbed. Listen to my voice. Focus on the bold areas. And you will, of course, get the presentation afterwards that you could mull over, noting that you will be also participating in a simulation and later on a parliament. So the details will be useful, but you could pick those up afterwards. And let's see if the pointer works. Yes, it does. Okay, so loss and damage. You, I'm sure, have heard of the terms adaptation and mitigation. And I will not go into the formal definitions of those terms, except to say, when you think about adaptation, you're thinking of any action that you take to minimize, reduce, avoid, if possible, the adverse impacts of climate change. That would be if you put a rainwater harvesting system, a retaining wall that helps because your soil is running off with all of the heavy rains, impact-resistant windows, you have hurricane straps and so on, to help you to cope better with the adverse impacts of climate change, and beyond that, better yet, to still be able to thrive despite the adverse impacts of climate change. Then we have mitigation, where you're actually trying to reduce those greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, etc., that trap the heat in the upper atmosphere, prevent that heat from escaping to space and getting us hotter and hotter, leading to global warming and climate change. More severe hurricanes, more frequent droughts, excessive rain, etc. Okay? Now, in our world, as small island developing states, we have to do everything we can to adapt, to be able to cope and to be able to thrive despite those effects. But mitigation is what is needed. We need to be able to reduce those greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And we do that by investing in clean energy, for example. You heard Dr. Fletcher speak about solar, and of course, there's wind and there's geothermal. Those cleaner forms that do not rely on fossil fuels, that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, that cause global warming and climate change. Or efforts like carbon sequestration, where you're basically trapping the carbon dioxide, think of photosynthesis, in the leaves, in the organs of plants. So if you trap that carbon dioxide, it's not available to contribute to global warming and climate change. So in a world, I'm giving you all this context, in a world where we do our best for adaptation as small island developing states, the developed countries are supposed to be doing their best in terms of mitigation to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions that are causing the problem. But despite efforts at adaptation and mitigation, you will still have loss and damage. Yes? You will still have impacts that you cannot adapt to. It is, what can you possibly do to adapt to sea level rise? How high will you build that wall? Okay, what alkaline solution will you pour into the sea to help with ocean acidification? And then you look at coral bleaching and how that can impact our tourism and our fisheries. So there are some impacts you can't adapt to, and that's what we're talking about when we say loss and damage. Now, we're accustomed of saying economic losses. It's easy to speak about how many banana plants were destroyed, how many farms were destroyed, how many houses were destroyed, the road and infrastructure destroyed, and put a value to that. But what value do you put on health, life, loss of territory from sea level rise, knowledge, and somebody mentioned the indigenous knowledge just now, one of the contributors. So we're talking about non-economic losses as part of that loss and damage that we're talking about. We're talking about loss and damage being an existential threat, threatening our very ability to even exist as a small island developing state, as a Caribbean nation. So words like unavoidable, irreversible, permanent, irreparable are used in the context of loss and damage. The UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, adopted in 1992, actually had the term irreversible, not in the context of loss and damage, but the precautionary principle, saying that you're still supposed to act even if you do not have all the scientific evidence. Okay? And of course, we all know or would have heard of the Paris Agreement and its Article 8 specifically on loss and damage. And when you go through that article, you will see terms referring to the averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. We coined it AMA. And then in the case of both extreme weather events, hurricanes and so on, but also slow onset events, those events that are happening like sea level rise, like a thief in the night, and you're not noticing, and meanwhile, the impacts are deadly. I spent a little bit of time on this slide to understand the context of climate change, because everything else that will come will be based on that understanding of what loss and damage is. Non-economic losses, looking at permanent and irreversible aspects, looking at slow onset events, and so on. Are we clear? Okay, excellent. Okay, so here's a reflection. And this painting was done on the fridge, an old fridge by some St. Mary's College students, I believe it was last year for World Oceans Day. And that point here is by Climate Analytics. Callan, who spoke earlier on, is from Climate Analytics. The legal aspects of climate analytics, there's also the scientific aspect, of course. We know that the so-called tipping points, threshold going over, lie in wait for us, especially if temperatures exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. The loss of our coral reefs will be part of that legacy, as too could sea level rise triggered by the melting of ice sheets speak to the loss of a nation. We cannot let things go so far. Because again, it is an existential threat. So think about that as we go forward. Now, this is not meant for you to try to read everything that is there. This is meant to show you the schematic of the loss and damage timeline and achievements over time. Some 30-something years of the persons that came way before my time, that are there currently, and that will be there long after I am no longer involved in this process. All of you will be part of that schematic with all of the other aspects of it coming in this loss and damage journey. So, of course, if you look at 1991, remember the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, was adopted in 92. So all of the preparatory work, AOSIS, the Alliance of Small Island States, that's a negotiating bloc under which the islands negotiate under the Climate Change Conference a rubric. Okay, some 39 islands and low-lying states. And you have, even in 91, AOSIS was already calling for an insurance mechanism to address loss and damage. Even having to address loss and damage and to address sea level rise, which of course sea level rise, slow onset events, still linked to loss and damage. While they were not successful, the journey would have continued over the years where you had a number of achievements, a number of developments in loss and damage. I will speak to a few of them in a little while, leading to what you know of when you've been hearing everyone talk about 2023, when they spoke about the operationalization of the funding arrangements and the fund for responding to loss and damage, the Loss and Damage Fund. But it was quite a journey in getting there, a contribution of a number of players from way before 2023 right through that will continue into the future. Okay, this is to show that, again, you'll get a few of these from the personal reflections of the journey, where very often when we think of negotiations, we think of persons sitting around the table, very formal in big heavy suits and negotiating across the table, developed and developing countries and so on. But a lot of that happens like this, in huddles. Okay, my hair kind of disappeared. So, yeah. But it happens in huddles where there's a moment where it gets so tense, it's not happening across the tables, and you have to get up, and everybody rushes to the middle, and somebody has an idea, and this is how it happens. And sometimes it happens in a bar with a drink, where you're having the key players understanding, okay, what is happening? You all know that this cannot happen. We will never accept this. What is possible? Let's talk. What is going on? And sometimes this is where you make the progress, in the corridors. All of that is part of the process. Okay? So that would have been COP23 2017 in Germany, although Fiji was the presidency at the time. But of course, you can understand what is involved in housing and coordinating something like that. So it happened in Germany, but Fiji was the presidency. Okay, moving forward. Remember that schematic with all of those achievements and developments in loss and damage. Let's talk about a few of them. There are too many. You will have a look at the schematic in your own time. But in 2012, in Doha, Qatar, we had the establishment of the role of the convention, and by the convention, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The role of the convention in loss and damage. That came out and actually found its way into the text, into the decisions in 2012. In 2013, we had the Warsaw International Mechanism, and it's called Warsaw because it happened in Warsaw, Poland. Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, with 3 functions based on that role of the convention that was defined in 2012. The role to do with enhanced knowledge and understanding, the role to do with coordination and coherence, and the role to do, importantly, with action, enhanced action and support. Okay? That was the time also when this body was created, the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, the WIM EXCOM. EXCOM, the body. Okay, that was also established in 2013. And an important development happened then. For years, we tried to separate adaptation and loss and damage. Why? Adaptation is what you do to be able to cope. Yes, to be able to thrive despite the adverse impacts of climate change. But loss and damage starts to go into the realm of permanence, irreversible, irreparable, gone. So we tried to separate it because you would understand what you could possibly do in terms of adaptation is very different in a world of loss and damage as to what is possible and
One, two.
Thank you. The show continues. Okay, so we were able to get that language into the text, and that is getting our developed country partners to finally, after years of trying to merge adaptation and loss and damage and saying they're the same thing and there's no need to differentiate, meaning there is no need for additional funding. Okay, so let's keep them together. That was what was being said. So finally, we got language that says loss and damage includes and of course, very reluctantly saying, okay. It includes, in some cases, and involves more than that which can be reduced by adaptation. As small as this is, this was a significant achievement for us in them finally admitting and agreeing that there was something called loss and damage that was beyond adaptation. Yes? Okay. And then moving on to 2014 in Lima, where the composition of that EXCOM, that body I spoke about, was actually defined. And you will see 10A1, meaning 10 Annex 1 developed countries, and 10 NA1, 10 non-Annex 1 developing countries. So 20 around the table in terms of the EXCOM that is going to help with keeping the WIM alive and getting action in terms of loss and damage. Okay. So let's move on. You see, I tell you, these hurdles are very much a thing. And I'm hoping if you look closely, you might recognize a couple of the heads. So I thought you might not recognize them. Some you might have a little difficulty recognizing. But again, that was the hurdle that led to us getting that language in terms of loss and damage involves more than that which can be reduced by adaptation. Tell them what? Do you know what those heads are? Okay, let me give you a clue. Let me give you a clue. Okay. Now, if you look closely, you could see I could barely open my eyes, right? And that's why we call it negotiation by exhaustion. The developed countries are able to have negotiating teams of some 12 persons. They're lawyer, they're scientists, you name it. Whereas an island like St. Lucia would probably have a technical negotiator, the political lead, a few others, and so on. So while they can change their persons, I'm tired, I'm sleepy, okay, I'm going home, I'll sleep and come back. There are others who are representing. We have to stay. So Dr. Fletcher would have stayed maybe till around 8 o'clock or after 8 that particular night. In that case, it may not have been, because there have been the 3 o'clock days. He's had many 3 a.m. days, so have I. In that particular case, it was a time when he was coming back the morning after it was time for the technical negotiators to do their due before we passed it on to the political negotiators. And in that particular case, I had spent the entire night. So I know Dr. Fletcher's a gentleman, because let me tell you, I had spent the entire night in the building and come back at the table in the morning again to keep it going, because the text that night was coming. There were people at the table. It was just going on and on. It never ended. Negotiation by exhaustion. Okay, is that better? Okay. But I wanted to touch also, that schematic has a number of things, but I wanted to go a little bit into the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So you have this UNFCCC, you have the Paris Agreement and the climate change process, but there's another process. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is a scientific body that does the research and provides the evidence needed in terms of climate change for informed decision making. The IPCC, and that information is supposed to feed into the political process to enhance the decisions. Well, okay, so you would recall that I mentioned we had the establishment of this Water International Mechanism for Loss and Damage. And then we followed on with the EXCOM, the body being established and so on. So at that same time that was happening, the IPCC was supporting that process by speaking about limits to adaptation. Adaptation can only go so far. Hard limits and soft limits. Hard limits where no adaptive action is possible, and soft limits where there are options that are available, but maybe not for us. Maybe it's too costly for us. Maybe the technology hasn't even yet gotten to us. So it is a limit. Okay? So that was important to note, that the scientific process, working with what we were getting in the political process, coming together at that point. And of course, we would all be familiar with 2015 in terms of the adoption of the Paris Agreement. Okay, and the Paris Agreement, Article 8 is specifically the one on loss and damage, where you will see the terms like slow onset events and extreme weather events. You will see non-economic losses. You will see permanent and irreversible loss, and these aspects to reference there. But that was also the year where it said loss and damage in a paragraph 51, does not involve liability and compensation. That was also the year that happened. Okay, more on that a little bit later. Okay, so since we were talking about the IPCC, I wanted to show you that those hurdles keep happening no matter where you are. It gets away from the formal sit-down process of negotiation. And that would have been a hurdle from 2014 in Japan. At the time, I would be going to the IPCC meetings. I have gone to less of them over time. Others have gone. But that was in 2014, that same year where we had those discussions about the hard limits. And that was also the same year where there was a graph being looked at where they were saying, oh, it doesn't matter. You don't need to show the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees. So that graph, there was a whole fight over that graph to say 2 and then show what it would be in the world of 4 degrees. We wanted to see what it was in the 1.5 and in that area because we knew the impacts and what could happen. But of course, there was all of that fight, and it's a constant fight for everything, all the time, constantly fighting for our very lives. Okay, and there's the hurdle again. I had to put the little yellow for you because I know you won't recognize the head. Okay, so, okay, now again, just a few more depictions. There are many more, but just to show that in the process, and this was COP21 in Paris where Dr. Fletcher played a key role, and I hope he will tell you more about it going forward over the days. But there it is where the scientific and the political, the technical and the political coming together. So constantly having to meet with your people, that is within a team including St. Lucia, but also climate analytics. That's Bill Hare there from climate analytics. So the technical and the political coming together in this process. And of course, we had Paris, where we actually got the Article 8. We got our loss and damage embedded in the agreement. We said we would not leave Paris without loss and damage being embedded in the agreement. And we were able to get that through the support and leadership of many, but a lot of that was led by Dr. Fletcher, supported by a number of others, and the technical aspects of it. So you could understand why a number of us here are quite happy when this adoption is happening. There's a moment of the gaveling and the adoption of it right there. And I think if you look closely, you should see Dr. Fletcher, you should see me, and you might even see some others that you recognize. Anybody recognizes Hugh Seeley from Barbados? He would have passed away 2 years ago, a stalwart in the process. So this is him. If I press this, will it go off or will it point? I'm scared to touch it. Right there. Okay? So let's move on. Okay, so I've given you snippets of the loss and damage journey. But of course, the most recent developments would have been at COP last year, in COP 28. Yes. And that would have been in Dubai. So just to reference some of the key decisions coming out of that process. There are lots of acronyms, but you've established what UNFCCC is. And this PA is Paris Agreement. So the COP under the UNFCCC, Conference of Parties, and the Conference of the Parties serving as a meeting of the parties of the Paris Agreement, CMA, decisions, and therefore what those acronyms at the top are. So one of the things that happened, we got text in terms of operationalizing the new funding arrangements, including the fund for responding to loss and damage. Yes? So that also happened. And with its independent secretariat. But further to the finance, because when we talk about support in the climate change conference language, support means finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. So support is a loaded word in the negotiation process. When you use the word support, you mean these three things. Okay? So the Santiago Network is more looking at the technical assistance for AMA, for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. So taking that financial and having a body that helps with technical support and assistance. And then, of course, we already had the EXCOM established, but putting language to make it clear that the EXCOM, the Executive Committee for the Water International Mechanism for Loss and Damage, is the main vehicle for catalyzing knowledge, action, and support for addressing loss and damage. Sometimes the process repeats things that are already decided. So remember a long time ago, 2012, we talked about the role of the convention in loss and damage, and it had about enhancing knowledge and understanding, coordination and coherence, action and support. They had to remind us. But yes, 2023, very clear, the EXCOM has this role in terms of catalyzing knowledge, action and support in light of the convention and its role. Just a few pictures of the EXCOM. So that would have been the EXCOM in 2016 and in 2019. While the EXCOM was established earlier on, there was an interim board at first in 2013. And the composition of that board was taken further in 2014. The first meeting of the EXCOM would have happened beyond the interim board, that is, the real established board in March 2015 when I would have been nominated in 2014. And I stayed on till that last meeting I attended in March 2020. So I stayed maybe one of the longest serving members of the ExCom, but also served as co-chair of the ExCom for 2 terms. It is supposed to be 1 term, but because of COVID, etc., it was prudent that we remained on board. So this is the ExCom here. Remember I said, how many persons? No, don't count. How many persons? I said so. How many persons? Yes. Somebody was listening over there and over there. It's 20 developed and 10 developed and 10, correct, Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 countries. Okay? So let's talk about the 2 of the key things that happened in 2023. Let's talk about the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago very briefly. Focus on just the keywords, and I won't go through all of this as I said. But based on the Loss and Damage Fund, there's a governing instrument with a board that governs this fund. They have a 3-year term, group of Latin America and the Caribbean, represented by Barbados, alternate Bahamas, small island developing states, represented by Antigua and Barbuda, alternate Seychelles, and Fiji, alternate Maldives. Yes? So you could see the small islands coming together there, where your membership happens on the board. There's an independent secretariat. The World Bank is the independent trustee, and it's supposed to provide finance to address economic and non-economic losses. Remember, we spoke about that earlier, economic and non-economic losses. Okay. Again, you will look at all of this later on, but just to reference that the board has quite a lot to work out in terms of the fund before we get to a point where we can actually draw down on this. And some of the things are looking at policy for provision of grants, concessional resources, and other financial instruments, resource allocation system, as well as fundraising and resource mobilization strategy to ensure that there is funding in the funds available in the kitty so countries can draw down on it. Again, the instrument speaks about having a dynamic resource allocation system, so looking specifically at the needs and priorities of, and we use the terms, particularly vulnerable developing countries. It's a term you hear a lot, particularly developing vulnerable countries like ours, and be able to focus on having a minimum percentage allocation for small island developing states and least developed countries. As you'd understand, we are small, we are vulnerable, we are impacted by external shocks and so on. Okay, so, and the arrangements for that fund still being worked out will be approved by COP29 and CMA 6. That could happen in the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement discussions in November 2024. Again, that's just a small depiction to remind us about the importance of working together. And this is talking about the 1.5. And just to remember again that we will reach more hard limits as we continue to go. If we continue as we have in terms of our ability to adapt. And 1.5 slogan, it's not just a slogan. People think it's just a slogan. 1.5 to stay alive and all of that. It is more than a slogan, it's our reality. And at this point, we are in the front lines of our crisis, this climate emergency that is happening. Okay, and we are going through unsustainable levels of debt to deliver the repair and the recovery that is needed, given the devastating impacts and effects that we are experiencing. So the other one, remember, we talked about the Loss and Damage Fund. There's the Santiago Network. This one is about the technical support and assistance for loss and damage. And this Santiago Network also has its governance body, an advisory body made up of members and observers. Currently, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, and the UNOPS, the United Nations Office for Project Services, are jointly hosting it. We tried that the CDB, I almost said the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Caribbean Development Bank is the body that was trying to be the host for the Santiago Network. But there were some issues and difficulties, and so at the end it ended up being that grouping a bit of a plus and a minus. We have tried over the years to separate climate change and historical responsibility from DRR in the negotiation process, because one implies do-it-yourself, DRR, whereas climate change is historical responsibility, developed countries to support developing countries. Anyway, it is what it is for a period of 5 years. So this UNDRR will provide technical backstopping, and UNOPS will provide administrative support, and they are encouraged to work with the Caribbean Development Bank so that the Caribbean remains center stage in this, and the rules of procedure also will be recommended in November 2024. So together, the fund and the Santiago Network for Technical Support are supposed to work together in terms of aligning technical assistance catalyzed under the Santiago Network, and taking that technical assistance and taking it further in terms of funding to be able to do whatever you need to do, having designed through that technical support. Okay? Again, that's just to show the connections. That would have been 2013. Again, looking very exhausted, but that's AOSIS, Alliance of Small Island States. There's a member here from, 2 of them from least developed countries. And then remember, under the process, we have AOSIS, and then we have, that's the Small Island Developing States. We have the grouping, AOSIS belongs to the grouping of also G77 and China, group of 77 and China, 134 developing country parties. So to get consensus in the process, every decision is by consensus. So you have to be able to get your idea through, or your plan through AOSIS. And somebody presented earlier on, I think it was Carlon who was presenting and saying, you have the SIDS from the Caribbean, you have them from the Pacific, you have the Indian Ocean, you have the African SIDS, all have to agree, including Europe, including USA, including the entire world of under 200 parties agreeing before you can get a single decision through that process. Okay? So this is the collaboration we're restoring here. Sometimes you can't even get a desk because you're basically moving from one meeting to another, and somebody said, well, what about this? And we need to include this. And say, okay, I need to rest. And somebody quickly gives you the laptop and use their hand. And this is what was happening there in terms of Madrid in 2019, where we were negotiating the Santiago Network. Okay, getting to the end, we are saying that, the world is encouraged to have all of those policies that say what they're supposed to be doing in terms of climate action. They call them nationally determined contributions, NDCs. And all the NDCs put together are still inadequate for staying below the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degrees limit. However, we're also saying that it is right now looking infeasible in many ways, but it is also being said that it's still within reach if we do what we're supposed to do as a global community. It's about 1.3 at the moment. Okay, so the signs of hope are there. There's all the solar and wind and geothermal moving forward. And what we have to do it very quickly, the pace of this decline is what will determine if we are successful in this race. And in terms of all of that, the whole aim is to be able to limit warming to 1.5 to avoid the worst climate impacts and to reduce loss and damage. A quick mention in the fact that I mentioned Para 51 earlier on, where I said, while we got the Paris Agreement with the loss and damage Article 8, there was a Para 51 that said loss and damage does not include liability and compensation. And therefore, while you cannot sue another country or state under the UNFCCC Paris Agreement process, you can do it outside. But of course, you can imagine it's not an easy process of attribution, where what is coming from and who did what. However, you're getting more of those cases happening. And this is a case where in December 2022, the Commission of Small Island States, made up of those states at the bottom of 9 islands, came together and went to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, ITLOS, and they asked for an advisory opinion to help define the obligations that states have to protect the marine environment from climate harm. Okay? And in May, the tribunal gave its advisory opinion saying that states have an obligation to reduce their emissions. saying that climate action may need to go beyond the International Climate Treaty and the Paris Agreement for countries to meet their legal obligations, and saying also that states with the greatest historic responsibility for causing all of the emissions in the atmosphere need to be able to do more. Okay, and there's another one very briefly, you'll get the details, but earlier on, the previous one, I spoke to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. This one is another one with the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, where they were asked to clarify in 2023 the obligations of state in relation to climate change and the legal consequences if those obligations are not complied with. And it involved Vanuatu, Antigua and Barbuda, and you could see Samoa and Micronesia involved in this. There were several written submissions, and Lucia also submitted in time for that deadline, and the hearing is expected in late 2024 or early 2025, with the possibility that you would have international climate change commitments to be legally enforced. We hope that when those things continue to happen, it will change the landscape in terms of how these things are dealt with. You'd seen the previous one that earlier on that in the number of islands, a number of the islands in the room are part of the COSIS for this one. And this one is islands as well as other parts, other countries. And this last one I'm mentioning, there was a more recent one, this time the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, where it was an advisory opinion by Colombia and Chile. But in April 24, the first session, the first hearing, public hearing was actually in Barbados, okay, in terms of the requests by Colombia and Chile. The second one will be, or was in Brazil in May. And at the end, even if it's not a legally binding decision like a high court ruling, it helps in terms of the exposition of legal principles, and it also helps in terms of the statement on law. So you see things are happening linked to climate change in the process, outside of the process as well. And finally, the last slide indicates that all of what we're seeing, those adverse impacts of climate change, what's happening with our farmers and our fishers and our shores and our infrastructure and so on, all of this is the result of inaction. The cost of inaction of international financial institutions, the cost of inaction by developed countries, the cost of inaction by the international community. And therefore, we have to do more. We have to take historical responsibility. Even while as small island developing states, we lead by example and we do our part. But we know even if we do the best we can, we won't shift that needle much. So therefore, it is the developed countries to do their part. It's really a moral obligation for them to do so. The total pledge to date for loss and damage is in the vicinity of approximately $700 million US. The total promise for climate change back in 2009, 100 billion US per year by 2020. We haven't seen anything near that. And when you look at the loss and damage estimates so far, it is about 400 billion US dollars annually. So you do the math between 700 million US dollars and 400 billion US dollars. So it makes you want to say, what? No, 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 no. Where's the finance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One key takeaway, we have like 35 seconds. Yeah, you can come ahead. Yeah, you have to come do it.
One, two.
So we can do it.
Thank you. First of all, Mrs. P. and Nathaniel, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. That was truly, really excellent. My takeaway, and I think I want to just speak on behalf of the entire group, is that on the back of the Loss and Damage Fund being adopted and ultimately operationalized last COP, us in the room are going to be hearing about Loss and Damage Fund, Loss and Damage Fund, Loss and Damage Fund, way into the future of this climate crisis. And what I hope everybody else noted, was the history. It's important to know what's happening right now, but it's so important to know where it came from. And I've been doing it for a couple of years now, climate reporting, and to learn some of the new things like where it started in Doha, Qatar, and then moved on to 2013 and ultimately to the Paris Agreement in 2015 is really essential knowledge. So I just, I just want to underscore that the important things that are happening right now with the Loss and Damage Fund are important, but to know where you guys, Dr. Fletcher, yourself, and everybody else, Mr. Seeley from Barbados, brought it from to actually be operationalized, and hopefully we'll get some money soon, would be important. But thanks again for that excellent presentation. That was really good.
Thank you very much. Moving along, I have the distinct pleasure, and I don't think she knew that I would have been the one introducing her this morning, to introduce to you Dr. Janice Remy, who is the director of the Sridhar Ramphal Center for International Trade Law, Policy and Services, the premier trade institution of the University of the West Indies, Caville campus, which is dedicated to training, research, and outreach on issues. This mic is on? Yeah, okay. On issues of regional and international trade. She coordinates and lectures under the flagship master's program in international trade policy in the areas of international trade law and regional integration. She holds the position of WTO chair at the University of the West Indies under the WTO chair's program and has served as a panelist in WTO trade disputes. She currently serves as the president of the Trade Lab, a network of universities across the world modeled on students providing international trade and investment. She was an undergraduate degree in law from the University of the West Indies, a master's from the University of Cambridge, and a PhD, summa cum laude, from the Graduate Institute of Development Studies on the role of the Caribbean Court of Justice in Caribbean integration. Ladies and gentlemen, a true powerhouse, part of the St. Lucian intellect that we speak about, 2 Nobel laureates, and many, many, many other scholars. We can talk about it over lunch later on, but Dr. Janice Remy.
Thank you for that. Can everybody hear me? Can you just do a thumbs up, maybe Raheem or maybe Jimmy, you, since we're on WhatsApp? Am I? Yes, thank you. That's so much better that I can see who I'm speaking to. So I get the sense that I'm coming in here like an imperious sort of image into the room. So my apologies that I am actually not there with you in person. Only Jimmy could have gotten me on because I just flew with students from Barbados to Geneva at the WTO, where every year I take my students to learn at the feet of practitioners in trade. So really happy that I can be here. I may be a little bit wobbly, but after hearing the previous speaker, she said so much of what I was going to say on the last 3 slides that I feel like I can just leave. But let me start with an introduction. Let me just actually share my slides. And I can't. I don't know, the host has disabled my screen sharing. Can somebody just adjust that? And whilst I'm waiting for that to happen, can I just see how many of you in the room are lawyers? Don't be shy. I promise I won't be calling on you. How many of you are economists? Okay, let's try something else. How many of you are how many of you are actually coming from ministries that deal with sustainable development and climate? Okay. All right. I just want to feel the room a little bit before I launch into what will be a take on climate justice from a legal perspective. And the beauty of this area of climate change is those of us who used to work in very separate spheres, and we thought that we could live in our little bubbles and kind of get ahead with life that way, that has been smashed into smithereens. Because as a trade lawyer, I never thought that I would be getting involved in climate litigation in the region. And because of all of the overlap of regimes, you're going to hear me talk about the different overlap of legal regimes that come to bear on the question of climate justice, those of us, whether we in the area of finance, in the area of the environment, in the area of trade, in the area of shipping, we're realizing that there's a very powerful opportunity to use the law and the legal regime to buttress the claims for climate justice for the Caribbean. So my presentation is going to be a little interactive. I can actually see those of you in the room, and if you need to come to the mic to say anything, please don't let me hold you back, because I really want to hear from you, even though I'm so far away. So I don't think often you in the Caribbean, except for very recently, and Dawn would have said this in her last few slides, I don't think we ever really thought of litigation in the region as a valid means for enacting climate justice, right? And I wanted to ask just very generally, from what you've heard so far, what does climate justice actually mean to you? And what do you think a litigation perspective adds to that vision you have of climate justice? Anyone wants to just shout out or actually share it and go to the mic and have something to say about it? Anyone? What have you learned so far about what climate justice actually means? And when you think about it in the context of litigation, bringing cases, what comes to mind?
I'm just a passing mic guy.
Please do that, Raheem.
Okay, I'll probably have to get So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, great. So for me, I believe that climate justice is using litigation, legal precedent, to actually effect long-lasting policy and change. Because the lawyer to politician and policy leader pipeline is very real, especially in the Caribbean and globally. And using climate justice actually can also be an avenue to create lasting change, in the sense that we all know when individuals have legal consequences for their actions, there's a greater propensity to take the issue seriously. So I believe that even, of course, we've had like oil spills, we've had different situations now where we're actually trying companies and entities for their damage to the environment. So by using the law as a tool, not just for education, but also just for actually enacting consequences that have real financial and real, even in some cases, maybe even criminal, depending on where we go in the future, can be a great deterrent against environmental infractions and against environmental issues, and then also a way to set a precedent that these actual events would not occur in the future. So that's why I believe that lawyers and policy can work together for effective change in climate justice.
Well, thank you. I feel like that deserves a round of applause. And let me guess, you're one of the lawyers in the room.
Actually, yes. Well, law student right now. And actually, we also worked very closely with Dr. Fletcher and the Caribbean Climate Justice Project with our program, the FemLex cohort. So Fem, Woman, Lex, Latin for Law, where we group the brightest women minds in law and politics and bring them together to work to solve the world's most pressing challenges, which, of course, climate justice tops the list. So as I said, that's why I would have mentioned education. And I'm very excited to hear your presentation today as well, because I truly believe that the law, we are servants of the Constitution, and we need to utilize it then to create actionable change. But let me hop off my soapbox and get back to the presentation.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. And I think you've kind of encapsulated in that wonderful soapbox presentation all of the little elements and nuggets that we associate with climate justice when it comes to law. I think if I would reframe what you said into sort of bite-sized nuggets, I would say one of the advantages of using the law is it sets up ex ante. So before something actually happens, it sets up the framework for states and individuals to understand the broader framework that is expected of them in terms of rights and obligations. So it has almost, before you even think of taking something to court, when litigation comes into play, it actually gives predictability to the regime because you know what rights you are entitled to, but as states, you also know what obligations you are required to put in place. And that's very different from other avenues like negotiations, which are ongoing, and other avenues like social justice that are still not as framed in terms of rights and obligations. So there's this ex ante predictability of the regime that's created. And then you have the ex post. So once an infraction takes place, once actually somebody breaches in law, we call violates an obligation that has been set up, then you also have ex post opportunities to bring that offending party before an objective arbitrator or arbiter of that law. So climate justice can be enacted and can be actually, justified or validated in a lot of different avenues. But in the context of litigation, we think about it as creating rights and obligations and then validating them through a process that is meant to be objective and that is actually enforceable. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, and I'm going to really zone in for my presentation on the cases that we have seen that Caribbean states have brought in the context of advisory opinions, because I was actually involved in one of those. But before we go that, let's backtrack. There's been so much of an explosion almost in climate litigation, and the UNEP and the Sabine Center for Climate Change Law at Columbia Law School last year came up with this status report where they actually documented, and many international and regional sort of centers are increasingly engaged in this kind of litigation and measuring it. They said that the body of the law is growing, and it's also growing in terms of frequency and in terms of the overall numbers of cases, that we are creating these well-defined areas of law that give rise to legal rights and obligations. And just to give you a sense of the number of cases and the explosion that's been happening, and just in terms of climate change case law, we have from 2017, 884 cases, and almost, that tripling in 2022. In terms of the number of cases involving climate change. 17% of these cases, and we measure that quite liberally to include these advisory opinions, have been brought by small island developing states. A lot of them, 34 of these cases, which may seem minuscule, but in the grand scheme of things is a large number, is brought on our behalf of children and youth. And increasingly in the language, you talk about intergenerational equity. And that is, how is the present and future, people who are not even born as yet, how are they impacted by climate change? People are making and creating rights and obligations around these interests that they are litigating before courts. And increasingly, we're seeing that although in the state-to-state context, where you have a state bringing a case against another state, you have a slight change in the law to focus not just on the states in the aggregate, but the individuals within states, the particularly vulnerable groups like indigenous people, women, local communities, those that have been disproportionately impacted by climate change and often don't have access to what we call as procedural justice. So justice comes in many different sort of buckets. You have distributional justice, which is about whether or not people are really getting what they deserve in terms of the aggregation and distribution of wealth. But you also have justice in terms of access to justice. So you may have a scheme that puts in place all of the right allotments and allocations of how wealth should be distributed. But if you don't give people and their rights, if you don't give them access to the courts, if somehow there's no framework of transparency or allowing them to vindicate these rights, then that procedural justice actually leads to a denial of substantive justice. So increasingly, international law, which used to just be about a state bringing another state before an international tribunal, is increasingly concerned about non-state actors, those that actually are accorded rights through international law, treaties, through international law that can be vindicated, that can be validated before international courts. So we're seeing all of these changes happening in international law. So let me show you from my perspective what I think is distinct about litigation as a tool for climate justice. And we spoke about this, I think the first speaker actually really zeroed in on a lot of these points. The first is that litigation is an effective tool because it gives rise to and allows you to validate legally defined rights and obligations. So in the body of these covenants or treaties, or even sometimes it's a product of what we call custom between states, that there has been a practice evolving, which even if it's not in the text of a treaty, nonetheless has grown up robustly enough that states actually understand that they have obligations to each other. We call that customary international law. If it's sufficiently defined as a matter of law, you as a litigant can actually say, you owe me this obligation, and you owe me this obligation. I have a right to bring this case before a judge. The second thing that's really different to negotiations that you may have heard about is you actually have a decision maker. You have an arbiter, a judge. It may be an ad hoc judge. So some courts are not permanent. They bring judges in as and when they need to actually decide a case. But for some other courts, and we'll talk about this in a while, they have permanent standing bodies. So they have judges that are actually selected by states and actually show up whenever they're required to in order to decide cases. But it not only gives a validation to laws that exist, but the legal process itself creates precedent. And those of you who are not lawyers, you see, you actually can go to the judgment to figure out what the law is. The law is not just what's in a treaty or in a statute. What the judges actually decides creates law. So that's why many of us lawyers are always reading, because you actually have to see how that law has been interpreted in the context of a specific case to understand how that law is evolving, what it actually means. Oftentimes, the language of a treaty or an agreement is not very clear. And you can imagine, I'll show you a little bit in a little bit, even the Paris Convention that everybody thinks is the high water mark of climate law. When you go into the legalese of it, there may be differing interpretations of what various words mean. The judge's duty, based on arguments made and based on principles of interpretation, is to discern what these words actually mean, which is separate and distinct from what the negotiators said in the room. And that's why oftentimes in these negotiations, you need a seasoned lawyer there, because you may walk away thinking you got what you wanted, but a judge may interpret it very differently because you have 164 parties negotiating one word. And the 164 parties may not understand the one word in a very similar way. So the creation of law emanating from these discussions that is then the subject itself of rights and obligations is an important part of litigation strategy that makes some of the legalese that are in the negotiating text more predictable, more certain, and more understandable. I also heard my friend from Barbados say that an important part of litigation is the rules are binding, the decisions are binding. Now, let's stick a pin there and let's think about what distinguishes a regional or international court from a domestic court. When you think of something being enforceable, what comes to mind? What do you understand if I say this decision that came out of ITLAW? So Dawn just said that there was a case or an advisory opinion. Let's say it was a full-fledged case. And the court came out and said, small island developing states are valid in their claims that larger states that have a history of emitting greenhouse gases owe them a higher duty of care when it comes to climate change. And they have caused $20 million per year of damage. That's very small. When I say, what if, when Antigua and Barbuda comes out with that win, how is it enforceable? As opposed to if Antigua and Barbuda had gone into a domestic court case and said, we won. What's the difference between doing that internationally and doing that before a local court? Anyone has an idea? Can you lock up states? How do you make decisions enforceable and legally binding? You can't tell Antigua and Barbuda to go to the United States and say, we're going to lock you up. In a domestic context, we know. Did somebody want to say something? Go ahead. I see somebody had the answer. Go ahead.
I think by sanctions. I think sanctions are one way to enforce international law.
You can, yes, under the UN General Assembly, and you can impose sanctions by security, but it has to actually have the validity and the power to do so in a specific context. Yes, so some regimes provide for sanctions to be imposed, and countermeasures can be taken for an infraction. But many of the international law, even if they impose sanctions, which are mostly economic in impact, they can't lock the state up. So a state can continue to violate its obligations. And smaller states have not been lucky in many cases. So Antigua and Barbuda has brought cases to the WTO, which you may have heard about, and it won against the United States. And it still hasn't managed, even if there have been countermeasures that have been allowed, it still hasn't meant that any of the justice in trade has actually trickled down. Because when you have this big disparity between big and small, even if you have a judgment in your favor, ultimately the state that is violating and the state that is recalcitrant can continue to violate. This is the problem with all of these financial and economic obligations, is how do you get countries to actually do what they say they're going to do? Now, we know in negotiations it's hard. And what I'm showing you is in that litigation, it's also difficult, because even when you get that judgment, how do you actually enforce it? So I'm not trying to say it's not an effective, litigation is not an effective tool, but it too has its limits, and we can talk about that. But still, there are remedies that can be awarded by a court. The question is, how does it actually become enforceable? Okay, so I'll go very briefly through climate justice that we've seen in domestic courts. This is not featuring very highly in the Caribbean as yet, although in Guyana we have had some cases brought, especially in relation to flares in Guyana and environmental impact assessment. So when I talk about domestic courts, it's when usually individuals can take their own governments to court for breaches of domestic law that are enshrined either in their national constitutions, and that's often human rights infringement. So sometimes international law creates these rights, the right to a healthy environment, the right to nature. All of these are meant to protect climate-related rights and obligations. And then they are domesticated through domestic law, and in some cases, the right to a healthy environment is in some national constitutions. And we're seeing many more cases coming up where citizenry are going before the domestic courts and saying, you are violating our constitutional right, government. You haven't done your impact assessment. So challenges to domestic non-enforcement to climate-related policies, or litigants seeking to keep fossil fuels in the ground. A lot of times governments actually provide subsidies. They give incentives to use fossil fuels because it's the cheapest form of energy, and energy is key. So this becomes part of development policy, but litigants are actually taking cases in their domestic courts about these topics, and increasingly advocates for the end to greenwashing. So when companies say that they're actually doing things in a carbon neutral way, or that they're actually zero emitting, how do we monitor the standards that they put in place to comply with what they say they're doing? Who's watching the companies that are making claims to economic and environmental standards that they set for themselves? And then also for corporate responsibility and claims addressing failures to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So this UNEP report has kind of documented all of the sorts of cases in categories that we're seeing around the world. Now, I want to spend a little time with you because I want you to see, as a litigator, the sorts of questions that we have to ask and answer when we compile a case. And I'm going to go very briefly through this one, but I'll talk more about the case that is currently before the International Court of Justice that Dawn mentioned. So I'm not going to spend very long on this ITLOS case because a judgment was actually rendered in an advisory opinion brought by COSIS, which is the Commission on Small Island States on Climate Change, led by our region, Antigua and Barbuda and Tuvalu, created this commission that actually sought an advisory opinion before the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. And the very specific questions, if you're a lawyer, you're going to zone in on this language. And I want you all to put on your legal hats. Even if you're not lawyers, pretend you're a lawyer, because we're going to build a case that in the next slides before the International Court of Justice. And I'm actually going to tell you what we did to build the advisory opinion case that we were involved in. So usually in the context of an advisory opinion, an advisory opinion is where you are not bringing a fully flung case. You're not actually asking a court to award any enforceable decision between two warring states, two states that are in dispute. You're asking the court, in this case, the tribunal, to render an opinion about if a case were brought, how would it actually litigate, how would it actually make a decision on the legal claims and rights that countries should actually expect to arise from their obligations under the law of the sea, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea contains very specific obligations. But when it was created in the 1980s, climate change was not such a big deal. So the request to the court was, can you read into language that does not mention greenhouse gas emissions? Can you read it in a way that would include greenhouse gas emissions as a pollution of the marine environment? So again, this is how lawyers become very crafty. Remember I said law creates, litigation can create law? The question is, what are the specific obligations of state parties to this UN Convention on the Law of the Sea to prevent, reduce, and control pollution of the marine environment in relation to the deleterious effects that result or are likely to result from climate change? and to protect and preserve the marine environment in relation to climate change impacts, including ocean warming. So what the litigants or the advisory opinion requesters were asking is, can you read into existing language an obligation of states, usually the high emitters, to protect and reduce and prevent the marine environment from pollution? So a judge is going to have to look to see if pollution can actually include greenhouse gas emissions, right? So that's the engagement in legal analysis and interpretation. So I know I'm going to go over my time, so I'm going to kind of wrap this most interesting part up into a few more minutes. And Jimmy, you can tell me when I need to stop. But in 2022, Vanuatu, again, these are being led by small states. Vanuatu initiated a campaign to seek an advisory opinion before the International Court of Justice. And there are various ways you can request this. They chose to go to the UN General Assembly and get a majority vote. And actually, it was unanimous, the vote to establish this request for an advisory opinion. And in that request, they said, this is the language, what I have quoted there in red. Now, it's a very long-winded request, but you're going to get clues there on how we built our case. So Vanuatu's language started, that actually was adopted by the UN General Assembly, having particular regard to a number of named instruments, the Charter of the UN, the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, other covenants on economic, social, and cultural rights, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the duty of due diligence, the rights recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the principle of prevention of significant harm to the environment. So it put there all the possible provisions that contain rights and obligations that you can actually look at in figuring out the two questions. What are the obligations of states under international law to ensure the protection of the climate system and other parts of the environment for present and future generations? And then what are the legal consequences under these obligations for states? And then they zone in on particular states. So we are recognized in that very request. States, in particular small island developing states, which due to their geographical circumstances, etc., are particularly vulnerable to adverse effects. And then peoples and individuals of the present and future generations. Okay, so the question was, what are the relevant legal obligations and what are the consequences if you breach these obligations? Now, in distinction from ITLOS, which just looked at the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, look at how much legal rights the court is actually going to look at. And it goes a swathe from the UNFCCC, the convention, to human rights, to the law of the sea. So the jurisdiction in law, we say, where the court can look in the case of the ICJ is much broader than just one convention. It can look at all different regimes of international law. And I put here the countries in the Caribbean that actually participated in the first round of written submissions. And I was part of the team that assisted St. Lucia in compiling their written submissions. So how did we build our case? So we had to think very clearly about a number of things. One, where are we bringing this case? Well, obviously, it's the ICJ or this advisory opinion. And I said, what are the limits of an advisory opinion? Well, it's obviously at the International Court of Justice, which is in The Hague, in the Netherlands. And so that's actually, the court is based there, but it's a forum that actually, unlike other fora that only have one subject matter, This one is the mother of all courts in international law. So it can look at a number of, and this is the choice. This is why Vanuatu brought it here, because it can be much more authoritative. It can look at all regimes of international law. Who can bring it? Well, can SIDS bring it? Can states bring it? In this case, in an advisory opinion, not just states can write written requests. You could also have representatives of states. So you had the Organization of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific States. You also had COSIS, COSIS that actually brought the case before ITLOS. They also provided their written submissions. The really important one is what? What law can you bring as a basis for legal obligations and rights? And why? Why are you bringing this case? What is the strategy that you are employing? These are the 4 questions that I think guided our determinations. And you can see that ultimately we did file a case and we had a number of meetings. Those of us who are in the trenches trying to think of the strategy. The bottom picture there, I don't have as many wonderful pictures as Dawn, but we didn't have that much time because, as I mentioned, we really cobbled this together very late in the day. So the international agreements that were named in the request are the Paris Convention, the Charter, I mentioned those already. So you had to choose. You don't have an infinite amount of time or space. You had to choose which obligations are helpful in your arguments as a small island developing state to say these are rights and obligations that are due to us and due to the people who live in our countries. And these various legal instruments have different status. They can be customary international law, as I mentioned, which evolves as a matter of state practice. They can be treaty. They can be general principles, just very general principles that have not hardened yet into law. And they can be soft law, meaning they're resolutions, but they have not yet become binding because the language is too soft or it hasn't as yet achieved the status of an actual treaty. So often you have countries making these grand judgment calls or grand principles. Are they sufficiently robust to be the subject matter of case law or legally vindicated rights? And I just wanted to illustrate to you and ask you, I just took this article from the Paris Convention, the Paris Agreement, because the Paris Agreement obviously came up in a lot of countries' written statements about what is the enforceable right. Remember, the right has to be sufficiently articulated that you are saying to the court, this is a right I am due, and this is the consequence of the breach of a right or an obligation that I'm due. So let's take, for instance, remember the question is what obligations are due? What legal obligations are due to SIDS for countries to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions? Well, the first question is, well, what are the obligations to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions? So let's look at Article 4.3 of the Paris Convention, and let's think, what would I be telling the court is the actual obligation? So it says, let's look at subsection 2. Each party shall prepare, communicate, and maintain successive NDCs, nationally determined contributions, which I'm sure you heard about, and parties shall pursue domestic mitigation measures with the aim of achieving these objectives. Now, all that is asking countries to do is to prepare and communicate their NDCs. And all they're saying is you shall pursue domestic mitigation measures. Does that give rise to a right to expect that countries will bring down their actual greenhouse gas emissions? It just requires them to produce an NDC. So that's great, but that's not really hard hitting. So, okay, let's look somewhere else. Can anyone else tell me a more hard hitting obligation that if as I was drafting this submission, I'd be able to say to the court, this is something that is due to us. that developed countries in particular have breached. Anyone else can find something on that page that they think is robust enough to bring a case. Is that Samantha? Go ahead.
Hold on, is it on Article 4 or can we point at something from another article?
You can. Those of you who are less familiar with it, I just put this here as an example, but you go ahead. Give me a stronger basis for an argument.
Okay, I think Article 10, which speaks on finance. So it basically states in summary that international states, which are countries in the global north, which are countries that are more developed, has an obligation to provide financial assistance to SIDS and LECs. So for example, St. Lucia, Grenada, etc. I think that's a critical obligation because as we can see from the presentations before, we don't have money. So we need money and climate funding is critical. So I think, in my opinion, that is one critical obligation from the
And what's the
participants.
specific language that they use? Is it that they shall? Do they quantify it? Is it a quantifiable amount?
They don't quantify it, and I think that's where the problem comes up. So the article itself does not quantify the amount, but if I pull it up here, let me not read the entire article because I know we have here, but they said it shall serve that they shall give developing states or developing countries rather financial assistance.
Right. So part of it is, yes, the language shall is much harder than the language should. So look at Article 4.4, which is developed country parties should continue taking the lead. Us lawyers, if we are on the side of a developed country, we would say the language is hardly binding. This is best endeavors. All you have to show as a developed country is that you should, there is a compunction, there is a requirement, but it's not enforceable. You should, you not shall. But the language, you're right, Samantha, that we from the developing world would go to is the harder language. And that's why negotiators need to sit with litigators to make sure that even through the cut and thrust of negotiations, you're really trying to get as concrete as possible. And sometimes they're not going to agree. So you build in an agenda that will continue the negotiations based on the guidelines that are set out in some of these texts. So I just wanted to illustrate to you what kind of work we do when we actually try to get very specific in identifying the types of legal obligations that come out of some of these treaties and covenants that are the basis of the litigation. And then really finally here, the evidence. So there are two parts of a case. You bring the law, you interpret the law. That was the previous slide. You interpret the legal obligation and you try to understand or to convince the court of your explanation of what it means. But you also have to bring the facts to support it. So when it comes to, as Samantha was saying, when you think of what should they provide in terms of financial commitments, you have to show that somehow the SIDS have been detrimented in some way up to a quantifiable amount. So you have to go to the court with evidence. How have they been disadvantaged in terms of their greenhouse gas emissions and what legal obligations, because of that quantum of damage, are they due? So it's not just to assert it from a legal perspective, it's to back it up with all types of evidence. And of course, key to this is to actually show the significant harm. And that's the significant harm to the environment, to the sea level rise, to, even to economic spheres of activity. How has the tourism sector been detrimented? How has rain impacted the fishery sector? All landslides, all of this is kind of evidence. That's why when you see lawyers going with multiple documents, these are the things that they're providing. And for the case, we didn't want to just go to broad science, although the IPCC does have a specific chapter, chapter 15 on SIDS. We actually went to some homegrown UE and Caribbean scientists to ask them to pull from the different reports evidence that the Caribbean was disproportionately impacted in terms of the science and the impacts on the ground by climate change. And so we got Adele Thomas, we got Professor Michelle Maikou, Professor Michael Taylor to produce that compendium that we submitted as evidence as part of our arguments. And then the final category is just go to communities, indigenous groups that can say how their entire villages have been impacted. That's not as objective in the sense that it's not quantifiable because it's actually somebody giving their own first-hand account of it. So you bring that into a nice package. I actually asked Jimmy for some quotes about his what he said before at Paris. What did he actually say to the group? What was intended? What did people expect to come out of these obligations? And so in the St. Lucia submission, Dr. Fletcher is featured as being part of that agreement of the scientific community as well as the negotiating community of what was expected from developed countries to developing countries. And then the really final slide is the remedies. So you do all of that, but you have to pin the breach that you're alleging to a remedy. So you're going to say, as a result of breaching your obligation to pay us, you haven't done so. The result of that is injury to me as a state, injury to my people. I can't get ahead. I'm indebted. Climate change has resulted in sea level rises. You actually have to go and specifically say to the court in this request, what is the consequence of that breach? And you link the breach to the injury. So lawyers have to thread that needle from the obligation existing to it being violated, evidence of the violation, and then the consequence as a matter of law. And there are a number of remedies you can seek. You can say to the court, the developed states have to do certain things, or they should pay us. They should pay us under Bridgetown Agenda. They should fill in our coffers under the Loss and Damage Fund. So after we show each part of the various elements of the claim, we then have to ask for the remedy, knowing, as I said before, that you cannot put you can impose sanctions if that's awarded as part of general international law, but you cannot force their hand. And that's where strategically, last slide, we have to think of how we merge litigation with negotiation, with journalists, with media, with advocacy. Litigation has to go hand in hand with other elements of the strategy. So I'll just leave you with these three questions. What do you think are the pros and cons of litigating climate justice? Is litigation, in your view, more effective than other avenues? And in your view, as CARICOM leaders, lawyers, advocates, negotiators, youth, what do you think holistically would be the best strategy based on just this very short presentation for CARICOM states to ensure litigation delivers climate justice? And I'll leave it there and see if there are any comments or questions on that presentation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jan. Jan, before we take a comment, I just want to add some context to something you said, and it speaks so directly to a point you made. When, and Dawn can attest to this, when on the 12th of December 2015, after 2 long weeks of negotiations, we gathered at Le Bourget to gavel the Paris Agreement, 196 parties, to signal our adoption. We all sat at our respective places and were expecting Laura Fabius, the president of the COP, to signal that the agreement was going to be adopted. Then we saw a frenzy of activity at the head table, people running around, scurrying, and wondered what was going on. So we asked someone to go to check. Article 4.4. The text that came out read as follows: developed country parties shall continue taking the lead by undertaking economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets. Developing country parties should continue enhancing their mitigation efforts and are encouraged to move over time towards economy-wide emission reduction or limitation targets in the light of different national circumstances. John Kerry, who was the head, he was Secretary of State at the time and the head of the US delegation, said absolutely not. This agreement cannot be accepted by the United States of America with the word shall, because shall has legal implications. Shall means that the United States has to do this. Should means it is encouraged to do this. Shall means it has to do this. Obama had met with us the week before, and he had met with a group of small island developing states, St. Lucia included, and he had said to us that his hands are tied because he does not have the cooperation of Congress, that he has a Republican Congress. So whilst the United States is committed to the Paris Agreement and is committed to an ambitious Paris Agreement, there cannot be anything in there that will require the force of law in domestic jurisdictions like the United States of America, because he would not be able to get it past his Congress. So everything was going to unravel over that one word, shall, that in the previous iterations of the text was should. Nicaragua then said, okay, the whole text has to be thrown open for debate because there were things in there that Nicaragua did not accept. In fact, rumor has it that the Fabius and the French president had to call Pope, who was it at the time? Francis, and have the Pope call the president of Nicaragua to prevail on him to please don't unravel this because this is very important for humanity. I don't know whether you remember Pope Francis had put out Laudato Si, which is encyclical on climate justice, so he was very invested in this. The French eventually, China stepped in and China used its diplomacy, and there's a reason so many of these international agreements that have ended wars have been negotiated in Paris, because the French are consummate diplomats. The French put it all on a very tired legal staffer who, in the night before, in translating from French to English, had erroneously translated the word should into shall. So no harm, it was just a typo. That really, it should have been should, but it ended up being shall. So shall went back to should. Everybody was happy. The document was gavelled. And we had the entire Paris Agreement almost unraveled at the 11th hour and 59th minute over that word shall and should. And small island developing states were livid. Least developed countries were livid because shall was what we wanted in the document. Shall imposes a legal obligation, but the United States said absolutely no. So you're right. This shall and should, very often what we would like to see in agreements cannot happen because you're negotiating among 196 parties. And while everybody has an equal say, some animals and some countries are more equal than others in climate change negotiations. So Article 4.4 really speaks perfectly to the point that you were raising. And Dawn can tell you, I mean, we were all at the edge of our seats waiting to see how, because we knew if that text was reopened, then the work of 2 weeks would have gone down the drain and we would have left Paris the same way we had left Copenhagen with nothing. So sometimes we don't always get what we want because of the legal and policy and technical can't find a very sweet landing spot.
No, Jimmy, that's absolutely true. And I have the example from where I'm more familiar. I'm new to this climate space. I have to stop saying that because it's been 3 or 4 years now. But I feel like I know so little compared to persons like yourself who were in the negotiating room. But drawing from the examples from a more closed regime like trade, where negotiations have foundered over one word. And I think that's what we call constructive ambiguity in negotiations. Sometimes countries know it's unfinished business, but in the effort to actually close the deal, they leave it there and then they pass the buck to the judges to come up with what the word means. And the judges then have to do their own interpretation. They have to look at what the negotiators say, so look at the negotiating history. Who said what? Did the US say this? Did St. Lucia say that? Was it in French? You're actually raising all the legal things that come up in an opinion of a court. What did the French negotiation mean for should? What does that word mean as compared to Spanish? All the valid languages of the UN, that would be what, 20 official languages. So each is authentic. Then the judge has to superimpose his understanding of the dictionary meaning of the word, reading that in the broader context of the provision. So should there, but shall over there means that the negotiators wanted a distinct word to actually put into this subparagraph. So people think judges and lawyers are just haggling over nonsense, and often we are, but it's actually designed to try to get to the truth. Ultimately, what did the parties actually intend? And if you read a judgment, half of the time is just understanding what the lingo, what is the legalese, and the other half, how do you marshal the evidence to support it? And it usually requires heavy guns, resources to bring these cases. I mean, we were little St. Lucia, and I don't want to be diminutive about it, but you have big, like legal firms bringing some of these opinions, and sometimes you have entire ministries of bigger countries grappling with every single word, and then you have smaller delegations just trying to do their best. And I must say that in the ICJ case, Vanuatu was very helpful in trying to bring, all these countries up to speed with what these provisions actually meant and to give us some guidance. And I would say to any of you in the room, if you're interested, I remember the first speaker, if you're interested in working closely with us at various iterations of this ICJ advisory opinion, let Jimmy know, and we'll see if we can get you involved, because it's the young people that are going to bring these cases and defend these cases as they get more domestic, because they're going to become domestic much more in the future.
Thank you.
So I
Thank you.
really
We have
know I've
one
overrun
more.
my
We have
time,
one
but I
more.
was curious if anyone had questions or
Dr.
comments.
Remy, we have one more comment. Now, yeah, I know. Oh, okay, one at a time.
Okay, thank you so much, Jenny, for this.
Hi.
Hi. Just a quick comment. Oh, I need to stand. Okay. Yes, just speaking about the point raised about constructive ambiguity, that was a term that we constantly had to be using throughout the process and the years, where we recognized that the only way to be able to move forward in the process was for us to agree that this means different things for us. This means something for me as St. Lucia or a small and developing state, and this means something else for you as the US, for example. And I will give you a concrete example. That same Article 8, I was just smiling and looking at, well, smiling and not smiling. that first one that says, parties continue to recognize the importance of AMA, averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. And it speaks to the slow onset events and the streamwide events. But then it goes into, and the role of sustainable development. Now, that was specifically put in there not by SIDS, but by the developed countries, saying that, yes, okay, we are responsible perhaps, and we're supposed to provide support for you, developed countries, to give to developing countries. However, you have a role to play in your sustainable development. So there we were fighting to get that thing out of there, but again, it's a negotiation, it's a compromise. So both sides have to get away equally unhappy. Okay,
yes.
So there's sustainable development right there. And then the other one is, there are many in the text. So that would have been 2015. In 2018, when in Katowice, we had language that said when you wanted to speak to loss and damage, the US wouldn't let the words loss and damage enter the text. If you do a search in the Paris Agreement for loss and damage, you will only find it in Article 8. You will find everything else everywhere else, but not Article 8 is contained, loss and damage is contained to Article 8. So in Katowice then, we had language that were looking at trying to get loss and damage in the enhanced transparency framework, where you're reporting and that kind of thing, finance received, finance provided, and that kind of thing. And basically you had climate change impacts and adaptation. So that was for us, the adaptation, one, and the climate change impacts was to lead to loss and damage. language that allowed us to speak to loss and damage without using the word loss and damage. So constructive ambiguity, a very critical term for allow us to move forward in those processes. Thanks.
And whilst you're standing down, let me just also take the opportunity to thank you, because a lot of the stuff we put into the submission was based again on work that you and your team have been doing over the years, just compiling the record of what St. Lucia has been doing. Because in law, there's something called good faith. A country has to execute its obligations in good faith. And what we were trying to do, and I cannot share the submission because it's confidential, I haven't even showed it to Jimmy, is that you actually have to show that you're coming to the courts with clean hands. You're actually saying, we have executed what is expected of us consistent with CBDRRC, which is common but differentiated. I can't believe I haven't used that word once yet, but this idea that you can undertake what you can. Your obligations are differentiated based on your capacity and your historical emissions. But if you show, St. Lucia, that with the limited resources you have, bearing in mind your very 0.003 contributions to greenhouse gas emissions, you have done more than your fair share. You have executed pacta sunt servanda, which in law is you've executed your obligations in good faith. Then that puts the onus on other countries with more resources, with historically higher contributions, in a very different light, because they haven't done everything they could do. So St. Lucia is disproportionately, our argument was, carrying its burden. And so the needle has to shift to other countries that have contributed more, as well as have greater resources in figuring out where this line of equilibrium between the various rights and obligations are, which will have consequences for what we ask for in terms of remedies. So it's what Dawn and what Jimmy is doing in the negotiations, fighting in the trenches, is having impacts and repercussions, even in the way we canvass the arguments, even in the way we color the arguments. We put in pictures of Jonathan Gladding, his 1.5 to Stay Alive campaign, because we knew we would not be able to compete with the length of the submissions of a United States or the UK in a very short space of time. So we wanted to appeal to the sense of fairness by the tribunal. These are small countries doing the best they can, and they have thrown everything in their arsenal at this problem. They've brought their journalists, they've brought their artists, they've brought their poets, they've done everything in their ministries, they've made the requests for debt reduction. They've thrown everything at this problem. This is a story of humanity that has to sit alongside the legal, strictly legal. So you also play with the emotions of the tribunal in order to try and get your argument across. So we'll see what happens, and we'll report back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Remy. Samantha, you can message Dr. Remy on WhatsApp with a question. But you have 10 seconds to ask the question.
So my question is in relation to the same word, the use of the word shall in some of the articles. Because for me, I was one of the legal researchers on the updated zero draft agreement on plastic pollution and plastic pollution in the marine environment. And myself and others, we were tasked with the duty to basically give a perspective, or rather a summary, on how should the articles should be framed. And as Dr. Remy was saying, some of the words that were used were open for interpretation, and we were saying that more than likely it's probably all producing states that produce those options. And we were saying that words like shall should be used. But one of the things that the director was saying is that in those articles, how about using things like based on the NDC, so national determined contribution of the particular state. Dr. Fletcher, I don't know what's your take on that. So for instance, I'll give an example. One of the options had said that parties shall take the necessary measures at all stages of plastic life cycle, such as production, distribution, sale, etc., and waste management, to promote plastic circularity. But that would be based on the national determined contribution. So we were saying that the phrase national determined contribution should be included in the article. So I don't know what's your take on that.
Thank you, Samantha.
What we in the climate change space refer to common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So while everybody is obligated to do something about it, it takes into account your own, one, historical contribution to the problem, and secondly, your means to be able to address the problem. So what is required of an Antigua, a St. Vincent, a Jamaica, a St. Lucia is not the same that is required of Russia or the United States or the EU. So that's, that nationally determined contribution speaks to a kind of nuanced, common but differentiated responsibility. Same thing. So it kind of says the playing field is not even, everybody has to do something. And I think that's the best you can do, because it's not fair to ask us to do the same that the US and Russia have to do, and they're the ones who've caused the problem. And they're also producing, even at this stage, not just historically, but in present time, they are still producing more to that problem than we are. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing in response to what you asked there, Samantha, because also don't get seduced by just language in the vacuum like that. So if imagine I put into my agreement, all countries, like look at Article 4.2, all countries shall prepare, communicate, and maintain successive national determined contribution that it intends to achieve. So yes, the language is binding in the sense that it provides for a shall, and it depends on the context. Shall sometimes it really should, but in this context, they shall. There's no option. It's not a discretion. It's not may. It shall. But then look at how they temper that language with that it intends to achieve. Now, if you measure intention as opposed to what actually you achieve, it's a very different standard. If you say my NDC allows me to show what I intend to achieve, but the obligation that's binding only requires me to say I intend to do it, what's the timeline for seeing if that intention actually plays out? Is it 1 year? Is it 6 years from now? So there's no silver bullet here that kind of, if you put the language in, you have to be conscientious, because these lawyers are sharks. Lawyers will try and put one thing to appease you here, and then they will mitigate it in another part. So I would say you have to read the provision in its totality, even in different parts of the text. What you say in one part could really be undermined by something you say in another part. And a lot of Paris is requiring countries to do something at a domestic level. These are international agreements. How do you show that a country is doing something domestically? Well, you can say it made a proclamation in Parliament. Is that binding? Does that bind you internationally if the scope of the obligation takes place locally? These are all the types of nuances to the argument that a lawyer will look at and say, really, you have very strong language, but it's very unenforceable before an international court, because a domestic situation is outside of the reach of an international court. So I'm just saying it's quite layered, and it's quite exciting, and it's a burgeoning area of law. And what we didn't talk about is how these various regimes start to intersect with each other, because now we're seeing a lot of these climate issues being litigated in a trade context, or we didn't even talk about investment. So investors that want to go and invest in a country, and the country says, well, no, you can't develop your tourism resort on my beach because of my NDC, my nationally determined contribution. The investor is going to say, well, I'm so sorry, you contractually are required to let me build there. So we get into the investors arguing with governments, and that's a whole other problem in terms of regulatory powers of countries, and a movement internationally to see the investor with less power in these discussions. So for lawyers, jump in. I would encourage all of you to get into this field. It's exciting. It's the place to be. It's the time to be there. And let's kind of bring the profile of litigation higher for the region. I'll stop there and thank you for your time.
Doc, we literally just have one comment left, and that would be it. Shema, you will do
Okay.
the reflections upon return as the thinking forward, but back.
Hi, yes. First of all, thank you for your presentation. You answered a lot of questions I had on how to hold governments and different stakeholders accountable. When you were speaking about the wording in legislation that's passed and over time it gets outdated, it reminded me a lot of the Montreal Protocol, which is hailed as probably the most successful environmental treaty. After they found their solutions, a couple years, those solutions now started contributing to climate change. And now they had the Kigali Amendment. So I think that actually is an update of it, which helps address that problem. So I think moving forward, we often focus a lot on the Paris Agreement, but there are other successful agreements that we can look at as roadmaps moving forward. So that was just like my comment.
No, that's an excellent comment. And that, as I said, there's a whole like encyclopedia of legal obligations we could have chosen from. And some tactically think Paris is weak, that SID should not focus on Paris, that there are customary rules like the duty of due diligence, the duty to prevent transboundary harm. So if you are emitting carbon dioxide in the air, you are harming your neighbor because carbon dioxide doesn't stay in one space. And how do you measure the impact of the carbon dioxide you put out over the United States? Because it can be shipped all the way over to St. Lucia. This is science also trying to show how transboundary harm. Okay, Ryan, I'll stop because I can see you're like, Shani, you're talking too much. But I'm showing you like, yes, there are other areas where you can locate these rights. I could talk here all day, but I will stop and thank you for your time. And hopefully some of you will reach out to me to help with the next stage of the submissions before the ICJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Remy. So, Shema will give you the 15-second reflection as per our practice. And then we will have a coffee break because I know your brains have been stimulated enough for now. And you need to just rest for a moment and sort of get up for a bit. So Shema, 15 seconds. Whitney, timer at the back there.
Speaking is the hallmark of the politicians, right?
So, and I don't know if Ms. Remy is still listening on, but ironically, you said that the previous presenter in her slides went into your presentation. I sat down there with notes from a paper I did, and she was saying the words of my messages. So one thing I want to take from your session, Miss, and I hope everyone got, is, and as a law student at law school myself, one of the things I really appreciate, and I remember saying to Dr. Fletcher when he did webinar number 3, is, so I personally love international law. Let me just say that in public. And I love what the fact or the idea that as much as she might say right now, we really can't force them. I love the fact that customary international laws, writing it down, is a concept that evolves through state practice. And it has shown, as we can see, first, we didn't even use the contemplate non-state actors with armed attacks. And but Nicaragua case and UN General Resolution 5534 changed that. And one thing I appreciate with this process is, as she mentioned, litigation has a significant role to play because even yet everything she mentioned, we want to get to the place in which through your actions, state pressure, these negotiations, they matter. And one example I'm going to even point to, because she gave you a lot of them, so I'm not even going to go through it again, is the report, Dr. Fletcher, from the Commonwealth People's Forum in 2022. It's gone to the point now they're proposing a World Environment Court. Now, she kept asking the question, how are we going to do? What are we going to do with the sanctions? And what I want you to imagine is, think of it. All of even this legal case that was brought by Caribbean countries 15 years ago that could not even been considered. I read a report last week that the United States says international law, ICJ, doesn't apply to us. 15 years ago, they wouldn't even listen to this case. Now we're here. years later, we're going to get to, hopefully, a court, and this will keep evolving. So keep striving, everybody. Something, it is coming, and that is the beauty of law. And that was 16 seconds.
It was worth the wait after the 15 seconds. Straddled somewhere around 3 minutes, but
Thank you.
as we say in primary school, it's break time.
Thank you all, and good luck.
Thanks, Doc.
Bye.
$13. JK. forbid. Okay, thanks. Hi there, hi there. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Good. Good afternoon. I take it that you all enjoyed your lunch? Yeah, I know, I know. Your break. Yesterday, break. Lunch is coming. We now move to the second phase, so to speak, of today's proceedings. And you're going to now hear, after we've set the context, remember, after we frame the discussion through the theoretical lens of climate justice, you heard the legal aspect, you heard the negotiation aspect, and now you're going to also hear where the fun stuff happens. Well, I really can't say fun because the stories are actually sad and impactful, but I guess the journalist, Ms. Kendish, will tell you about the climate justice through the lens of journalism. But by way of background, Ms. Alison Kentish is a respected freelance science and health journalist from Dominica. Alison is known for dedicated reporting on environmental and developmental issues. Throughout her career, she has focused on telling stories that highlight the challenges and achievements in the fields of climate change, sustainable development, and environmental conservation. Wait, do you want me to wait so you could start the video? Oh. Her work is deeply informed by the unique perspective of living and working in a small island developing state, which faces distinct vulnerabilities to environmental and economic pressures. Her journalism has been influential in raising awareness about the critical issues impacting her region, including climate resilience, food security, and the sustainable management of natural resources. She holds a Master's of Arts degree in Science and Health Journalism from Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism. Ladies and gentlemen, friends all, join me in welcoming, by way of clapping, right? Clapping, applause. You see that? You're the guy, you know. Miss Alison Kentish, who will present on climate justice through the lens of journalism.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I have a few disclaimers before I start. I just came off a flight from Dominica this morning. I had a little issue at home, and so I haven't slept since Wednesday. So if I appear tired, it's because I am, but don't worry. I'm standing. I won't fall asleep on you. This is really important stuff. And I knew that I just had to be here. I wanted to be here to speak to you. When I found out what Dr. Fletcher and the entire team, the amount of work they put into making this happen, I had to be here. I wanted to be a part of this. So I'm really, really happy to be here. And you know how things go, Murphy's Law. I was in Germany. I just got back. I went to SIDS 4, and I was writing 6 articles at one time, which is 5 too many. So at some point in that, I lost my presentation. So I have absolutely no presentation, but that's fine because we can have a conversation. I think this crop of young people, I actually wanted to just grab a chair, sit, and just speak with you, but the cameraman told me it's better if I stand. So I'll stand here and we'll just talk. I want to talk to you a bit about my journey, what has led me here, why I'm so passionate about climate change and climate causes, and why I believe that we need more climate storytellers in our region. And when I look across this room, I see so much potential for telling our stories. I know some of you are already in media, and you already do that. So I want to give you some tips on maybe what more you can do, and to explain to each and every one of you how you can not just work with the media, but wherever you are and whatever your profession, you can help to be advocates for climate justice in our region. So, since I lost my presentation while I was on the plane, I just scribbled down a few bullet points, and I wanted to start with just a short story. Last week at SIDS 4 was a really, really important moment for not just Antigua and Barbuda as host country, but for our region and for small island developing states. It takes place, the International Conference on Small Island Developing States takes place every 10 years. So it's a once in a decade opportunity for small island states to meet and to chart the way forward for the next decade. And you know what's at stake. You know what the scientists are telling us, what we can expect in terms of storms, sea level rise, in the absence of serious money being pumped into initiatives to build resilience, to mitigate, to adapt to a changing climate. So it was a really, really crucial meeting. And after the meeting, I was really excited because I spent about 11 years in television. I stopped in 2019, and someone from the United Nations Global Office for Communications came to me and said, "We'd love for you to host a live event for us on the sidelines of SIDS." I was really excited. And when I found out that one of my guests would be Selwyn Hart, I was super, super happy because Selwyn Hart is the special advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on climate, and he's a Barbadian, so it's a big deal. And I posted about it on Facebook. And of course, you know, some of the accolades came calling. That wasn't the point. It wasn't just for likes, but it was to talk about what I did and why this is important. But somewhere in the comments, someone said, "Really, really good. Thanks for what you do. What do you think about the marina that's being built in Portsmouth in Dominica? What are your thoughts?" And it just reminded me that this was an issue of climate justice for someone. He was asking whether I had read that or listened to talk radio that said the marina is being built on in a pristine ecological area, whether the proper environmental impact assessments were done. And he wanted to hear from a journalist their views on what was taking place. So I told him that I had not done enough research yet, but I promise. And when I get some sleep, I will, and I'll answer him. And but it just brings home the fact that a lot of people rely on journalists as well to tell them what's happening, to tell them what's going on. And I like the fact that he was interested, because that's what we want. We want people, we want citizen journalists as well, and we want citizens to see a potential issue in the community and tell us about it. So I was really, really happy for that. And that brings me to some of my points here today. I just wanted to give you a little background. In some ways, I stumbled on environmental journalism. It was a default. I was a news anchor, and so I didn't get to go out on the field on assignment as much as my coworkers. So when they came back from the field, there was a sort of a scrum for what would make the headlines. And in those days, 14 years ago, if anything had to be left behind, it would be the environmental story. So crime would be blazing in the headlines, and let's not talk about when two politicians are going at it on the platform. That makes for some juicy stories. And the environment stories would often be left behind. And I figured, there must be a better way for us to tell those stories. And if we can get to the heart of them, if we can use some sort of innovation, maybe rework the way we write them, then my stories can be in the headlines as well. Because, so my first challenge was attending an ocean acidification workshop. And I said, oh boy, it's Friday. The editor is going to leave that for Saturday night. No one's going to see it. It might not even be put up on the websites because they would put up the top 5 stories. So I said, maybe I can get somebody who's impacted by ocean acidification, right? There must be a fisherman. He maybe doesn't know the term, the scientific term, but he knows that there's something wrong with the ocean. So I went to a fishing couple, in a small community on the west coast of St. Lucia. And, they were telling me, we've been fishing since 1968. There's something different about the ocean. Clearly, something isn't the same. We don't know what it is. We're spending more money on fuel. We have to go out much further. We don't get the catches that we used to get. We used to be able to send our children to school. We can't do the same for our grandchildren. Something is different. They couldn't put their hands on it, but they knew. And I started to see that people knew something was wrong. The same thing happened for a drought story I was writing. I said, let me swing by the Castries market and see if anybody is impacted by the drought. And let's start with the human story. And of course, the science is super important. You have to find a way to weave the science into your story. But let's start with the heart. and I met a female farmer there, and I actually think of her often, because she was one of the first farmers to cry on camera, and she told me, my child, in Creole, I lost everything. I lost everything to the sun this year, and I don't know what I'm going to do. And then I realized that climate change, like anything else, it's a human story. It touches every single one of us in every single way. I can't even think of a topic off my head that doesn't have some sort of climate angle to it. And so it's the story of our time. It's the story of our lifetime. And each and every single one of us, I think, has a duty to, in some way, be a champion for climate change and to be an advocate for climate justice, which is an integral part of climate change. You can't speak about climate change without climate justice, because it's something that we all deserve, that's something that we all want. So for me, I started to think, what does climate justice mean to me as a journalist? As someone from a small island state, from Dominica, which is really, really often hit by not just extreme weather events, but really intense hurricanes. The first time I cried in an interview was interviewing somebody after, it wasn't even a hurricane, it was a trough. But it dumped 12 inches of rain on the community of Petit Savan in Dominica in 12 hours, 1 inch of rain per hour. And that was all it took to just decimate that village. And it happened to be the village that my grandmother called home. And my grandmother never even had a passport. She never left Dominica in her life. She didn't own a passport. And that was her home. So many of her friends had never even left there. That's the only home they ever knew. And overnight, because of some heavy rainfall, their homes were deemed uninhabitable. And the entire community had to be moved. And I remember some of her friends had to go into a home, and 2 of them who died, she told me one day, like, you know, she thinks they died of a broken heart because they had to leave the only home they knew. So I'm not saying this to just be grim and down, but that's some of the realities that we're facing. And so I know when people like Mrs. Piana Thornell goes out and they speak and they champion on our behalf, it's for people like that, you know, it's to build resilience, it's for causes like that. And the work that they do is really, really important. And so for me, climate justice means covering the climate crisis through an equality and a human rights lens. That's the most important lens for me, equality and human rights. And we have to recognize that those who are least responsible for the climate change suffer its greatest consequences. And that's a sad reality. It involves highlighting the disproportionate impacts of climate change on vulnerable communities, such as our small island developing states. And it emphasizes the need for equitable solutions that address these injustices. And sometimes when I approach climate stories, I do so through various lenses as well. And I'll give you 3 recent examples. Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, she's been championing the financial economic side. She has been campaigning globally for a restructuring of the financial architecture. And I was in Germany 2 weeks ago, and we had a really unique opportunity to sit with the Environment Committee of the Parliament there. And I said, you know, I'm from Dominica, I'm Alison Kentish, I'm from Dominica. And 3 of the parliamentarians still asked me about Mia Mottley. I told him, you know, that's not my prime minister, but yes, she does really, really good work. And everybody was like, what about Mia? What about Mia Mottley? So I think it's because she's going around the world. She's from a small island, and she has been a powerhouse to just bring attention to us. So I know she's one of the people who she gets a lot of press coverage, international press coverage. And I think that's good. That's really good for us. So it's one of the angles that we cover, just the economic angle of it. I know that, among other things, her Bridge Down initiative calls for a tripling of concessional loans and grants to the world's poorest countries. And this is to enable them to build resilience, to adapt, to mitigate, essentially to fight climate change. And so the financial aspect is crucial. And of course, there's the legal aspect. I don't have to go into it too much because I heard it from our representative at our table. I heard it from Dr. Remy. But I just wanted to quote Prime Minister Gaston Brown at the SIDS opening last week. And it was a really momentous occasion for Antigua to be hosting this, and he knew that he had the eyes and the ears of the world at that pivotal moment. And so he spoke about that case and that opinion. And he said, and I quote, "The major contributors to climate change, they have failed to meet their obligations to mitigate its effects. And this is causing significant harm to SIDS and our planet in general. That is why, together with the then Prime Minister of Tuvalu, I established the Commission of Small Island States as a climate change and international law at COP26 in 2021 to seek climate justice and to advocate for our rights. Acting on behalf of SIDS, we successfully obtained a historic and unanimous advisory opinion on May 21st, 2024. This ruling affirmed the legal duty of all nations to immediately mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, to keep temperature rise within 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, in protection and preservation of the marine environment. And it specifically held that it is not sufficient for nations to simply make empty and grossly inadequate commitments under the Paris Agreement. And he sent out a message. He said, "Let me be clear. While COSIS will persist in legally safeguarding SIDS interests, my hope is that future COPs will deliver the necessary results and averting the need for further court action." So he's saying that, you know, if the rich nations and those responsible for what we are going through right now will just do their part, all of this would not even be necessary. And I found that his statement quite profound. But a third, and I think, not to take away from the legal and the economics, of course, but one of the most important pillars of climate justice is just simply, to me, citizen activism. I love and I thrive on just visiting communities. I prefer to do that any day of the week, and I think that's why I even gave up anchoring. I prefer to just put on my tennis shoes and go with the fishermen and go with the farmers. I think that's the heartbeat of climate stories. And in 2021, when I was doing my thesis, the university had a really large budget. So you could technically go anywhere in the world for 1 month to interview anybody, get your story, and but the only thing is that you had to pitch it the same way you would pitch to the New York Times or Washington Post. You had to make a board care about your story. And I said, I know I couldn't go anywhere in the world, but I'm going back to the Caribbean. You know, some people were going to Japan, some people were going to really some exotic places. And I said, no, I'm going home, and I'm going to tell a story from the Caribbean. And I did a little digging, and I found out about tiny, my now beloved Union Island. 3,000 people, very proud people, and they endured a really bad ecological disaster. So in 1994, some rich investors came in, they razed through their mangroves and one of the most ecologically pristine areas in the Caribbean. And the devastation they left in the wake was really, really heart-wrenching. Not just the smell, but the look, the dead ecosystems they left behind. And shortly after, they declared bankruptcy. So it was just left as a wasteland, one of the most beautiful marine places in our region. Just a wasteland, putrid. And it took them a quarter of a century. And today, that area is now thriving. So I said I have to tell the story of what happened, because it's really, at its heart, it's a community story. It was the story of an environmentalist Rastaman on his porch, seeing excavators coming in and asking, what the heck is going on here? Who is racing through the mangroves? And he started writing op-eds. He was writing to the Prime Minister at the time. He started sounding the alarm, but no one was really listening to him at the time. So I went back there and I spoke to him, and you know, he said, I just couldn't bear the sight of the mangroves. Someone told him that there was a scientist nearby who was restoring mangroves, I went to the scientist and I said, what happened? He said, one day this Rasta man just showed up on a boat and he said, hey, I hear you can restore mangroves. Can you come and look at ours? We don't have any money, but we're all suffering. We don't like what's happening to our mangroves. We used to go and sit there during lunch and our lunch breaks. Our children could play there. Now we can't go anywhere near there because of the smell, and is there anything that can be done? So he went across, the scientist, he said, wow, well, these people are, they're passionate. They deserve it. He went across and he looked at it and he said it was really, really bad, but it wasn't a hopeless situation. And he said, what struck him most as a man of science was that the community wasn't sure that there was something that could be done, but they knew that they wanted something to be done. So if there was just the slimmest possible chance that that ecosystem could be restored, they wanted help to get that done. And so he said, he was determined from there to help them. And so their story is one of just community conviction, of people demanding climate justice. And in the end, that area is now run by an NGO called SUSGREEN, Sustainable Grenadines. And that land is now, entire area is now protected. And the owner of that, the supervisor of that area told me, Alison, the point is now that never again in our history will some rich investor come in, take over our lands, and we have no say about it. We're now managing it ourselves, and it's only through citizen activism, citizen science, and the community coming together. So that's the beauty of just community, and I think that's why I'm so passionate about just community activism. Which brings me to a young lady. I was home in Dominica not too long ago, and I think I just wanted to, I see her in the room, and I wanted to just acknowledge her because I know she's been fighting for her people. And sometimes she got a lot of flack, even from a public official. That's Whitney over there. And I was listening to the radio and I was like, who's attacking Whitney and why? And then I found out that Whitney was really concerned that after Hurricane Maria, the Kalinago territory, the children of the Kalinago territory were suffering. They were suffering the brunt of Maria long after the education was suffering. And she wrote about it. She wrote about her concerns, and it didn't sit well with the authorities. But she rode out that storm really, really well. So I just wanted to say that it's not always easy. There will be times you'll get serious pushback. But Whitney, I don't know how you just managed to, to steer yourself in the right direction, but you did a really, really good job. And I was really proud of you. I didn't even know you very well then, but I'm proud of this young woman. And that, my friends, is also climate justice in action. A young lady seeing a problem and saying, you know what, I may receive some flack for it, but I'm going to write about it. I'm going to let the public know. So I want to stick to my time. And before I wrap up, I would like to speak to the journalists here. I know there are a few journalists in the room. How many? I'm not sure. It's just you? Okay, well, 2. Oh yeah, 2. So I know Dizan has been doing really, really good work as part of the climate tracker, and she'll tell us about it shortly. So I'm waiting to hear about some of their new programs. And just keep writing. My advice to you would be, whenever you can get the time, because I know the constraints of a newsroom, I know the realities of a newsroom. Time is a precious and a scarce commodity, but you would have to make some. And you would have to do some investing to be able to write in depth about climate change, climate issues. And, but it's worth it. It's important. And if you need my assistance, I'm here as well. But do that, and do it through evidence-based. Make sure you do your fact-checking. Make sure the science is sound, because the science on climate change is really, really clear, but it's also always developing. So just try to keep up to date on what's happening, and we need more people writing climate stories. At one point, there were 3 of us in the region, Kenton Chance from St. Vincent, there was Desmond Brown in Jamaica, and we would meet everywhere because we were, we're trying to really get the stories out there. So we need to encourage reporters. speak to editors. I don't know if you can speak to your editor. And it's really hard to have a niche area. And I understand that, but sometimes you have to develop one for yourself. So if you find that you're passionate about this, just stick to it and just write. Write as much as you can. Just put our stories out there. Our region is rich with climate stories. There's absolutely no shortage of stories to tell. Every single aspect, from gender, the economics, the justice, food security, the issues are there. So we need more of it, because one of the things I realize is that even with everything that's going on, there's still a dearth of in-depth stories. So not just the surface level ones with who, what, why, when, and where, but like really good in-depth stories with people at the heart of them. So that would be my advice to you. And to everybody else, you don't need to be in the media to be an advocate, but you can use the media as a partner as well. So you can find out who are the editors at the TV stations. You can have email addresses. Start a relationship with them. Some of my most cherished relationships in St. Lucia are just from people calling the station, asking to speak to me, realizing that maybe something in their community might be worth checking or looking into. So I find that media people can be really, really open if you call them and if you establish that sort of relationship with them. So you can do that. And if you're part of a group, you can use whatever medium that you have. Social media is powerful as well. It can be a Facebook post. Dr. Fletcher has 2 cents Tuesdays, I think. It can be your Monday musings, whatever you want to call it. So you can go live. You can use whatever medium that you get, and to be able to, whatever platform that you have, and spread the word, speak about it. If you're a part of a group, you can organize events that just raise awareness about these issues. And before we end, I would just want to reiterate that for me, climate justice, it's covering the climate crisis through an equality and human rights lens. I think we need to recognize that those suffering the most are among those least responsible for what's happening there. And that alone tells us the story of the inequality that persists in the climate change space. And climate justice too involves, and climate justice reporting involves highlighting the disproportionate impacts of climate change on our vulnerable communities. And so we need to emphasize the need for equitable solutions that address these injustices. And I'm putting it to you this afternoon that every single one of us in this room can do our part, and we can help tell our stories, and that we can demand those equitable solutions for our countries. I think I left 5 minutes for questions. Did I, Rahim? No? Yeah? Okay. All right. I was timing myself. Sure, yes. Yeah, project? Oh, okay.
That's obvious.
Thanks very much for your presentation. As a journalist, one of the challenges that we are confronting now more than ever, not sure how it was when you covered in-depth stories all through your career, because I know your career has taken a different turn now. The level of, I don't want to say that word, but the obstacles that we are facing now, to me, it seems unprecedented. It's grown a lot. And it's not just politicians. It's particularly oil companies. In fact, sometimes it's more oil companies based on where you're at. It's more oil companies than, politicians. What would be, you talked about Whitney's strength and bravery, and that could take you very far. But I just wonder, there are those of us who really struggle, and it's a demotivating factor, quite frankly. It's demotivating, it's discouraging to tell these stories. You mentioned editors. Some of these editors in these newsrooms don't even understand half the technical language of climate change, far less what they're printing. But they do it because no, but you know this, right? You know this. So they do it because it's important, or at least it seems important because it's in the global news. So I just wonder, in confronting that challenge, and that's a challenge that all of my colleagues here would face too, even legally. I mean, if you're going to go up against a BP in a lawsuit, they have lawyers who went to the best schools in the world. So what would be your advice in confronting those hurdles? Last year at COP had the highest number of lobbyists in COP's history. It's only getting worse. And what would be your advice, not only to me as a journalist, but to all of my colleagues in the room as we confront these obstacles and these hurdles that people are putting, and especially legally, because the first thing they do is they threaten you with money that they have that you don't have.
Yeah, I know. I've been sued like twice, or is it 3 times? I know what you're talking about. I think the most important thing is to not go it alone, especially if you're doing an investigative piece, a serious investigative piece, and you may need to, apart from getting support from your colleagues and your editor, you would also have to bring in a legal team. I don't know how it is in your newsroom, but very, very sensitive topics in the television station where I used to work, we would actually have to call in a lawyer. So if there's any doubt that that's something that I'm not sure this thing could potentially blow back on me, you would want to get some legal expertise on board as well. I think Lawyer Up would be a good one if you have a lawyer on your team, and collaboration, because you would need several pairs of eyes and you would need several rounds of editing, like really, really serious editing, to be able to get a serious investigative piece underway. So don't ever think you can go it alone.
Thank you. You have your card to just pass across? 10%. Any other questions? Queries, concerns?
Not a question, but I just like to point out that despite not having a presentation, you were able to keep us all captivated. I think that's like a testament.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's like a testament to your writing and storytelling. What I wanted to add is that environmentalists are willing, if a journalist approaches them, to actually give them a story or talk about something. At least in Grenada, I know that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're actually willing. And from my job, everything we do a press release. We send it out, and even if one person reads it, that's still a lot for us.
And
So
what's that job? What's that?
I'm a technical advisor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just try to reach out to as much media people as possible.
That's
always
excellent.
Inviting them.
Yeah.
And I believe that if you really understand something, you could break it down for like a 5-year-old to understand. So
Absolutely.
when they come when we give them like something technical, they say, hey, break this down.
Right.
And we break it down very simple for them. So if you reach out, most of them are willing to actually work with you and have amazing stories. So just reach out.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I think out of all the presentations, all were excellent, but yours had a very emotional twist. And I think...
I'm sorry, I try not to bring the grim stories, but sometimes you have to, you know.
But it reiterates the fact that we're here for a purpose.
Yeah,
And I think the earthy stories, the ones that includes people, communities, families, this is why we're here, right? And I think that for me was impactful. And just to remind us, you know, that whichever niche within climate change that we are professionals in, it all boils back down to people.
Yes.
Right? And
Absolutely.
livelihoods. So
Absolutely.
I want to thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Kendall, but Kendall will get up over there. Well, I was in the mic.
Thanks. Impressive presentation without a
presentation.
Without a slide. You share a lot of stories, and my colleague here too as well. Just something sorry, just something I would like to share also on behalf of Miss. And Ginny just mentioned it too. How we break it down to kids.
Right.
And think about re-engineering. Starting with the kids level, let they write the story and share it to the adults. See what's the difference. I'll tell you what the difference. They sat and they admire what their kids write on that composition or that storybook or whatever the case is. And then they go back and realize what they did. How do you change it? You start from scratch. The 3 R's. Recycle, reuse, and reduce. Right? They start from there actually.
Yeah.
And that is something that, we start with at home and we keep elevating from that.
Yeah.
So, thank
No,
you.
but you made an excellent point because sometime last year I did something I never did before. I wrote for a kids science magazine and it challenged me a bit and I was like, this is fun, I could do this again. So I'm actually plotting like, wow, I could do this more. But what I did, we wanted to talk to children between 5 and 13 about topics like geothermal energy, what is an island, what is a hurricane. So I said, you know what, we have an indigenous parrot in Dominica. Let's give him a name. It's called the Cicero. Let's call him Cecil, the Cicero. And then I told the editor, why not let Cecil fly all over Dominica? And let him fly over and say, oh, what's that? What's this weird-looking thing? And then we'll tell them, it's actually geothermal. It's a big word, but it just means whatever. So you're right. Breaking it down is very important. Yeah.
Renewable science.
Right.
So every summer, I think 3 weeks for every technical institution, the ones who come in and out of the institution, they would go through that summer program, Renewable science. So they gain like basic knowledge of engineering and renewable stuff. So
Wonderful.
they have that idea.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Hi, Ms. Kentish. Your presentation was absolutely amazing. I loved it. As a former journalist myself and an advocate, it really touched me. And while you may not have known me before, Ms. Kentish, yes, she's the mom of my friend, and I did follow her work. So yes, climate justice journalism, it's very important. And I think it is especially important now because as much as we focus on the international conferences and the big things happening in climate change, I also think it's very important to focus on the people on the ground, the people really affected, as was mentioned by the young man, the farmers, all these people. It's very important. I also think it's very important for other young people, the young advocates, the people who do volunteer work. It's very important for them to really strengthen their work. Climate justice journalism, as I understand it, is very important for us as Caribbean people to really de-westernize the climate justice discourses and stories, and to also demystify climate policy to again strengthen our young people and their work. So yes, thank you so much. It is very important, and I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Whitney. Anybody before Kendall? Because when I walk, it's just that when I walk to the front, I don't want to walk back. Forward ever. Yeah, look at all of you. All of you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sienna, and I appreciate your presentation, Ms. Kentish. What I wanted to know is, okay, I know that for mental health reasons, it's always best to stick to the audience that you have. But I also think, considering popular media and what popular media different people consume, the thing is that I think that for most, especially most Caribbean people, radicalism is kind of the best way to go. But, popular media tends to have its tentacles in like the global north and what serves them best. So even like realities that should be very simple for us to accept and understand, we completely see it as like the exact opposite that benefits the global north, right? So I wanted to know, how do you break that down? How would you produce media that goes against that tide?
Okay, so I just want to understand you correctly. So you're saying that to make it less about the global north and more about us, our stories, our own history?
Well, that's an element as well, that's true. But what I was more pointing at is, if you know that there's an aspect of your possible audience or your possible target audience that is already bad with certain notions, and they're just not going to take that seriously because they just think the complete opposite to what is actually their daily reality. How would you prepare your work for that?
Okay. Well, I think sometimes you would have to tweak how you work and the mediums that you use as well. But bearing in mind that not everybody will grasp your story, or will, as you say, their minds are already in a different area. So you can't win everybody, but the goal is to try and win as many as possible. So I still think that authentic journalism, telling our own stories, making sure our people are at the center of our stories, and going into the communities, I still think that's a really, really good recipe for success. And so I abide by that. So sometimes I try not to think too much of that. It's almost like climate deniers. So in journalism, they tell you have to have two sides, right? But all the big media houses now, the established ones, BBC, AP, you don't give climate deniers a say in your story because the science is clear. So you don't. So in that sense, you just continue along your mission. And if your mission now is to tell our stories, tell it genuinely and purposefully, then you stick to that. You just stick to the tenets of your craft, and you have to trust that your goal will be achieved, and that your message will reach the ears and the eyes of those that you need it to.
Thank you very much. Somebody was.
Yes, so I'm pretty much new to the climate change space. Started working on Climate Tracker last year, I think November.
Okay. Climate Tracker.
Yeah, I'm not a trained journalist, but I've been working in communications for years, so transferable knowledge. What I've realized is that where I'm from Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah, man. where I'm from, you don't see a lot of climate stories. You rarely see a climate story in the paper. Maybe one time in a month. Or the news agencies in Jamaica, they focus mainly on trivial things.
So you're saying you are where I was saying we were when I started and I was trying to push.
Yes. So
wow.
Your presentation, it was very touching to me, very highlighting some ideas I can carry back to my country, to my journalism friends, to nudge them and be like, here's a story here. Right now, Jamaica is like next to hell.
Right,
like,
exactly.
It's so hot.
This heat alone can give you about 10 stories.
There are a lot
yes.
we even produced a story recently
right.
about some issues that Jamaican higglers are facing because of the heat.
Right.
They can't feed their kids. They can't produce any crop to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
Higglers are local Jamaican women who sell in the market. That's the name for them.
Yeah.
So these stories are very important. I had a question on the Hoover app, but I realized nobody really uses the Hoover app. apart from me. And so I actually had three questions.
Oh, that
for
was you. I read the
me.
app because I saw them.
Yes,
I can tell you
was
what
me.
one was. One was, I think you. Do you think we're doing enough to?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see, I read it.
Yeah. So my thing is, how important is the usage? Because we live in an age now where we're what, Gen X? That's it.
Yeah,
we live in a very new age
Gen
right
X
now, so
yes.
not many of us will sit and read.
Right.
So do you think it's important to use new media in terms of telling stories, so like docu-series, the using of the TikTok, podcasts, whatever it is?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think so. I think you should use new media without giving up on the traditional media. So it's a mix. It's a really good mix. I looked at some of your TikToks and I was like, yeah, that's nice. The youth IRIEs, the TikToks. And so I think we're meeting people where they are. And of course, you're targeting specific audiences. So you tailor it to them because even when I do social media myself, I know what I should put on Twitter as opposed to what I should put on Facebook and how you should frame the messaging differently. So it's important, yes, multimedia, definitely, yeah.
Anybody else? No? All right,
Good.
well, one more. No, we have one.
Oh, okay.
Well, check one, two. Well, but I know that someone has probably taken my question several times. So, I mean, but I just wanted to commend you on your presentation. I think for someone who has, like, communication background, probably leaning towards journalism, not quite sure yet, but I feel like your presentation really sort of captured me, even though I was, doing something else. It just got me back to focus. And I think that was very much, I want to commend you on your, for the issue of climate change. When you talk about climate change, right, I want to say that it is not really, like we say sexy, in the
Yeah,
term
of
that
course,
is
of
not
course,
like
yeah.
sexy things
Yeah,
that attract,
I
young
know.
persons or young persons' interests. And I mean, this is an
Yeah.
excellent platform here to start that conversation
Yeah.
surrounding. But from a media perspective, from a, like, how do we, because I know that there are young persons doing a lot of climate change activities, different
Right,
activities in the
right.
community. How could we, what strategies would you, because I think most of us or some of us in the room are doing stuff in our community or spaces. What advice would you give from a experienced practitioner? Like, how do we get those things amplified?
Okay,
Messaging.
for
wise.
sure, I 100% submit to networking with local media houses, especially on our small islands. A lot of people know exactly who works at what TV station or radio station or whatever the media house is. So I think it's important to establish like really good connections with local media people. I remember here, I was really happy some time ago that we had a new crop of journalists and they were doing so well. Unfortunately, the corporate world grabbed the most of them because the salaries are not great when you start off. And they were really good, and I was really hoping that they would stay the course. So especially if you know people your age at media houses, it's really good to approach them as well and then just establish that connection. And I always find that media houses will, they'll take your stories. I can't guarantee it will be really high up in the newscast on the front page, but that's a good start to get there. So the networking with the media, I think, is essential for that. And then, of course, just use your own platforms as far as possible. Use your own platforms, use your voices. Wherever you are most popular, I know some people are insanely popular, okay, on Instagram or if it's your Facebook, use your platforms and use your voices. And, what is happening here is really, really important. And I was really heartened by just this convening here this weekend. And I think it's a really, really, really good jump start to getting a really solid core of people, young professionals, to just take this climate justice message and just blast it. And I'm really looking forward to just sitting with you tomorrow as well to help you craft your messages. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kentish, thank you very much. So we'll now go to Ms. Dizan Billy, who is an award-winning communication and digital marketing specialist and freelance journalist and writer who enjoys applying her knowledge and practical experience to the environmental and climate change movement. She holds a master's degree science degree, in global studies, having completed a thesis on the study of the effectiveness of global environmental governance in the biodiversity agenda. She is the Caribbean Regional Director at Climate Tracker, which is a global youth-led climate journalism network. She's an active climate change communicator, publishing and leading discussions on the theme locally, regionally, and internationally. And Ms. Dizan-Billy will be presenting to us today on the twin challenges of climate justice and energy transition through the youth lens. Let's welcome Ms. Billy to the podium. I do.
All right, thank you everyone. I'm so happy to be here and just to get to know so many of you young people who also work in the climate space. Really, really happy to be able to meet with people from, other Caribbean islands. So give yourself a clap for that, for being in this space. Thank you so much. Ms. Kentish, for your presentation. I've, known Ms. Kentish for so long, and this is the first time that I'm getting to meet her. I've been following her stories for years, so thank you so much. All right, so my presentation. I'm going to start off a little bit talking about Climate Tracker, all right? So what is Climate Tracker? I know that this might be the first time most of you are hearing about Climate Tracker, but it was founded in 2015, and it is an international nonprofit organization, and what we do is we basically work with journalists to help them get training to understand the technical specifics of climate change and the climate crisis. All right, we also recognize, and I'm sure that you can understand this, is that most of the young journalists from under-resourced geographies are the ones living in countries facing this challenge, all right? So we operate mainly in Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia, and although we started off in Asia in 2015, over the past I would say 2 to 3 years, we've been focusing a lot on Latin America and the Caribbean, and our work in the Caribbean has really skyrocketed in the past 2 years, I would say. So I'll tell you a little bit more about what we're doing. So this is the Climate Tracker Caribbean team. It started off with myself. I was the first, as Dr. Fletcher mentioned, I met him back in COP21, and I was the first person from the Caribbean to be involved with Climate Tracker. And since then, I've been with Climate Tracker, and I started off just doing their communications. And then eventually, we got that funding for Caribbean-focused work. And since then, that's why I said for the past 2 years or so, we've been building the Caribbean team and doing Caribbean work. All right, now, one of the Jamaicans in the room, Kamal Walker, he joined us last November, I think it was. He's our Caribbean communications officer right now, and I'm surrounded by a bunch of guys, as you can see there. But we have a programs officer from Suriname, we have a journalism mentor from Belize, and our podcast editor is also from Jamaica. So what do? We basically, in the past 2 years, we've been focusing on climate justice journalism. That's what we have been focusing on, and through responsible journalism, we believe that we can really strive to get change in policy, because at the end of the day, what we really want is to inspire communities to embrace sustainable practices, but we also want to impact the decision makers and to empower people in communities to stand up for what they're seeing being destroyed around them. And we believe that journalism and the power of storytelling is at the core of all of that. All right, so if you agree with me, I just want you to just clap. All right, and how do we do that? We do it through education and training. We provide comprehensive training programs, workshops, and resources to nurture journalists. I also have one of our past fellows in the room, Ryan. Ryan was one of our first climate justice journalism fellows, and also one of our COP fellows at COP in Egypt, where he told some amazing stories. And what else do? We believe in storytelling for impact. So we believe that journalists craft compelling narratives, and through this method can capture the essence of climate justice and climate change and the challenges that the Caribbean specifically is facing. And having been in this space for a while now, one thing that I have noticed, and I love that Whitney mentioned, the decolonization of the narratives, because we're often fed these stories of the global north and what's happening out there, and it's not often that it's not a two-way street. You rarely see the Caribbean stories being put out there. And so we believe that by really working with journalists across the region, we can help them to be able to tell the stories. And Ms. Cantis mentioned that it used to be just 3 of you, right? And it's true. Like when I first got involved with Climate Tracker back in 2015, I remember just like, first of all, it's your first COP and it's overwhelming, and you're not seeing Caribbean people, right? And that's one of the reasons I remember I was so happy to meet Dr. Fletcher, and I got all buddy-buddy with the St. Lucian delegation, because I felt so much like just a fish in this big ocean, and like no other Caribbean media around me except few, very few. I remember Desmond Brown was one of them. He really supported me as well. And so it's really building that community. That's what I'm trying not to digress. That is what we try to do at Climate Tracker. Caribbean, we also believe in advocacy and awareness, and of course, community engagement. So we do engage local communities, policymakers, scientists, and activists in the trainings that we do with our journalists, and we really are trying to build that community of journalists who can have networks with these people to, give context to their stories and help them widen the reach of their stories and so on. And one of the, I think one consensus that has come out of the fellowships that we've run is that they're really happy that they've been able to meet and get to know other journalists outside of their country, because it's such a small space and the news cycle is so short, and there's always some other story to tell. And so, being able to focus on the climate story and the climate justice story, I think, is something that we have found to be helpful for fellows. And just to share some of our journalists in the past, we have, we worked in Jamaica, as you can see, some from this side, Candace, Fiona Gladstone, and so on. And, the community that we're building, we all know each other by name. And I think that is amazing, because it really is a strong community of journalists. And I know that Ryan could probably vouch for that. We've had Guyana, we've worked in Guyana, we've worked in Trinidad and Tobago, we've worked in there we go. We've worked in Dominican Republic, we've worked in British Virgin Islands, Suriname, Belize. Some pictures from the SIDS4 conference that just happened, where some of our fellows got the chance to meet up as well at COP. So apart from the trainings and so on, we also provide opportunities for more Caribbean representation at these big international events. So last year, COP28 was actually, the Climate Tracker team had 6 journalists reporting from the Caribbean, and that's never happened before, So we were really happy to be the first to be able to do that, and these are the countries that we've worked in so far, as in these fellows have all been from these countries. So if you don't see your country on this list, please come to me, and we'll work on some outreach for more applications from a wider scope of countries. But I mean, I'm saying all that to say it started with just me being the only Caribbean person at that COP and the only Caribbean person on the Climate Tracker team, and now we have worked with over 152 journalists in the past 2 years, published over 200 stories in the past 2 years, and worked on about 3 or 4 different fellowships focused on climate justice in the region. So really, really happy to do that. Some of the stories that we've done and that we're really, really proud of, those are the stories. Sorry, these are the fellowships. So some of the fellowships that we've done, Energy Transition Journalism Fellowship that we did, it was amazing. Some of the stories coming out of that focused on gray, blue, green hydrogen, solar power in Guyana, Trinidad's carbon emissions. We could have a whole conference about that. Also Jamaica and the need to transition to renewable energy, energy transition in Trinidad and Tobago. And then another fellowship that we did was also, and this one actually is ongoing, so we're currently in the 3rd cycle of this fellowship. And that's a Climate Justice Journalism Fellowship, and we were so happy to have Dr. Fletcher as one of our first trainers for this cycle just 2 weeks ago. that we kicked off. So really happy about that. Some of the stories, like I said, over almost 200 stories, but I just pulled some of them that I really like personally. That climate justice is a fight for human rights. And this other one was one of my favorites, Under the Caribbean Sun, Unsafe Working Conditions Abound. And she told a whole story about people who work outside. Like some of us get to be in air conditioning all day, but there are those who don't have that luxury. And then another one was looking at the food production in Guyana, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, and the climate justice angle around that. So just a snapshot of some of our fellows. Right, and we also, so Ms. Kentish also mentioned citizens journalism. We also had a Citizens Climate Journalism Fellowship that we ran, I think it was in 2022. And this one was focused on getting people who are working in the civil society space people working in civil society space with wanting to understand how to communicate climate better, right? So that's what we really did, and it was a really good success. We were able to partner with the Cropper Foundation for that one. Some of you might be familiar with. So these are some of the stories coming out of that, looking at the Guyana and Hess Corporation carbon credit situation that I'm sure you're aware of, and also looking at vetiver grass in Trinidad and Tobago as a climate solution. So just a picture of a meetup that we had. All right, so that's just an introduction to Climate Tracker, because I know that some of you are probably wondering, what is Climate Tracker? Like, who are you? Why are you here? So I'll talk a little bit now about climate justice, and I don't want to repeat too much of what was said before, but just to understand what climate justice is, right? It really is, and I know that most of our speakers already mentioned this. It speaks to fairness, it speaks to inclusivity, it speaks to prioritizing the need of the most vulnerable populations, and it aims to create a more just and sustainable world, right? So that is the core of climate justice. And there are certain elements that we need to consider when we're thinking about climate justice, and I'll speak a little bit about climate justice and energy as well. But just to start with, what are some of the elements to consider when thinking about climate justice? So we have to ask ourselves questions about equitable distribution of climate impacts and benefits, right? So under this point, it really recognizes that the impacts of climate change are disproportionately felt. It affects marginalized and vulnerable communities, including those in developing countries, low-income communities, and indigenous populations. And this point, it calls for a fair distribution of the benefits of climate action, such as clean energy, green jobs, ensuring all communities have access to these opportunities. All of that must be equitably distributed, all right? So both the impacts and the benefits is what it speaks to. And I remember that Mr. Mendoza, our first presenter, he spoke about the historical responsibility as well. And climate justice through historical responsibility, it acknowledges that the fact that industrialized nations have contributed the most to climate change through historical greenhouse gas emissions, and it advocates for these nations to take greater share of responsibility in mitigating climate change and supporting adaptation efforts as well. All right, so climate justice also looks at the rights-based approach, and through this, it emphasizes the protection and promotion of human rights in climate policies and in actions that are developed. All right, and it also ensures that measures to address climate change do not violate the rights of affected communities, and that these communities are actively involved in the decision-making process. And what that means is that it's not for you to just go out there and make decisions on my behalf without consulting me, right? That is what it really is about. So let's think about that for a minute. And then also, and intergenerational equity is also very important to climate justice. Under this point, it recognizes the need to protect the rights and opportunities of future generations by addressing the crisis now. It supports sustainable practices that do not deplete resources or degrade the environment for future inhabitants of the planet. It also speaks to participation and empowerment. It asks the question, are we advocating for the inclusion of marginalized and affected communities in climate policy making and in action, right? It also promotes the empowerment of these communities to lead their own climate initiatives and solutions. And what that reminds me of is when you go to COP and you see some of these, the indigenous communities from Latin America, especially representing their communities out there. It's amazing. It really brings tears to your eyes. But then I ask, where are the Caribbean indigenous people? You know, so I think that that is something that it really makes me a little bit emotional, because the fact is that I can say this as well, working in the international space, you really realize how little people know about the Caribbean, how little people understand the Caribbean, how little people know what our narratives and our realities are. You know, so I'm saying all of that to say that our indigenous people need support as well. You know, and I would long for the day where I could go to COP and see a Kalinago community being represented, you know, or the Tainos being represented. So maybe I digress again. So it also speaks to social and economic transformation. And through this, it encourages a shift towards sustainable and equitable economic systems that prioritize environmental health and social well-being over profit. It also supports transition to renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and other practices that reduce carbon emissions and promote social justice. And I can't remember which presenter mentioned this, but it was mentioned before just how pervasive climate change, I think it was Ms. Kentish that mentioned just how pervasive climate change is. You cannot address something in society or in the economy without climate being a core part of it, right? So it's all about including that justice element in the work that we do. So why is climate justice important for the Caribbean? For the Caribbean, climate justice is not just a matter of environmental issue. It is a social and economic survival matter. It calls for a fair and inclusive approach to addressing climate change. And the fact is that there are specific points that we can recognize in the Caribbean. We are highly vulnerable to climate impacts because of geographic exposure, because of economic dependence, but we are highly vulnerable as a region to climate impacts. We also have limited resources for adaptation. This speaks to economic constraints. Caribbean nations often have limited financial resources, and we can go on about climate finance and the lack thereof, but I'm trying to keep it as short as possible. And it also speaks to technological gaps. Access to advanced technologies for climate mitigation and adaptation is often limited in the region as well, and this hampers our ability to effectively respond to climate challenges. It is also important for the Caribbean because of social inequities, vulnerable populations, health impacts. It's also important for the Caribbean because of historical injustice and the colonial legacy that was left behind because of the debt burden that we're all under. Many Caribbean countries carry significant debt, limiting our ability to invest in climate resilience. Climate justice includes calls for debt relief or restructuring to enable these nations to better address climate challenges. And a fifth point of why climate justice is important for the Caribbean: cultural and environmental preservation. One day, we don't want to be at one point in the future where there is no beach for tourists to come to, right? So we speak, that was, all right? I was being sarcastic, all right? So we speak about biodiversity, we speak about traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and these things that we really, really need to protect. And climate justice seeks to recognize and incorporate this knowledge into broader climate strategies. It also speaks to moral and ethical responsibility, and what I mean by this is global solidarity. Climate justice is meant to emphasize the moral obligation of the international community to support those who are most affected by climate change, but have contributed least to its cause. And it also speaks to youth and future generations. Ensuring climate justice is crucial for protecting the rights and the opportunities of future generations in the Caribbean, because young people have a significant stake in climate action and should be actively involved in shaping sustainable futures. And why is climate justice journalism important? I think we got all of that from Ms. Kentish. Thank you so much. But it really is essential for the Caribbean because it serves as a critical pillar for addressing and the increasing environmental challenges faced by the region. The Caribbean is being disproportionately affected, and through storytelling, through media, through climate journalism, we can highlight these vulnerabilities. We can educate the public, policymakers, and the international community about what the reality is for us in the region. And also, by telling these stories of our communities that are on the front lines, climate journalists and people who are involved in media could also involve communications specialists as well. We need to raise awareness and inspire empathy and drive conversations about adaptation strategies and resilience through climate justice. So that is why I think, in a nutshell, it is important. So I want to speak a little bit about the energy transition challenges in the Caribbean. So some of the challenges of energy transition in the Caribbean, one is the technical challenges, of course, and that relates to infrastructure limitations. Maybe that could be grid reliability and resilience. Many Caribbean islands have outdated electrical grids that are not designed to integrate renewable energy sources. For example, during hurricanes, these grids often suffer extensive damage, causing prolonged blackouts, and the lack of smart grid technology further hampers the efficient management of energy distribution. Additionally, we can look at storage and transmission. The intermittent nature of renewable energy sources like solar and wind requires effective storage solutions, and current energy storage infrastructure is inadequate, leading to challenges in maintaining a stable power supply. Additionally, technical advancements are needed. And through this, what I mean is advanced renewable technologies. While some islands have begun to adopt solar and wind technologies, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that tomorrow, there's a need for more advanced and efficient technologies. For instance, we can look at marine energy, wave, tidal energy is still in nascent stages, but it holds significant potential for island nations. We can look at smart grids and microgrids. Implementing microgrids and smart grid technologies can enhance resilience and efficiency, and these systems allow for better management of distributed energy resources, reduced outages, and improves response time during disasters. Another challenge for us in the Caribbean, economic challenges, and that looks at high initial investment costs, financing, and economic viability as well. So we want to ask questions about the renewable energy projects in our regions, infrastructure development in our regions. Do we need to upgrade existing grid infrastructure to accommodate renewable energy resources? Is that required also for sustainable investment? These are the questions that we want to ask and we want to tell stories about, because to be honest, the truth is that we don't have many stories coming out about energy transition in the region. And I don't want to give too much away, but we do have a new fellowship coming up soon for energy transition. So you can look out for that if you are interested. And that was just a shameless plug. So, another challenge that we have as well is policy and regulatory challenges as well. This can speak to inconsistent policies and regulations, policy gaps, regulatory barriers, bureaucratic red tape, that tends to move the process very slowly. And also, need for supportive government frameworks is very important. Policy integration, capacity building, regional cooperation. Caribbean nations can benefit from greater regional cooperations or cooperation to share best practices, to pool resources, to negotiate better terms for renewable energy investments. And that's where, of course, that should be a key priority for CARICOM. I'm sure that we'll hear more about that as well. So those are some of the challenges that we face. And some of the climate justice challenges, and I was meant to speak about climate justice and energy transition challenges and how they connect all with the youth, right? So I realize I'm kind of going everywhere, but I hope it's hitting home. Climate justice challenges for the youth in the Caribbean, one is definitely lack of representation. And we don't want to be checkboxed, right? We don't want to just be included because you have space for a Caribbean person on your team. That is not the goal. We need meaningful representation of Caribbean youth at these events, at these global negotiations, at everything that's related to climate. We need more young people from the Caribbean being represented in a meaningful way. We have so many bright and powerful minds in this room alone, so that can add so much to the conversation. Also, another challenge is, of course, education and awareness. The need for better climate education. And what that means is really integrating climate education at kindergarten level, right? Kindergarten level all the way up. We need our young people, we need to empower them through better climate education, and that starts from the time you're very young. Awareness of energy transition issues, and that would speak to media being empowered to tell the stories that need to be told around the energy transition and the just transition and everything that goes with it. Of course, economic barriers as well are some of the challenges that prevent us from going out there. And I remember that one of our fellows once said in one of the programs or meetings that we had, it's so difficult for her to tell the climate story because when she goes to her editor, they don't want to hear about climate. They want to hear about the crime. They want to tell the stories about this politician said that, and the politicians are going at it, and so it's difficult for her to get her climate stories out there. But then I spoke to her and I told her that I spoke to her about how pervasive the climate issue is. Right? It is something that touches on every single thing in society. So I'm saying all of that to say that the economic barriers, it tends to also lead to sometimes people in the Caribbean might think, I don't really want to hear about climate. I'm trying to put food on my table, right? So these are some of the challenges that we face. Getting people to understand just how important climate is for you to be able to put food on your table in the first place. And linking it to the agricultural stories and the need for investment in agriculture and food sovereignty and the fact that, we have such a high food import bill and these types of things. Thinking outside of the box when it comes to your climate story is very, very important. Also, access to funding for youth-led projects and job opportunities in the green economy. These are some of the challenges that young people face in the Caribbean when it comes to climate justice. So I'll speak a little bit now about the role of youth climate justice and the energy transition. I have been in this space for a while. I still have some youth left in me. But you know, over the years, I've seen so much happen, and I know that our Caribbean young people, have so much to offer. If people would actually open their ears, so like put their ears towards us, without that spirit of tokenism. And I can speak about that, but I wouldn't go into it because I might cry. But tokenism is something that really, you can talk to me about it after. So the role of, I'm saying that to say that, you know, Caribbean young people have a lot to say, and Caribbean young people are doing the work. You know, some examples of youth-led movements in climate justice, you can think of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, which I'm sure most of you all are familiar with. It is a regional organization that empowers young people to become involved in environmental advocacy. That's how I got involved in environmental advocacy, like long years ago. You know, it was at the start with CYN, so they're very powerful. We could think of Fridays for Future Caribbean. We could think of different community engagements and organizations that take place in all of the different Caribbean countries. For example, in Dominica, I know that, you know, the young people of Dominica are very, very powerful. There are youth groups that are organized in communities. You know, they do the disaster preparedness and climate resilience workshops on their own and that sort of thing. There's also in Jamaica, there's the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, I want to say it's called. Jamaicans, yeah? You know, and they collaborate with other civil society organizations to lobby for stronger climate justice and climate policies as well, to be included in the development of the country. So I am saying that to say that the Caribbean young people, we are doing the work, we just need money. All right, so some actionable steps for youth, getting involved. The fact that you're here, you know, that is a first step. Getting involved, joining and forming climate action groups, participating in policy and advocacy, because at the end of the day, major change happens in the courtroom. So, you know, being involved, not just at the level that you are at, but getting involved and understanding the law of it all, the policy of it all, and advocating for climate justice policy is very important. Skills development, pursuing education in relevant fields, whether it's environmental science, whether it's engineering, whether it's law, whether it's media. We need more young people to continue developing their skills in these areas. And of course, collaboration and networking. So building alliances with other activists and organizations, using your social media platforms for awareness and mobilization. All of these are actionable things that you can do as young people to get involved in the climate justice area and the climate justice space. And I think that, you know, coming out of this, I've seen so many of you networking with each other and so on. This is a very important space, and it will definitely build your future career in the climate justice space. So don't just come away or like go away from this convening and never talk to each other again. Like, these people need to become like your best friends, all right? Because as you grow in this space, you will realize just how much you need to support and lean on each other. Because the space is small, it's growing, but it's small, the climate justice space in the Caribbean. And share your stories. I strongly believe that, you know, as Caribbean young people and Caribbean activists, Caribbean climate justice activists, you have the power to shape a sustainable and just world. And the only way that you can do this is not doing things in isolation. So I believe in the power of community. I believe in the power of networking. And once you find that community, you know, hold on to it. And I think you're here because you want to see a sustainable world, you want to see a just world, and we need you in this space. We need each and every one of you in this space with every skill that you have. I'm not a lawyer, right? So I might not be able to speak to law, but I can speak to media, and I can speak to communications, I can speak to, climate policy and so on. And then I would need to lean on a lawyer for me to understand, certain aspects. I would need to lean on the environmental scientist to understand more technical aspects. And it's just about widening your scope outside of what you've studied. And we need everybody involved in this space. All right, so thank you, and that is my presentation. Any questions or comments? Okay.
So, thank you very much. We will now break for, in fact, if you have any questions, write them down, because we will take them after lunch, because we have a time to start and a time to finish lunch at the hotel, and it is 2 o'clock. So what's the time now? How many questions you have? All right, we'll take one or two. Genesis.
Okay, seeing that we only have a limited time, I'll not ask my question, I'll just state a point. You mentioned that you believe in the power of community and networking, and seeing that all of us are gathered here from various Caribbean islands, and we're here to more or less advocate for youth development, climate justice, and all of that. I believe that Dr. Fletcher, Madam Sustainable Development, this one is for you guys. I believe that we need to include youth in decision making. I know it's been said a lot, but think about it. You're talking about all these agreements that y'all said earlier, and you mentioned all these initiatives that y'all did and all the journalism things that you published. Have youth actually been at the forefront of all of these things? Like, we come in after the fact. I feel like we need to launch projects and get the input from youth at the beginning rather than at the end, because now we're at a workshop which is more or less at the end, but we're not at the beginning. So I believe that with the networking and climate, community building, we all need to come together more. You say to build relationships, so I feel like we all need to come together outside of workshops and put together our ideas. Sorry that I said it like that, but because you said you didn't have much time, I try and put everything in one. So it's just an important note to take. Guys, honestly, we need to network out of this and make friends with our colleagues, our regional counterparts, and work together. I'll ask my questions after.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Genesis. I agree. You're actually speaking to the converted, because that's what I said when I gave my initial presentation, that for me, youth are not a box that you check, that you bring them to a COP and you say, okay, we've had youth at a COP, so therefore we've done a good thing. Youth have to be at all of the discussions, because this is your future, this is your present. But the only correction I'll make to what you said is that this is not the end. This is a continuum. And your input now would be just as important as the young people who would have made inputs at 10 years ago when we were discussing COP21. The climate change is not going away. Climate change is not a problem we're going to solve tomorrow. Climate change will be with us until the end of this century. So your input now is just as important as the inputs before the Paris Agreement. And that's why we convened this meeting, because we appreciate the fact that we have to get you involved. We have to make the powers that be understand the fact that you have a very important role to play at every step of the process. Your creativity, your passion, your interest, and your vested interest in all of this can't be matched. So definitely, I agree with you, and we don't want this to be any one point. This has to be something that continues. So what Raheem said, what Dizan has just said about forming networks, about being involved, not waiting to be invited to the table. Don't wait to be invited. No, don't wait for anybody to tell you, we want you. Make sure you are at the table, and you can set the table wherever you want. You could put that table. The table doesn't have to be in a government office. Wherever you decide you want to speak about climate change, speak about climate change, and speak loudly about it. And they must listen to you, because you know what? You pass the age of 18 and you can vote. Yeah, so they will listen to you. And the more of you that come together and want to discuss this, is the more they will listen to you. So don't ever think that you're coming in too late. There's no such thing as too late, yeah?
Thank you very much. One question to the back. Sorry. Jesse, you ever move?
Hi guys, mine will be very short, very, very short. So, Miss, you did a wonderful presentation there, and I must give you credit for your work, because I went through with my colleague just now, all the emails coming in on my inbox, though I read some whilst traveling, and I think I have to go to the audio now and start listening whilst riding. That's my transportation now to work. So very good. I didn't get to read all the stories that you post, but some are very, very, very good. Also, thank you very much for accepting the two Guyanese, Ms. Ragobir and Mr. King. You know, they have done a very good job there in Guyana, and also you're supporting them. And also, thank you for your support in St. Martin with those colleagues. She was very exceptional there also. So, again, credit to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Guyanese fellows are amazing. They do such a great job, and tell the stories that need to be told without fear of, what people will have to say because of everything that's going on in Guyana with regards to energy right now. So just like big props to Guyanese journalists. And I just wanted to make a comment on what you mentioned as well. For us at Climate Tracker, the young people are at the core of it. Our target audience is journalists between 18 to 35. So that's where we start first of all, and it's not that we don't choose people outside of that age, but that is our target audience, because we want to start building them up as young as possible to tell the climate justice, the climate stories from a Caribbean perspective, and really start being able to specialize in climate journalism, because it's something that's really difficult for established journalists to do right now. So giving them that opportunity to get the training, and then giving them the opportunity to publish and network is what we really want to focus on for young people. Like, I've been in situations where we've been doing outreach for some of our fellows, for some of our fellowships, and people are upset that it's between 18 to 35. People are like, I'm 50 years old. Like, why am I not a part of this? And it's something that we deal with as well. But the core of our target audience is really young people.
Yeah. Thank you. Do I need to stand? You can. Okay, thanks again. Thanks for that presentation. It's amazing to be here in the room with so much energy coming from the youth. I think I will want that registration sheet with every name and email address, title, country, the whole works, so we could collaborate with you, not just nationally, but otherwise. But the point made by Genesis and some of the points that you made there about the involvement of the youth, it's something that we've been trying to do in the region, in St. Lucia as well. Dr. Fletcher, of course, would have been part of the 1.5 to stay alive, and all of the effort from the youth, from advocacy in the form of song, in the form of poetry, in the form of, and that was part of our effort and drive in terms of COP21 and what we are able to achieve in there. The pavilions around the Caribbean countries were alive and buzzing with our artists around in the pavilions, if people coming in to hear the climate message depicted in that manner. So that's one thing worth noting. The other thing I wanted to say, for those who are not aware, for example, even from the St. Lucia perspective, there's a current youth and climate change project that is going on even right now, where youth leaders are going to the 26 schools around the island, secondary schools around the island, to impart the climate change message and speak about the NDCs and all of that. And that's happening even as we speak over a 6-month period with the youth. So the staff and the department accompany them, but they're not the ones doing the presentations and imparting the information. The youth leaders are, and that is persons, again, that age group of 18 to 35. All of them are actually 17, 18, 19, and that kind of age. So that's happening right now. And they're also getting a little stipend to help as well in terms of going around the island. The other one worth noting is the Caribbean Youth Negotiator Program. We're also part of that program where we liaise with youth in St. Lucia, and the other islands have that same ability to do it. So if you're not on that program, contact your Department of Sustainable Development or Environment or Climate Change to be part of that. What happens is that they have up to 2 to 4 persons, youth, 18 to 35, who can be selected. They have to go through a rigorous process of training over a period, maybe a few months ahead of COP. And if you pass your exams, if you are successful in your exams, you'll get completely funded to go to COP and to participate and be part of the delegation of that country. Not just to go to COP, but to be part of the delegation. You have to be assigned a particular area to be part of the active negotiation and learning process. So we had 2 youth, 18 to 35 last year, and we just sent through 2 more names for participation in COP of this year. And the last thing I want to say is we have a National Climate Change Committee that has been in existence from 1998. And on that, we have the youth represented as well as part of that committee that helps with the advisory, as an advisory body for climate change for the government. So, but that does not mean that we have it all right, smack down 100%. There's so much more that we can do, and there's so much more that we need to do to really have all of you more actively engaged in this process, because you are not the future of tomorrow. You are here, the leaders of today. So just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You didn't have a question, no?
All right, 10 seconds. Sorry. Oh, this long way. No, I just wanted to tell this. I knew Dizana a good while now. I just wanted to tell her about the excellent work that you and the team have been doing. And just to add from one of our colleagues at Measurement, I think utilizing this forum and what you all provide is that information is so important. Whichever part of the climate change industry that you're a part of, getting that information out is important. So using the tools that they provide as well to get it out to the masses, that is where the networking starts, right? So it doesn't matter if you're at a community level, if you're at a financial level, business level, the activity is there, and getting the information out is most important, yeah?
Thank you. Any final words?
Time to eat.
Smart. All right, the restaurant? All right, so lunch is at the restaurant. I think you know where that is. If not, walk outside. Take your first right, and then your first left, the second left. Just walking along.
When I reach St. Lucia Jazz, 100%. 100%. I mean, I don't have to tell you that. You didn't hear them tonight. You didn't see them tonight. We have the video. Roll the tape.
I hear with the friend again. The man goes straight to the end. We got red money to spend, So if you know what's the one in the air, pop a bottle, hey.
Here from London, I feel wonderful. I'm looking forward to seeing Berries. And so far, everything looks fantabidozy.
Why yo, St. Lucia? Why yo, why yo? Hey, you as your vibes will prove.
I can feel I'm 100% St. Lucia now, you know, in the vibe.
What is that? We just be alone.
Miami Carnival just passing through. So you see, St. Lucia offer more than just Carnival. We're here for jazz.
They're looking pretty. Everybody give a wave. Anticipating. Oh, yeah, we waiting. And are we ready to mash up? Everybody start to jump now. Now is the time to pull our skirts. Cause when we reach the waterfront, we doing whatever and we jump.
This is not my first time, and I am here to experience it again.
I wish you would stay longer. Right on my back like this. Hey, Mr. Supervisor, think I'm gonna have to go in sick. Boy, nah. Can't leave my woman like this.
You know, I think the music says something to every person, you know? That I'm proud of.
I feel good
when I'm wrapped up in your arms.
Dancing to a reggae song. Say! Feel good. I feel good. Thought I could live without you. From everything would be fine, yes. So nothing special about you. Still you're plaguing my mind. I used to take you for granted. You were the last thing in my life. Presently you're the most wanted at the top of
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Really nice crowd, really nice people. And this happens almost every time I come here. So.
people be family. Double trouble.
We're good? All right. Good stuff. All right, so we're about to reconvene for our last section of the day or portion of the day. I hope that lunch was enjoyable. Yeah, because everyone looking at me. Don't worry. I know how to get them back. Exactly how. All right, so we're going to start in 2 minutes. So by that time, you will act like I'm in front of you talking to you. Yeah, but by that time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it, rather. All right, so good afternoon again. Hello. Jesus Christ. All right, so we're going to do a round of introductions. Imagine that, eh? Yeah, imagine that. At this time of the day, yeah. Sometimes you have to do things backward to make it go forward. Yeah, write that down, Chelsea. Quote of the year. So you will say in literally 7 seconds. In fact, you know what, hold on. Because you'll have a habit, Sherman, and the crew. Your name, something interesting about you, and where you from. 7 seconds. What's the clock? Hold on, eh? Timer. Are you serious if you already know? You always take this thing for a habit. Okay. So, here you go.
Starting with me. Cheese on natures. Literally 7 seconds. Oh God! No, that was the test trial day.
Yeah, great.
Hi, I'm Amy Ramkisoon. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. One fun fact, I did Portuguese theater for 3 years.
Sorry about that.
my name is Priya Prasad. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm a chemical and process engineer.
This is to test your speed, but also your attention.
So it had extra 2 seconds, like I guess.
No, they never had extra, you know. Don't get tired up. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin from Trinidad. I'm a forester, farmer, and a business owner.
That's how nepotism works. You want to be rude too? Start.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Chelsea Antoine from Trinidad and Tobago. One fun fact about me, I love the beach.
All right, Chelsea. Yes. I don't know, but coming to think about it.
Okay, start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leandra Pinnell from St. Lucia, and I love trees, I love nature, and I love working for CCJP.
I think we're getting a hang of this thing, man.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Nikaisha Legatan, Trinidad and Tobago, but living in Tobago. One fun fact about me, I like to travel.
The time had stick for a while there, so. You don't need a timer. You're the boss around.
Hi everyone, Benis Joseph from St. Lucia. One fun fact, I love cricket.
There you go. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, you could go ahead.
You're real serious about this timer.
You could go, start.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Zanique Mackey from St. Vincent, living in St. Lucia. Fun fact, I love to sleep.
We can work with that.
Hi, my name is Shania Scotland. I am from Dominica, and I am a climate smart agriculture officer, and I love to go to the gym.
All right.
You should have introduced me. All right, hi, I'm Keenan Nicholas from the beautiful island of St. Lucia. I'm a farmer, I play celebrity cricket, and I'm a twin.
Perfect. All right, we're getting something done here. Start.
Hi, hello. My name is Gary Ogis. I'm from Dominica, and I study.
Keep going, keep going.
And I study endangered parrots.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Benita Vital. I'm from Dominica, and fun fact about me, I play 3 instruments.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Whitney Melina. I am from Dominica. Fun fact, I just took up painting as a hobby.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shahar Hussein. I'm from Guyana, and I do money collection as a hobby. Currency collection, sorry. Currency collection, foreign currency.
Hey. Point of clarification. He does currency collection as a hobby, not money collection. He does not run a Ponzi scheme. Also known as a susu.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joanne Husbands from St. Lucia. I am a strategy project officer at Dusilec. And fun fact, I can't wait for House of Dragons Season 2. My name is Kelly Gonzag. I am from St. Lucia. Fun fact, I am a registered farmer, and I am also at nursing school.
Hold on.
Ryan from Trinidad, and fun fact, I'm a big basketball fan.
Fun fact, you stayed below the time. How are you reaching this zigzag? Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Andrew Maurice. I'm from Trinidad, and I don't like public speaking.
For a small fee of 100 US, I can help you. Per session.
Hi everyone, Zaria Diaz from Trinidad and Tobago, and fun fact, I used to be a competitive cheerleader.
Hi everyone, my name is Katie Joseph. I'm from St. Lucia, Millet to be exact, a little hole in the wall. And fun fact, I actually work at Bay Gardens Beach Resort.
Thank you. I go on this table already? No.
Hi everyone, my name is Franca Douglas. I am from Trinidad and Tobago, and I am passionate about the environment and I love to travel.
Wait. Start again.
Hi everybody, my name is Shade Gustav. I'm from St. Lucia, and a fun fact about me, I love the beach, I love to go to the river, but I cannot swim.
Hi everyone, my name is Sienna. I'm from St. Lucia and I live a 2-hour walk away from the middle of the forest in St. Lucia.
Okay, my name is Genesis Alfred from St. Lucia. Fun fact, I like to party, go out. I'm a social butterfly and I play rugby.
Hey everybody, my name is Kamal Walker. I'm from Jamaica. Fun fact, I also play 3 instruments.
Since you're not doing so well, we're going to try 5 seconds. Oh, the world is changing. You just lose 5 seconds already. Argue 10.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Henry from Jamaica and I played rugby competitively for a number of years.
Men, sometimes they just want more, but they can do it for less. I only spoke for women today, as...
Hi, I'm Denison Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. I like to cosplay.
Hi.
Hello, just now. All right, come. You have a get out of jail free card.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Denison Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. I like to cosplay.
You like to do what?
Cosplay.
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 Is it?
Dress up like anime characters.
I thought you meant you like to play mass or something. Okay. Hold on, X. No, you just have a lot of things there.
Hi everyone, my name is Zendini Bibi. I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and I make great ice cream.
Hi, good day everyone. I'm Tian Charles from Trinidad and Tobago specific, and I'm into herbalism.
Are you ready?
Why was it just now?
Okay.
Maybe start again.
Oh there.
Go.
Hi everyone, my name is Shay Greenwich and I'm from Barbados, and I'm a huge anime lover too. I'm a big video gamer and I know sign language and work with the deaf and hard of hearing community as well.
Something happening here. I'll accept donations for a new phone shortly. iPhone 15 to be exact. Oh, I come right back to you again, where I've started. Sorry. So who's missing this table?
Hi everyone. My name is Alicia. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago and I paint.
You have an extra 2 seconds because of
Hi everyone, I'm Nakasi Kisun. I'm from Guyana. I am a poet, graphic designer, and I also play like 3 instruments, so that's weird.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamisha James. I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm a lover of soca and it's very hard for me to hear music and not dance.
Wait, Samantha, you might bring up 10 seconds.
You can't do
I'm
that
being
as a
open is
politician.
my favorite thing. That's what you want from. Go ahead, seven.
Okay, hi everyone. As you know, my name is Samantha Tellisford from the beautiful island of Grenada.
I meant 10 seconds first.
You see how he lied for the people already? Okay, yes, from the beautiful island of Grenada. I'm a gym lover, so check me out for all your gym workouts for free. After today, you ain't getting it for free.
Hi, my name is Maya Thompson. I'm from Kingston, Jamaica, and I guess I do Latin dance for fun, and I do sculpting.
No, I put it on, what's the word? Repeat.
Wendy Wallace from Dominica. I love hiking.
That's how you do it, folks. Anyway, 3:28. We have 2 minutes left until our next presentation. Yes? Huh? Hold on. Thank you. Let's work this out together. I did? Oh, I'm so sorry. You see that? Leaving no one behind.
Can I go? Hi, my name is Dezan. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I love to write poetry. I play like 3 instruments as well, and I am a big Swiftie.
So, question for the 3 instrument players. Y'all were doing this concurrently? I don't understand.
Don Pierre Nathaniel, St. Lucia, love backyard gardening and suka fit.
All right, so this is the end of our quick dating session. We will now have our next presentation. What happened? Oh, just now, 7 seconds. My name is Ryan. Just not. It was so hard for true. Let's start again. My name is Ryan Augustine Joseph. I aspire to be a lawyer, and I cannot swim. That's how it's done. Country, St. Lucia. Raim. Also known as Riam at times. Whichever you choose. So, our next presentation is going to be... He's on? Okay, so... Okay. Wow. Uh-huh. Tell us about Shozel Kina. Other than it's very far.
Okay, if you see we're twinning here, right? That's Shozelians. So let me start off by saying the best intellectuals in St. Lucia come from Chozel. It's true. It's true. And Dr. Fletcher, Don Pierre Nathaniel, Kenny Anthony, former Prime Minister, Stevenson King, former Prime Minister. The plums are in my Jeep still, you know. But yeah, Chozel is known for the free peas. Can anybody guess what the peas may be? It's food. Plums, potatoes. This one is usually a hard sell, but we're known for plums, potatoes, and peanuts. Yeah, Choiseul used to plant the most peanuts in St. Lucia. We still do have peanuts. It's still being planted. I planted some recently. Thank God for the recent rains. But yeah, and Choiseul is the craft mecca of St. Lucia. So we do a lot of the craft. And I must comment Miss Billy from Climate Tracker. I noticed she had an article on vetiver and being a climate solution for Trinidad and Tobago. But I would like to implore her to please revise the article to include most of the Caribbean, because St. Lucia does have the vetiver, and we did a disaster risk reduction project with the vetiver in Choiseul, and we are currently using it as part of a nature-based solution project proposal that DSD is going to be working on for Labrie and Choiseul.
Thank you, Kina. Kina will update the article. So you're going to go to Choiseul? Far. Mm. Okay. Well. And you're from the middle of Castries. Exactly. Any other thoughts, contributions, anything on anybody's mind that they want to share? Jared, oh, we're playing a game there. Can you go up with Chelsea, please? You have 5 seconds to introduce yourself, say where you're from, and say something interesting about yourself. Because Jared came late. Start.
Okay.
Start.
All right, everyone. My name is Jared Salvery. Something interesting
Jared,
about.
Stop. Jared, I will start that time again. And you will start over. You have 7 seconds. His name, where you're from. Something interesting fact. Jared, 7 seconds. Don't disappoint people.
All right.
Go.
Jared Salvery, Trinidad and Tobago. I like water, but I can't swim.
All right. Anything else? Hey. Kendall. I give Kendall a head start. His name is Kendall Vincent. Kendall, you have 7 seconds to say where you're from and something you're interested in.
Okay. So my name is Kendall Vincent from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and I learned some very interesting patois phrases like no comment.
Kendall, tell us when you became the president of CRIC. That's the interesting part. Tell us when you became the president of CRIC.
2022.
So Kendall became the president of CRIC in 2022. That's an interesting fact. What, you adding something else? All right. Okay, so he's ready? I can't really entertain the crowd for too much longer, you know. Yeah. Kevin Hart days have gone. Let me give you one of my best stand-up comedy jokes. No. After the day is night. Thank you. Wow. All right, so the next presenter is a climate change activist, policy creator, Youth Representative par excellence. From St. Lucia, Mr. Javanik Henry. Give me this iPad. No, I won't do justice by just saying Mr. Javanik Henry. So I will tell you just a little bit about him as we get into the session. So, Mr. Javanik Henry is a climate change and development professional with experience leading and supporting the development of environmental projects at multi-levels. He previously served as the climate change envoy, special envoy for the Caribbean Youth Environment Network and Foreign Service Officer of the Government of St. Lucia, with responsibility for European and climate change affairs, strengthening ties between development partners and local organizations for building technical capacity and assessing climate finance. His multilateral experience has involved working with various agencies within the UN system, most recently supporting work on the UN Secretary General Common Agenda Initiative and technical delivery of the Commonwealth Secretariat's Climate Change Program, which has involved co-authoring a practical guide for enhancing access to climate finance. I think Javanik sent the annotated version of his bio, but he has done a whole lot more. So join me in welcoming Mr. Javanik Henry, who is probably also from Choiseul. Labrie Choiseul. Yeah.
It's Labrie.
Yeah. The best place in St. Lucia. Fair. All right, so Mr. Javanik Henry.
Thank you, Raheem. Just want to make sure that my audio is clear. I can be it clearly.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, first of all, if you hear me a bit panting, I just literally run half a mile trying to get here on time, so apologies for that. But first, let me thank the organizers of the Youth IRIE convening on sustainable energy and climate justice. I would definitely say certainly looks like an IRIE setting from what I can see. Of course, I would have really wished to be back in St. Lucia, but it's not the case. But just definitely really glad to join you all today. And definitely, I think I should also sort of commend Dr. Fletcher and the team for this timely intervention in terms of raising awareness among a generation of, well, you are leaders already on the importance of energy transition in the Caribbean. Now, I haven't really slept, to be honest, in the past couple of days. Just as a bit of background, I'm currently based in Bonn, working in the UNFCCC Secretariat. And maybe if you're not aware, as of right now, we're going on with the June climate change meetings, which is sort of like a processional before the COP, the major climate conference, is happens later in the year. So just bear with me, but I really hope that I can do to justice to what's required. Certainly, in terms of starting and looking at the whole focus of the Youth IRIE session, I want to say that it's something which the UN Secretary General said earlier this week, actually, and I'd invite you actually to have a look at that message, where he dubbed it a moment of truth. And essentially, to put that in a nutshell, it is crunch time for climate action. And that is essentially how he dubbed it. Because now I want to actually keep it a bit forward-looking and focusing on solutions and not really talking about the problem. You know, I think we all know, right? Can I see by a show of hands that we all know the impacts of climate change? We all know the science. We all know everything. Is that correct? Sorry, I used to be a teacher, so I like to engage, yeah? That's correct. So, yeah, so I'm not going to focus on the issues. I'm more or less focused on a sort of a solution-oriented approach and how we as Caribbean leaders, Caribbean young leaders can really drive that. Like I always say, I'm not going to focus on the challenge because whether you call it chicken curry or curry chicken, I know there are some Guyanese and Trinidadians there, right? At the end of the day, we know that the climate change has that sort of multi-sectoral impact. And it's important that we look at it from various diverse lens. And it's also good to see that I believe you would have heard earlier on from a journalist, I think a climate negotiator as well. So you're getting that sort of holistic view, which is quite important. Because yes, we are not only in danger, we are the danger as ourselves as human beings, but we are also the solutions. And when I speak about we, you hear me emphasizing a lot on we, because I cannot do it alone in my role. You cannot do it alone in your village, in St. Vincent, in Grenada, or so on. It has to be a collective effort. And that is why, first of all, I want to encourage you to capitalize on this space, which you have provided here today, and see how it can build a sustained momentum within the Caribbean region and beyond. And in fact, I'll shed a bit of light later on to how I sort of got involved in that as well. Okay, right now, we need to create a generation of solution drivers, like I would say, and not merely complaining passengers. Let's leave that for the politicians to be complaining and so on. We need to be able to drive the solutions. And the question, I think the $1 trillion question now is how? How is always the case, you know? And I'm going to be talking a bit more of practical terms. I think we all know like I said, I'm not a politician, so I like to talk very practical ways. And I often use that sort of recipe in terms of educate, advocate, and mobilize as sort of the foundation for any sustained movement. I call it EAM or whatever you want to call it, because it is important that we sort of educate ourselves, inform about what particular issues, because that would then allow us to become more effective advocates, because you cannot approach an ordinary man in the street and tell him that, no, you shouldn't be, I don't know, disposing of your plastic like this or using single-use plastics when you cannot explain what are the ramifications of that. But also, what is the potential benefit in that person then maybe moving away from single-use plastics? What is the potential benefit in terms of that business company moving away from fossil fuels and adopting solar energy or renewable energy? So it's important that we're able to advocate on both sides, in other words, showing the benefit and not only, sort of prescribing, but yeah, I think it's important that we advocate. And then in doing that, then you are able to mobilize effectively a wider cross-section of people, a wider cross-section of other young people, other leaders in other sectors and so on. But we're going to get into that a bit later on, although I always try to ensure that I remain on time. I learned that from my Japanese friends. I hope we don't have Japanese in the crowd. Always important to be on time. But going back, and I want to sort of take us on a journey in terms of advocacy in the Caribbean, looking at where we've come from, where we are now, and where we can or we need to go. So it's going to be a bit of a journey now. I know you guys will be going on sort of a bit down our East Coast and our West Coast roads. So I promise you it'll be a bit of a smoother journey than going down these roads. So we're in terms of where we came from. And I think from the onset, if anyone there believes that advocacy or any movement would always lead to immediate instant results, does anyone believe that? Let me see a show of hands. I can see hands. No, because I would tell you could actually leave the room right away. Because essentially it's a case where, and I can maybe look as a practical example, the Alliance of Small Island States, that's the coalition of states, small island states. And essentially we've heard recently about the issue of loss and damage financing. And as a grouping, they were pushing for that for over 3 decades, in terms of getting to ensure that we can address the loss and damage issues. And it was only until 2022 that we got sort of a decision to establish a fund, and now we have a fund established. So 30 years, essentially. 30 years to push one issue within the climate change space. So you think that we can just hit a magic button? I really wish we could, but that is not oftentimes the case. And even in your respective countries, in your respective communities, perhaps you are trying to push in terms of adopting a bit more of solar energy or greater investment in solar energy in your country. You want to see perhaps policy change that would allow greater penetration of the solar sector, and you see it's taking time. But it is important to be relentless. And I often say that the space can be intimidating. And I oftentimes make reference to the climate negotiations. I believe you have a climate negotiations simulation coming up as well, yeah? And it can be intimidating. I'm going to be very blunt and frank with you, particularly as a Black individual from a small island state in a predominantly space where, yeah, it can be intimidating, I can tell you that. In fact, there are some stories which perhaps I'll share at a later date. But it is important that your passion leads you to whatever direction, because not everybody here perhaps is directly involved in, I don't know, whether it be in the negotiation space, you could be involved in whether it isn't from a gender aspect in terms of engaging women and others and children as well. You can be doing from the educator standpoint as well. You may be a teacher and so on, and you can actually have an impact in creating a cadre or rather a new generation of sustainable leaders within your respective field. So we all have our part to play, and it's important that our passion leads us to drive that. Because oftentimes, I get that often that where do we start? Okay, I want to make a change in, I don't know, somewhere in Nassau or in the south of Trinidad or whatever. And see, this is a problem in my community. Where do I start? And maybe I can even share an example from my end. First of all, I always tell people it oftentimes get them by surprise. I never studied anything in terms of climate. I think the most climate I may have done was maybe in science in secondary school or so. Nothing in terms of climate. My intentions was to go into banking, to make some money, I guess, at the time. But then I realized that, a couple of years ago, it didn't really bring me that sort of happiness, which I know can be controversial. But then how I sort of got into that space, and I think this is important to sort of highlight this story in a sense whereby it was just a random stroll I was taking at the Safa Lewis Community College. I think they had a career fair, some job fair or something in 2014. I hope I'm not dating myself, but and I saw literally two individuals on the little tent in green shirts. I was like, okay, let me see what they're saying. And I'm not sure if you can see me. I lost my screen. Can I be heard? Make sure.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, because I just lost my screen, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And you can see me, yeah?
Yeah, we can see and hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I've lost everything, but that's fine. And yeah, literally a random stroll at the career fair. And then it was the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. And that was also the time with the 1.5 to Stay Alive campaign. Of course, I'm sure you know about the Paris Agreement in 2015. I'll not get too much into that. But literally, so then I literally started to get involved with this group and I saw what they were doing and it gave me that space. So why I'm saying this is that it's always important to sort of look at where we've been whatever field you are in, whether it is energy, whether it is in finance and so on, and see what avenues exist that you can actually and capitalize on to push your movement. Sometimes you may need to create your own, and we've seen a lot of new social enterprises and so on. So never underestimate. I think it's important that you look at what spaces are available, and that is key. Because look at it less than a decade later. I don't think Ryan mentioned it, but in some sub, I am now sort of advising key figures, influential figures who can actually drive the policy we think. As an advisor to the UNSG, and also now working in the COP presidency as well. So, I would never imagine when I saw these folks there from the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. In fact, also during that time there was a particular Sustainable Development Minister from St. Lucia. I wouldn't mention his name, but I think you all can figure it out. And he was always, talking and sort of, I would say talking a lot, but talking quite what is important, And at the time it piqued my interest as well. And of course, from there, the rest is history. Because I say this to say that, no matter what field you are in, there is a space because climate change has a link to every sector. And I keep emphasizing that. So it's important that if you can find a space within it, if not, look to create it. And definitely you have a platform here within the Youth IRIE movement to see how you can create to really drive that sort of sustainable change which we so desperately need. Because oftentimes when people ask you what it was a turning point when we saw that sort of greater youth involvement in the space, some would say maybe it's when Greta started doing the protest and whatnot. I'm not the biggest fan of it, to be honest, that style of radical movement, but it inspired a generation. It got greater set of young people, children who were not really involved, but got them aware of the issues. And then now they can drive the action. So I say this to say that it's important that you see what exists, but also see how you can create that snowball effect, which we so greatly need. I tell people I'm probably close to retiring from the youth age, and it's important that the opportunities I've had, the knowledge that I've had, that I can share with the generation to come, that they too can then drive the continued action when I indeed really retire from that space. So that was sort of where we are and where we were. And, and I've seen that, yes, we've seen a greater youth involvement, but in terms of where we are now, and like I said, I will be frank, I still believe that there is, our region is falling behind in terms of us as young people truly being bold to lead actions. And I oftentimes, sometimes compare it to how the Africans take adaptation issues and access in finance. In another capacity, I oftentimes support, for example, the Youth for Climate Initiative. It's an initiative launched by the government of Italy, where essentially they provide small grants up to 20,000 this year. It's going up to 30,000 US dollars to address various areas. So, for instance, this year as well, one of the thematic areas was around sustainable energy and so on. And this year, in the submissions made, I just wanted you to give me a percentage. If I know if it's possible, I could get from the audience, because this is important. A percentage of the applicants from the Latin American Caribbean region. If it's, I don't know if it's possible. I've lost my screen, but I don't know if you could maybe share for just a random percentage. You think out of the total applicants, how many came from the Latin American Caribbean region? A percentage. Is it possible to hear from the audience? I have a blank screen, so
1%. Somebody says 4%.
4%. Yeah. Another option.
10. These are not my views, Giovanni, by the way. It's just.
Yeah, that's good. But I suspect you guys had the answers, It was actually in the region of about 7%. And Africa was like 70-something% over a couple thousand applicants. So it shows you that, and last year it was a similar case as well, where majority, because now we're sort of selecting out of 1,800 plus, selecting 50. And yes, Africa's, because essentially that's sort of the desire to, they want to address the issue. They want to be solution oriented. And like someone always told me, if you are not part of the solution, then you become part of the problem. And they are sort of being bold in applying and inserting the applications. And we're seeing that lag within our region, that they are the financing available. I always say the finance is available. We just have to make the necessary effort to really drive it. Oftentimes, I even think some of you, I also sometimes send across funding opportunities. You see that you need support, just let me know. I can perhaps connect you to help support the application process. Because it's important that we, and if you know my style, I don't get involved with government funding on this kind of things. Essentially, I always say that there are enough external sources of funding to drive youth life action across our region, that we can do it independent of any central government support, to be honest. And it's important, particularly, yes, we need the policy changes from the end. We need them to make the enable environment. That is definitely key. But definitely in terms of delivering on the finance and the technical support, you can access that. And of course, if you need, even any fields, any potential areas you'd want to access funding on, feel free to reach out to me. I feel like I always have a sort of a little bank of sources which I can always share, whether it is you're doing work along the lines of with gender, whether it is in energy and so on. Feel free. I know some of you, I tend to bug your email sometimes, but definitely feel free to reach out on this, because it takes me to my final point on where we can go. And just linking it to the Youth IRIE event here as well, we are seeing a boom in terms of renewables, whether it be solar energy. The cost of transitioning to that, and now I say that just transition, we've seen it's now cheaper. In other words, in a sense whereby 15 years ago to shift to solar was quite costly. Now we've seen the cost is going down, which is why I have this thing which I always say that I am not going to any opening of any state event when there's no element of renewable energy involved in it, because I just don't understand how any government across the Caribbean can actually right now, whether it be putting up a hospital or wellness center or school or so on, and not have an element of renewable energy into it. I'm sorry, I don't want to get in. I don't go to the opening ceremony, and I say this to say that that's sort of a way I've done it before. It's a way of sort of, I don't want to say protesting, but it's a way of making a point. And it goes back to my point earlier where I said that, the sort of street strikes we saw in Europe and so on, where not the biggest thing. So I'm saying that there are various ways you can make your points across. And it's also important that you build allies within the space. If you look at who has a similar interest, who can help support in terms of driving your agenda. Yeah. And because it sometimes I get a bit annoyed when I see how slowly in our region we are taking up this energy transition. Of course, now it gets a bit of a political issue. That's for another show. But I think it's important that as young leaders as well, we too have, and we've seen also young green entrepreneurs, young people who are within the various sort of the renewable energy sector, who are doing quite well. And I said this last year at the UN, and I keep saying that post-COVID-19, we have a window of opportunity. and we cannot create a cemetery of youth ideas that will put our small island developing states and the wider sustainable development agenda in jeopardy. It cannot allow, and we have to be able to unleash that entrepreneurial spirit, that innovative spirit, which lies within us, to rapidly take forward, I would say, take an idea from paper to reality. Yes, sometimes the right enabling environment is not always there, but it's important to see what are our allies we can engage with, how we can navigate through that, that would allow us to really and truly drive this, because it is a window of opportunity. Like I said, it is crunch time for climate action. And, oftentimes they say that 1.5 is, well, you have to reach, we don't want to pass number 5. I said, yes, 1.5 for us is not a target. It is not a goal. It is a physical limit. It is a limit that, oftentimes the messaging can get different when we say that we don't want to surpass 1.5. Yes, it's a target, the 1.5 goal. Make it clear, it is a limit. Because for many of our islands, I know I said didn't want to talk about the negative aspect, but it has serious ramifications for us. But just as I know sort of running out of time as well, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things. If there's one thing which you sort of remember from this as well, and I always like sharing the AIM model, because that is useful for any effort which you'd want to push. AIM as in AIM. It's important that you know who your audience is. I as in know your intent, and then you can craft your message. Because oftentimes I see sometimes in the climate space that the message and the audience don't align, and that can actually be of detriment to the effort. So it's important that whatever effort you are in, that you know your audience. What is your intention? What do you really want to do? Are you trying to push for policy change? Are you trying to get, mobilize people to join your efforts? And then you craft your message accordingly. I know you would, like I said, you would have gotten some around communications within this setting, so I won't dwell too much into it. But yes, the messaging is key. And particularly now, in a very delicate era, this year particularly, within the political space, the US and others, it is important that the messaging get right. And of course, now we know the era of social media, which can be both our friend and our enemy. But it's important that how do we capitalize on that? Because now we hear a lot we speak about records. I know it's an Olympic year, right? And we'll be getting, of course, I'll put that, we hopefully will be getting some medals across our region. But when we speak about records, we hear often that this is the hottest year on record. I oftentimes say that we need to rephrase this and say that this is the coolest year going forward, potentially for us, if we remain on the current trajectory, because it's just gonna get hotter and hotter. So it's the messaging is important, and I keep reiterating the importance of applying the snowball effect, because that will allow you to even mobilize even greater level of resources. Because you may have a small idea, but then if you match it with somebody else in a neighboring island, who perhaps, and that's why it's important that we network and we capitalize. I know we don't have the best regional travel within our region, but then at the same time, we look at how can we work together, because our issues are similar. Oftentimes when I speak to my colleagues from the Pacific, I often say that we have the similar issues. There is a need to see how we can work together to drive that solution-oriented era, which I would have mentioned earlier. And I often say this is one sort of advice, that you should never see yourselves as observers to the process, but rather as influencers. Even here in Bonn, you see at the SBs, and some people oftentimes as observers, they come to the event and just make sure they get a picture with this and so on. But what are you doing to sort of drive that change? That is important as well. To see our role as not just happy to be there, but to be game changers. And that is fundamental. I often say the recipe, I know I keep giving recipes, I'm a terrible cook, but the recipes for successful partnerships, I often use what we call the 3Bs, as in we have to break down all barriers within the participation. I'm all about inclusivity. It is important that we are able to engage, particularly some of our islands, we have indigenous groups, and they have an important role to play. So we need to break down any old barriers. We need to be able to bring forward our solutions, our ideas and resources. It is important that we never, we have to be able to look at the problem, but see what are the solutions that are context specific to our thing. You know, I often say that I don't believe in this sort of fly-by-night capacity building where a consultant comes in and figures he or she knows everything that's happening in Antigua and can give you the right solution. No, we have to be able to bring forward our solutions as as a people and be bold. And this is first be bold in our efforts to inspire actions. I often say, like I said, sometimes you're in these certain spaces, the only Black person potentially, or not the only one, and it can be intimidating. Oftentimes the youngest, like in my case, but you have to be bold. That doesn't mean sort of raising your voices, but you have to be strategic in knowing how to sort of be of meaningful, impact. Like I said, it's important. I know I am running down out of time, so I'm going to wrap it up quickly as well. And I know for maybe any football fans in the crowd would know that the Euros are coming up. And I often tell I'm not going to get into the debate of who's going to win, but I often say that we should always strive to be meaningful contributors and not just bench warmers in shaping the development agenda in our country. That is important. We're not satisfied with taking the bench. If this space is not created for you, like I reiterated earlier on, look at what are the allies you can make. Is there another CF civil society organization who perhaps maybe has a greater influence we can work together with? And then, like I said, you can move from the bench to the starting 11 and be part of the development agenda. So I just want to again reiterate the importance of remaining relentless in your calls for for what you want to see in your country. Because like I said, sometimes advocacy takes years. We need to be steadfast, and I think that's important in calling for accountability, because even now, I didn't want to touch maybe too much on it, but now as countries are reviewing their climate plans, what we call the nationally determined contributions, we need to ensure that they are, accountable in saying that they deliver on what they commit to doing. That is key. So calling for accountability, and we also need to stand ready to work in partnerships with all who have good intent. That is key to drive accelerated progress. Because, just on that point, actually, oftentimes, and I get this a lot, someone asks me that we know the issue now with fossil fuels, you want to move away from fossil fuels and all of that. And they're like, oh, why don't you, what? Some agencies essentially don't want to invite. I'm like, no, you have to invite those who you need to change. You have to invite them into the space, because we cannot keep talking to the converted. It's like a church, no? You have to talk to those you want to convert. Isn't that correct? No? So you cannot be sticking to those. So yeah, it's important that we have that spirit of being able to work with partnerships. It starts with you here within the youth IRIE space, going back to your country and the region. Like I said, see our region as one. I know unity is oftentimes not pretty strongly enough, but see as one unified grouping who can really and truly drive that sort of effort. The same way as a region, we made a big impact in COP21 in 2015. Now is our opportunity here as young people to really drive that. And like I said, we can only achieve it together. I keep saying we. I don't know if anybody has kept count of how many times I have said we, because we as young people are truly the catalyst. And we're also the core connectors for achieving a sustainable future for all. So I just want to leave you with sort of if you realize I like using acronyms, I just really hope that at the end of this that you can certainly leap forward, as in LEAP. If there are any teachers, I hope I spelled this correctly, in that you should be able to sort of lead actions in your respective sectors, be able to engage with diverse stakeholders, because like I said, it's important that we have that holistic approach, be able to adapt to different circumstances. We saw how we had to adapt approaches during COVID, and I think be able to adapt your effort. And P, in terms of being practical with your approach, being practical. So I think I got that acronym correct, no? LEAP, yeah? Thumbs up, yeah? Yeah, so it's important that I really hope that you can really leap forward after all the learnings and the experiences you've had here today. Once again, I really want to and thank you for giving me the space and also being flexible. Like I said, my role now, I will say, is to be able to share the opportunities and be able to help inspire, hopefully, a cadre of the young people and even children as well. I know I didn't touch on it much. Children who can really and truly influence policy, influence action, that we can make our planet, our region, first of all, our countries, as in a more livable way, not only for us, but for our children, our grandchildren, and those to come after. With that, I think I will pause here. Again, thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Because we're pressed with time, Giovanni, we don't have any questions, or rather, we're not able to take any questions for you. But if we do have, we will send you an email with all of the compilation of the questions, which I know that you'll be very pleased to respond to. Yes, thank you very much for your time. So, as you know, we are pressed for time, so we will go straight into the next presenter, who is going to present to us on, wait, hold on. Yes, so Miss Benis Joseph is going to present to us on the importance of data management and reporting in climate change or climate justice. And she will be presenting for us right now. She is, very quickly, the Senior Program Associate at the Greenhouse Gas Management Institute with the Caribbean Cooperative Measurement, Reporting, and Verification Hub. Benis provides support to the execution of the technical activities and management functions of the organization. Ms. Benis Joseph. Round of applause. All righty. Didn't work.
Okay, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me much better now? Yes. So, let me see if the next slide has the topic. Okay, before we go in here. So, as Rhyme said, my name is Benis Joseph. I work with the Greenhouse Gas Management Institute and the Caribbean Cooperative Measurement, Reporting, and Verification Hub, which is a long word. It's a new organization where we do mainly capacity building, but we focus on data and capacity building, helping Caribbean countries with their reporting requirements, and also involved in a lot of data collection, because data is important. Now, I know this is not a very sexy topic as well, but just to give you a little history, I didn't start out just jumping in. I worked with the Energy Ministry in St. Lucia for a number of years. I am also involved as a reviewer for the UNFCCC for those same reports that we're trying to build capacity in the region to help persons in the region be able to develop those reports going forward. As it pertains to reporting, as part of the Paris Agreement, countries are now obligated to do 2 sets of reports. Before we had national communications and biennial update reports. Now we have biennial transparency reports. And you'll hear people talk about BTRs. That's what they are, biennial transparency reports. And these are supposed to be reported every 2 years. In those reports, you have a number of chapters that you need to do as well. So I may go into it when we go into the reporting requirements. In addition to that, you have your nationally determined contributions, which is your NDCs. And your NDCs are supposed to be updated every 5 years. Lately, I heard that they're calling for new NDCs for 2030, 2031, right, Dawn? Yes. So they're not asking for an update of your NDCs. They're asking for completely new NDCs for 2030, 2031. In your NDCs, in your National Determined Contribution document, you need to have data. Data on what? Because data on what? What are we talking about? What do we have data on in the BTRs and in our National Determined Contributions? One, what level our greenhouse gases emissions are at. So where are you with your greenhouse gas emissions? And what do you plan to do to get it down? How do you plan to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions? So you have reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and you have also adaptation, which is now included in your NDCs as well. So you need to put in your adaptation actions, your mitigation actions. In your NDCs, they also ask you to do projections. So what's going to happen in the future? How do you plan to reduce those emissions and how they would affect your overall total emissions going into the future? So you do that in your NDCs and also in your biennial transparency reports that are obligated every 2 years. I mean, small island developing states, we do have some leniency in those reporting, and we also have the national communications. So we're talking about the importance of data management and reporting. So coming back to the topic, why do we think data is such a critical importance? Raim, you're there? You're around? With the mic?
That's what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I need you to do some work with me today. You okay?
I'll get my steps in.
Okay. So why do we think data is such a critical importance in climate change, climate justice, in energy transition, anything that we do? Not you, Kendall.
Well, I can't reach Kendall because I have the mic.
But you have somebody in front, right? Okay.
It's important because when we go to negotiations, if we don't have any data to back up what we're saying, it's just us talking and saying what we would want.
Exactly. So if you could stand up when you're talking as well, because we do have persons online. So we have, Raim is not coming to you, but I saw your hands up first.
Very similar to what he said, and just touching on what we heard this morning, where if we don't have evidence, our negotiations aren't going to stand. And as small island developing states, I don't like to say this, but this is how it feels, like we're not taken seriously. Our voices aren't as strong compared to the world powers. So without that evidence, they're just going to cast us aside. So we definitely need the data to back up our claims.
Thank you. A key word, and if you don't learn anything from me today, you would have heard it from Dr. Remy, you would have heard it from Dawn, evidence. We need evidence.
That's the word I'm going to use. All right, so thank you for the word, but values, figures. Two key terms I use in evidence is very, very important. So I would go with 3 words: evidence, values, and figures.
Evidence, values, and figures. So I just want to also add that data doesn't necessarily mean figures as well, because we do have a lot of qualitative data. And that is also important, because sometimes the stories that people tell in journalism, we've talked about it, this is also information that can be used when we write in those reports, because this is what we call our national circumstance. What is our situation? What is currently ongoing in the country? Simple things like somebody would tell you, they may not have the data, they may not have the figures, but your grandparents would tell you, oh, the river used to pass here. And then somebody decides, well, I think I saw an incident, I haven't even gone into my PowerPoint yet. I saw an incident in Guyana where they built the bridge in one location, but the place the river normally passed was covered to make a road. And then when the water came in, it took a truck with it. But when the water came in, it went back to what it normally knows, right? Water will follow the path of least resistance. Same thing with electricity. Everybody follows the path of least resistance. And so that's what happened. But that doesn't mean that the information that they had or the data that they had on somebody saying this is where the river was passing wasn't critical data. This was critical data. So how do we manage that data? How do we ensure that persons coming in the next few years knows where to get that data? How do you ensure that data is transferable to the future generation? Because Genesis said it earlier. She said she's currently the youth. Engage the youth from the beginning. But in the next 10 years, are you going to be the youth? No. You'll be expired youth. So you'll be expired youth in the next 10 years. But you need to ensure that the information, the data that you have, is passed on to persons going forward. So this is what we're talking about, the importance of data management. So we talked about data, so I'll just give you like little definitions because that's what we start off with. You need to know what we're talking about so that I can continue. Data is a set of facts, concepts, or statistics that can be analyzed, used to produce information. Data can be qualitative or quantitative. So data doesn't mean you need to know maths. Although I do sit at a computer looking at numbers all the time. But data does not mean that you need to know maths. Data can be whatever is there, what is available to you. Now, there's a difference between data and information. No? Yes? Maybe? You agree? Yes. So there's a difference between data and information. So information is data that has been categorized, analyzed, and organized to have structure and meaning. So you can have a whole set of numbers. Probably everybody went to school here. So you could have gotten a report card with a whole set of numbers, no subjects attached. You have data, but what is that data to you? Is it giving you any information? Absolutely not. So data that has been categorized, analyzed, and organized. And this was supposed to be a GIF, but it's not playing for some reason. But showing that you need to organize the data. You need to be able to sort it out, analyze it, and be able to transmit that information to other persons. Now, does information mean that you have knowledge?
No.
So we have some people shaking their head yes, some people saying no. So what is knowledge? Knowledge is a combination of data and information when combined with experience, expert opinion, and skills which may lead to valuable decision-making skills. And that's what we're here to get. Data into information, into knowledge. So we want to ensure that that information that we've taken, the data that we've taken, analyzed, put into information, becomes knowledge to you, to the policymakers, to persons out there. So that's what we're all about. And that's why it's important that you manage your data. So what is data management? That's where we're going to the key part. Data management is collecting, organizing, analyzing, storing, protecting, and sharing of data. That is key because we can collect data. I can have as much data as possible. But I have not shared it. It's only for me. Is it going to be used anywhere? It's useless. The lawyer cannot use it as evidence. The journalist cannot take that data to write her articles. The farmer cannot use the data to plant new crops. The nurse, yes, you're also important. So the nurse cannot take that data to analyze to say, well, we may have more deaths because of the heating going on, global warming, etc., that has been analyzed over the number of years, etc. So all of that is important. So that's why data management is key. We in the Caribbean, I can tell you, I don't think we understand what data management is. I don't know if you in your workplaces may think differently. Maybe we have someone from Lucelec, which is the electrical company. They may have a better data management system than most of the others. But I can tell you, working in the Ministry of Energy, data management, when I came in, I don't know if it existed. Because you would come up with, and as young people, you would come up with ideas. Sometimes you feel it's the best idea in the world. This is a new, innovative idea. You've never heard of it before. And somebody down the line will tell you, no, we've done that before. But where? Where's the report? Where is the journalist with the article that might have, you could link to say, hey, this happened? Where is the data or the file to get that information? It's nowhere around. So sometimes it may be in a report somewhere, hidden in a corner, in a storage room, under dust. Yeah, you may have to sift it out to see if it's there. We have not translated a lot of our data into digital forms. We've lost a lot of data because we're experiencing the effects of climate change. We have hurricanes, we have all these things affecting us, and so we're losing our data because we're not properly doing data management. And so because of all of that loss of data, we're affected because when we ask for funds, when we ask for support, we don't have the evidence. Where is the evidence to show that this has been affecting you for a number of years? It's not there because we don't have proper data management. So why do we need data? We understand why we need data. We understand it to understand patterns and trends, to understand behaviors, to identify problems and solutions, to better inform decision makers and policies, and to mitigate risk. We've talked about data and climate change, so I'm not going to go into that because time is of essence as well. But it's important to ensure that there is historical evidence. Historical evidence, because climate change is not now. It's not a weather-related issue. It's not the flood happening today or the hurricane happening today. Hurricanes have been happening in the Caribbean region for years. We are in the hurricane belt. We know the hurricane's going to come. June 1st to November 30th is our hurricane season. But what kind of hurricanes are we experiencing? What has happened over the years with the patterns of hurricanes? And so that's why it's important to have that kind of empirical evidence, that data, and to have the data stored and managed properly. So types of data management, and this is where it's critical. Data preparation. So somebody would ask, why do we need to prepare the data? I've already collected the data. What are we talking about preparing data? So sometimes as a farmer, I'll pick on the farmers, you've collected data, but there's probably a few missing pieces or something that's an anomaly in your data. You need to analyze, you need to prepare that data. You need to make sure that data is working for you. You need to structure the data as well. Put in the years, the type of potatoes that you had, the numbers, etc., etc. This is what we call about data preparation. Then we're talking about data pipelines. Now, as the name says, pipeline. Where do we send that data to? How do we process that data? Where does it go through? Then you have extract, transform, and load. So you take that data, where do you put it? Is it going on a server? Is it going in a special place? Are we taking that data to put it in a nice format that my journalists here would be able to understand, interpret that data? Am I taking that data to my minister to say, hey, this is what happened in this area. This is the type of policies that need to change. This is what we're talking about when we talk about data. Then you talk about data catalogs. So it's not only about just having the data. You need to write about that data. You need to say what the data is, what you're using it for, what day you collected it, what's the location that it was collected in. You need to have as much information about that data so that when, probably, I'll pick on you for a little while. Let's say 40 years down the line, your grandchild comes up, they would be able to say in 2024, Miss would have collected that data, or Granny would have collected that data. This is what the data is about. This is where she took that data. This is the area. That area is no longer there because the sea came in. We have sea level rise, etc., etc. So that's the kind of information we're looking at to make sure that it's stored. Data warehouses, you're talking about storage of the data, making sure that this data is in a, and I'm not going to specifics because we can use different types of data warehouses. So, but it's important that you have a warehouse for your data. Data governance. What is the standard of data that you've collected? What are the requirements behind that data? So I've talked about that I'm involved in greenhouse gas emissions estimations. It's a specific type of data. You need to follow specific guidelines to be able to collect, to be able to estimate that data. So you need to have those strict guidelines when you're doing data for specific purpose. Data architecture. So sometimes on our computer, we store files, and sometimes, I don't know, they say it's a women problem. You can never find a file that you stored or where you stored it in or how did you do your system for storing. Because some of us have nice systems, you know. It's pretty, you number it 1, 2, 3, but what does the 1 stand for? You have no idea. So you have to have your data architecture. You need to design how you store your data, where it's being stored, what it's being stored for, and how do you access it, so that anybody coming behind you will be able to find out where that data is. Data security. Now, I saw some questions. Somebody said people don't use the app, the Woovo app. It's not that we don't use the Woovo app. It's just that we looked at the questions and we're like, I think I can resolve those questions during my presentation. So we're talking about data security. It's normally up to the organizations to sort out their data security. Now, they have certain companies, I can tell you, like the electrical company in St. Lucia, they will not give you data until you sign an NDA. What's an NDA? For those who don't know the technical term, non-disclosure agreement. So you can use the data, you can analyze it, you can put it in a different form, but you cannot take that raw data and be able to send it to anybody else because that's their data. So you need to understand how you're going to use that data, how you're going to secure that data as well, so that it doesn't get into the wrong hands. So that's also important. And data modeling. So this is what I do. I do data modeling. So it's climate change data, data modeling, looking at the data, looking at your historical aspects, and looking at projections into the future. How does that data implicate the future projections? What's going to happen going forward? And normally you use different drivers to do your projections, but I will not go into that because it's a little more technical than expected. So why is data management important? And that's the key critical question that we have today. Visibility. So it allows you to actually, one, visualize the places that you can source your data from. Reliability. It means that you have a secure place that you can access that data, that people working with you can also tap into that data as well. Security. So having data means, especially for a business, so I'm not speaking only about climate change. In every single business, I think we have somebody here who's an accountant. In every single business that you have, you want to have that data to show how your business projections are going forward, what's selling. Because, for example, you have a young child probably selling mangoes in front of a school, and then tomorrow during the week, or on Saturdays, they sell it by the market. How many mangoes did I sell by the market compared to how many mangoes did I sell by the school? So you need to understand those statistics as well. So you need to understand, and that helps with your business plan. Scalability. As you collect more data, in every business, it tells you how much you can scale up, how much you can continue adding to what you're doing. So even in climate change, you're doing mitigation policies, you're doing reductions in emissions. You've collected certain data, but how can you improve that? How can you go bigger? How can you go stronger? I have seen, I'll go there a little later, historical context and future projections. We've spoken about that. It's important that you understand what the history is, what's going on, and then you also need to understand how to improve for the future. What's going to happen in the future if it continues? If you have a business and it's going downwards, you're losing money, you need to figure out, do I continue this business? Same thing with climate change. If you're doing a policy and it's a mitigation policy, but you're not getting reduction in emissions in that area, do you want to continue doing it? Why would you continue doing a policy that's not giving you the results? And you can only get those results from, one, having proper data and having proper data management. Because you, as we said, climate change stuff takes over 30 years to sometimes actually see the results. So you need to have that data management system so that people coming behind you would be able to see and analyze the data as well. So I have a few questions. I think I answered some of them already as well. Do you think the data management, that it's supposed to be that data management changes from what we've discussed? So do you think that data management changes in different sectors? So if it's not just, we're talking about climate change, but what if you're in a business just doing cosmetology, or you're in the gym business? Does data management really change from one sector to the next? Rahim, you around? What happens when you do not have sufficient data? What's going to happen when you don't have? And why is the historical data so important? So anybody who was willing to answer some of those questions, you don't have to answer all three, but at least one of them. Yes, I know I answered all of them already, but we have.
Yeah.
For the middle one, what happens when we do not have sufficient data? We can use things like extrapolation, and in your case, you say projections as well. I have a question before you move on. Can I just ask a fast question? In terms of your management process for data, which part of that process deals with the ethical parts of the data collection?
It's actually in two different areas. So you have the preparation and you also have the governance. So in data governance, that's where you're looking at the ethical and also data preparation, because you would look at your data, analyze it to make sure that it actually makes sense.
Well, yeah, so okay, yes, so I was going to say extrapolation, and I guess it's also the time you went to school as well, because I realized that's something that like older people tend to shy away from sometimes. No, for sure, because like, okay, I'm not sure what your experience would have been, but in primary school, we would have learned to make an educated guess. And an educated guess comes with, sufficient substantiation. It might be wrong, but if your data points to it, then that's the case. And historical data, I think my favorite historical data sources are like old people. Like they just always know like the most random things. I remember I actually mentioned James Fletcher to somebody. sorry. No, I didn't mention you as an old person. I did not mention him as an old person. For the record, let the data not show that, but I mentioned him to somebody named Van Dyke, and he was like, oh, Jimmy, yes, his father owned all the taxis in Castries. I was like, so yeah, so that's like a simple source that we have like all around us that we kind of take for granted sometimes.
Yeah. Exactly, and we have to understand that data is not only quantitative, it's also qualitative.
All the taxis.
Yes, so I was just going to comment on why is historical data so important. It sets the context and the baseline for future trends and current trends especially within climate change, that is relatively important to us in... Oh. Sorry, it sets the context and the baseline in evaluating future and current trends, especially in terms of climate change. And this is what we would use in terms of our evidence for explaining ourselves in terms of what has been happening. And every time I think of historical data, there's this story for Chazelle again with our fishing, our jetty, which is a sore point for me. Had we actually had the historical data, we may not have been facing the challenge that we're facing now with the jetty, where we have so much sand coming in, and it was newly built, and this is where traditional knowledge, like Sian was saying, traditional knowledge was not taken into consideration by the fishermen, who were indicating at the time that, hey, over the time we've been seeing this happening during this season, and that would have affected the design or the layout of the jetty, but this was not considered because we had our scientists and our engineers from Japan come and just, sideline these people, and now we have a serious problem in Chazelle with the jetty and the sand that they're now paying endless money to try to rectify.
Yes. Thank you, Keenan. That's a perfect example to more or less end off, the data management sector. Because if we had those stories being not only just told to the engineers, but you have your journalists, you have other places that you can tap into that kind of qualitative data, storytelling, information, then it would have been heard by the major players in the market. Because data is not only quantitative. Just remember that it's also qualitative. Because as an expert, or I would say as not necessarily an expert, but we're all from different countries. We understand somebody I heard a lot of persons say, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, but Tobago specifically. Someone from Tobago would know more about Tobago than someone from Trinidad and Tobago, because I didn't hear the Trinis say, I'm from Trinidad specifically. But but I just wanted to point it out that we know our national context, we understand the history in our countries as well, and we can help with that qualitative data going forward. It's also done in, as I said, greenhouse gas emissions estimation. Sometimes you may not have the data that you need, but an expert can go in, interviews, do some analysis with persons to understand what's going on. I'll bring out an example. I know I may be over time already. We were doing the greenhouse gas inventory for St. Lucia, and we noticed a dip in emissions in a certain year. I think it was, I can't remember the year off the top of my head. But everybody was trying to, it wasn't COVID, because we did it before COVID. So we did it for the years up to 2018, from 2000 to 2018. And everybody was wondering why they had this huge dip. But it's also when our copper industry went down. So even all of that, you take in the historical information, the historical context, that can help with your data compilation, your data preparation, everything.
Sorry, this is really... Okay, cool. I just wanted to get an idea of best practice when it comes to, going through a thing right now. When it comes to data sharing and intellectual property, from a donor's perspective.
From a donor's perspective. That might be difficult for me to answer. I don't know if there's anyone in the room that would be able to answer that question in terms of data sharing and intellectual properties from a donor's perspective. So let me hand over to Dawn.
Thanks. It really depends on the how you negotiate when you started off preparing whatever proposal you were with the donor. Ideally, the donor is supposed to be exactly that, a donor. And therefore, it's supposed to be a country-driven effort that you are working with the donor on. And if it's a country-driven effort, it should be clear from early o'clock that you are, the data belongs to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, whatever it is, the government of, and that you have the right to that data. The copyright and all of that should be very clear from the inception. And that's also with consultants, because you have the consultants who are collecting the data on your behalf to do a particular report or assessment. That data should belong to the country. It's been done in the country for the country. And that your TORs that you prepare with that consultant should spell these things out. When we leave them gray or unsaid, then we have issues. You have an issue.
As always. Okay. So we're going into reporting and...
Yeah, sorry. It was just a point following on from what Sienna and Keena said. We had some serious rainfall in St. Lucia in November, I think it was 2 years ago. And there was flooding in 2 areas. And the 2 areas where we had the flooding were called Grand Riviere and Riviere Mita. Now, those names were not chosen accidentally. Our foreparents, grandparents, long before us. Grand Riviere in Creole means big river. Riviere Mita in Creole means in the middle of the river. So clearly, if you put your houses in a place that's called Big River or in the middle of the river, when you get a deluge of rain, what do you think is going to happen? But again, we believe that we can retrain a river and cause a river to go somewhere else and then build in what is a floodplain. So it goes back to this whole question of indigenous knowledge, that we do not understand that indigenous knowledge is knowledge that has been acquired over generations, which sometimes has greater validation than what scientists like me do, because when we as scientists do things, we do something, we do maybe 3 years of observations, and we record it, and we get it peer-reviewed, and we get it published. And we put greater stock on that 3 years of empirical observation, as opposed to generations of empirical observation that have determined that this thing happens. So yeah, the data collection, even though anecdotal or qualitative, still has very important empirical value if we use it that way. And I think that's something that's very often missed.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Fletcher. And yes, and as I keep on saying, data can be or quantitative. So it doesn't always have to do with numbers. It also has to do with the intel that is already there in your country. So quickly into reporting. We touched on it earlier. I told you about the reports that we are obligated to do as part of the countries to UNFCCC. So basically, you report. What do you do with the data, new information? You create visuals so people can understand. We either send it to the journalists. We prepare analysis of the data so that it can be easily understood. You don't want to create information that people cannot understand. You also want to develop trends and patterns for data and document it. And then all of that leads to your reporting. And why do we report for climate change? We only have one planet. It's one planet that we have. It's one planet that we need to sustain. So we need to report on our greenhouse gas emissions. We need to report on our reductions in mitigation. We need to report on adaptation actions. We need to report on finance. How much money is actually coming into the country compared to what is being pledged? How much money is St. Lucia actually receiving that is specific to climate change, that is specific to renewable energy? So all of that is involved in your reporting requirements in your BTRs. So I'll go quickly. I know, so we talked upon that, the different examples of reports for climate change. And why is reporting important? We've said it over and over. Linking data and information through knowledge, keeping track of progress, because we've done reports, we do our report books at school, right? So we keep track of our progress, how we're doing in school, how we move forward. So basically, you're doing the same thing for climate change. Let's keep track of our progress. What's happening? How are the emissions changing globally? How are the emissions changing in Tobago? I don't think you'll do separate reports, but Trinidad and Tobago. How is it changing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Information for future generation. Important because we will not always be here. I used to be a youth too, no longer. To explain expired youth, right? To explain data trends and information to non-data analysts, because it's important that you we said it today earlier, if you know something, you should be able to explain to a 7-year-old or a 6-year-old. So you need to be able to explain that data and that information. And 2, finally, increase knowledge. So we want to collect that data, we want to analyze that data, we want to report on that data so that it's not only us keeping that information, but it's spread out. So you, journalists, the lawyers, everyone increases in knowledge because of that data. So I think that's the end. I hope so. We can do the discussion points through the app, but thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. I know we are not related, or at least I don't know. It's just very common in St. Lucia. So, we will now go to Ms. Wendy Wallace, who has been waiting for a very long time. And very quickly, Ms. Wallace serves as the program assistant for the IRIE report at the OECS Commission and plays a very vital role in engaging young people and facilitating their voices in the decision-making process through, 1, the IRIE report platform, but also the OECS Youth Advisory Network. She has a solid foundation in the law, earning her first-class honors from the Bachelor's of Law degree from the University of the West Indies Cave campus. I think you're supposed to clap now. Beyond her academic achievements, she has also shared her expertise as a CSEC and CAPE lecturer at the Academic School of Learning. She actively serves in various leadership capacities, second vice president of the Dominica Youth Council, but also a member of the Youth Emergency Action Committee in Dominica. This, among many other things, are present on Uvo, so read it in your spare time. So, allow me to introduce to you, and please join me in welcoming Miss Wendy Wallace, who will present to you on engaging youth in policy and decision making.
Thank you so much, Rahim. Okay, awesome. I should have admitted to Dr. Fletcher that I always prefer to speak to young people after lunch because it's not so much about climate change we were worried about before lunch. It's really the other chemical reaction. But thinking about it, there's another chemical reaction that happens after lunch. What's that? Oh boy. Let's just say I rather compete with your full minds than empty stomachs. But on a real, guys, our climate is at a critical juncture. And the fight for climate justice and sustainable development cannot wait. I became part of the fight after being in Antigua and Barbuda for a few years, and Hurricane Maria happened in Dominica. And I found myself at the port in Antigua, awaiting news to see if my family were part of that statistics. And you should know the statistics that I'm talking about. We heard the death toll rising, and I was there waiting 2 days. Didn't change my clothes to see if my family were actually part of that death statistic. Fortunately, they were not, but I do have friends who had family members who actually passed away. So we recognize that we are the generation that will bear the consequence of the inaction. But I still remain hopeful that we are the generation that can bring about transformative change. I mean, if we look around us, the signs are there. In Dominica, in Anguilla, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, the signs are there. And our communities are feeling the impact. And there is this demography that's usually left out from that conversation. That's us. We are also feeling the impact. I mean, at the Meet the Leaders Forum last week in the Dominican Republic, and Yenesis is definitely a testament to that strengthening of the European-Caribbean partnership. Have you ever been to the Dominican Republic? Anyone? It's hot. It was my first time there, and I was waiting for a little breeze, it's the heat, the humidity is unbearable. But in the face of these challenges, there is hope, and that hope really lies in our collective action. We heard about individuals like Greta Thunberg, and across the world, we are seeing young people really taking up arms. And I think there is a space for youth in the Caribbean to become militants of climate justice. And I'm hoping that our expectations from this conference goes beyond the call for awareness, and it becomes a call to take up arms. Because we have been talking, educating, informing, and raising awareness for far too long. It's about time we take up arms. And Rahim can tell you, I can be a little bit, yeah. How can we do it? And I think I will go through this quite briefly because a lot of examples were mentioned. But I think part of the work that I do with the OECS Commission, it's a little bit more at the grassroots level. So I'm hoping that I can share a little bit more practical examples, and you can hear from me some of the best practices in some of the territories that we've been working with. Educate and advocate. Equip yourselves with knowledge about climate change, and don't keep it in your memory banks, please. Please share that information with your families, with your family members, community, go into the schools. And I was hoping to hear some of the work that CYEN is doing in collaboration with, Gary is also a member of CYEN Dominica, and we would have hosted the first ever climate change conference in the Kalinago territory. And it was such a groundbreaking time there in Dominica. So definitely use that knowledge to advocate for policies and to support sustainable practices. And the importance of education is sometimes underestimated. One of UNICEF's largest ever polls was on climate change. And when I looked at the data that poll revealed, almost 70% of you reporters believe that they do not learn a lot about climate crisis in school. 2 in 5 you reporters do not feel they are receiving the skills and training needed to tackle climate crisis. And listening to Benice's presentation, it really validated the importance of data collection. And I'm hoping that I'm going to speak to you right after to come and do a training with some of our Europort ambassadors. I think it would be quite valuable. Innovate and implement. Think creatively and develop innovative solutions that promote renewable energy and reduce carbon footprints, whether it's through school projects, community initiatives, entrepreneurial ventures, and listening also to speaking about climate justice through the lens of a journalist. I mean, and through the lens of a litigator. I sat there and I'm like, we have this powerful tool which I'll share a little bit more about. And the power of this tool in engaging young people to help bridge that gap. I like to think of the tool I'll speak about as an ally between young people and decision makers. So Recycle OECS, for instance, is a pioneering initiative that is really setting the stage to help create that circular economy that we should really be aiming for. And it's really through that EU Caribbean partnership that this is funded. Collaborate and mobilize, and this conference hosted by Dr. Fletcher and Crick and the other team members is really a testament. And a critical part is to lead by example. I saw a question speaking about the power of social media. This is the power of social media. I mean, we have to live by example. Pick up your phones. I know some of us look really nice on social media. Yes, pick up those phones and show how you live sustainably, how you reduce waste. How do you conserve energy? You can do a cute picture to show how you reduce waste. You don't think so? You can. Yes. So live by example and show others that a sustainable lifestyle is not only possible, but it is also essential for the future. And engage in governance. Now, there are a number of challenges that may limit young persons from engaging at that high-level decision-making governance structure. But I'll share a little bit about how so easy it is possible. And I'll briefly mention I'll give you a little testament about myself. So this is where you really take an active role in policy making, join youth advisory councils, attend town hall meetings. And when you attend, don't just sit there. I heard the word bench warmers. Don't sit there. Stand up and say, hey, you're not doing enough. What about the ban on plastic bags? What's the status of that? Ask questions and don't just sit there and remain quiet. And engage with other representatives. Because we need to ensure that our voices are heard in the corridors of power where decisions are made about our future. And this is why engaging in youth and policy decision making is so crucial. It is important for our voices to be heard, valued, and incorporated into these policies. And the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS Commission, recognizes the immense potential of young people through platforms and opportunities, two of which I will share with you today. The first one is U-Report. U-Report. I know this photo speaks to U-Report OECS, but U-Report ECA, there's U-Report in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and the OECS Commission handles the OECS territories. When I spoke to Dr. Fletcher, he really requested that I also share my story. I started as a U-Report ambassador, a volunteer on the ground in Dominica, going into schools, begging stakeholders, begging governments to meet with us so that we can share more about what we do with U-Report. I was a mere volunteer on the ground, living in a very remote area in the northeast in Dominica. And I never thought that the work that we were doing in Dominica would have been recognized by the OECS Commission. And in the last year, December, I would have been reached out. The OECS reached out and said, here, send in an application. And I was appointed by the OECS Commission. So I think that really solidifies the importance of starting from the ground up. And in this position, it's not going to restrict me from reaching a diverse number of young people. Because sometimes when we get at the top, we forget where we came from, right? And one of the things that I recognize is that, hey, we have to reach the youth where they are, right? How do we ensure that there is inclusivity? Because going into schools, we're not reaching every single. What about disengaged young people? What about youth at risk? What about boys on the block? We have this block culture in the Caribbean, how are we going to reach them? We get MiFi devices and we go out and we meet them where they are. So you have a group of ambassadors on the ground doing that work, and it's amazing. And being there myself, the work would not have been done without these ambassadors working on the ground, reaching the people where they are. Because, you know, sometimes policymakers are up in offices on the 3rd floor and 4th floor. And we hear of policies and initiatives being implemented on the basis of what, really? On the basis of little to no data. So this is where the power of engagement, engagement of youth in policy and decision-making comes into play. And at the OECS Commission, the OECS Youth Strategy is really that blueprint for youth empowerment. And it is designed to ensure that the perspectives, the ideas, and needs of young people are integrated into some of the programs and initiatives that we have. So one of the most powerful tools, I believe so, for youth engagement is IRIE. IRIE is a social messaging tool that allows us, young people, I'm not expired as yet, that allows us to voice our opinions on issues that matter to us. Whether it's about education, environmental issues, climate change, unemployment, you name it, our insights help to shape the policies that impact our lives. Now, this platform was actually designed by UNICEF, and IRIE is in about 95 countries worldwide. And it really, I mean, I went and I did the history. I looked at the history behind IRIE when it started in Uganda, because they realized that the youth makes up a significant demography in Uganda, and their voices were not heard. So they actually utilized this platform to allow young persons that voice. So IRIE engages through youth through social media, because you have to meet young people where they are. Yes? If you want to attack crime, have to be careful, yeah? But if you want to attack crime, you know the areas. Where are you going to go? You go to the areas, right? You send out police patrols, yeah, the drones. I heard there's talk in St. Lucia about using drones to help tackle crime. So you go where they are. So we are meeting youth where they are through social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. There is a website, the same like in Barbados, Jamaica. So there is a website that anyone can access. It's IRIE. Those of you in the OECS, IRIE OECS. And you can actually access the ECA, the Eastern Caribbean website as well, because UNICEF also sends out polls through the ECA website. And it's very easy to sign up to the platform. Those of you in the OECS who have not signed on to the platform, I would definitely encourage you to do so. So you can actually scan the barcode or text join to the number on the screen, and you will be prompted to a few demographic questions. Now, your report would have been launched in the OECS in 2029, and we would have been able to amass over 6,400 young persons onto the platform. And that is a tremendous feat, especially in the age where there are so many concerns about phishing and scams online. I think this is actually a tremendous feat. And within the ECA, there are over 18,000 young people signed on as an Eastern Caribbean. So the platform is a bit different from Google Forms or using SurveyMonkey, you know, where you have to, if you want to send a survey, you have to continuously send out that survey. You guys remember from social studies when we had to do all these questionnaires, and yes, we had to continuously send out those surveys. And so your report, once persons would have signed on to the platform, Surveys are then sent to their phones. There's no need to continuously send. The most that is done is really to just send out a reminder to nudge you, like Duolingo, right? Duolingo. Yeah, I got an email from Duolingo and I was concerned. If I was married, I've been in trouble. It's saying babe. And you guys receive those emails? Yeah, Duolingo actually called me babe. I was like, who? Okay, so young people actually signed on to the platform to become your reporters, and thereafter you receive regular polls to solicit your ideas and recommendations on issues. And these polls are really initiated by anyone. Can be initiated by U-Report ambassadors who are working on the ground. It can be initiated by some of the partners that we work with. As long as you are initiating a program that is youth-focused and you want to better inform that program, because you're getting that information, the needs of young people directly from the horse's mouth themselves, then you can actually become a partner. And as a data for development tool, the information collected through polls would have been utilized by the OECS Commission, by stakeholders, by governments even, and I will share maybe one or two examples before I leave, so that they are better able to inform their respective policies and programs as they seek to create relevant youth-focused initiatives. Now, before I share a few examples, answering survey questions can be a bit daunting. Imagine all you're doing is just answer. And we have that culture where we would have experienced persons who would have said, all I'm doing is just answering questions and I'm not getting it. You're not giving me any money. Like, what am I getting, right? So that's essentially our culture here. So to release that stress on young people, and to recognize the power of the platform, U-Report actually goes beyond just sending surveys to young people's phone. The scope of U-Report OECS would have been augmented by a skills training component called Fundu. If I can go Fundu. And I think that's probably my favorite part about the platform. So Fundu actually utilizes experiential learning through modular, non-sequential tasks. So these are essentially the aspects that young persons are not learning in school. Yes? So it teaches critical life skills to help to develop their cognitive abilities and their critical thinking as well. So these skills are actually divided into 4 basic areas, 4 current areas for now. So once you sign on to the platform, you have access to this. So you can type the word Fundu, and you will be prompted to input a nickname. So you'll never be required to actually put in your real name. It's anonymous. And you'll be interacted with by it's essentially utilizing AI. So it's a bot that we actually use. So this is an opportunity for young persons to actually learn things that are not taught through the formal education system. How to build a resume, how to write a business plan, how to become better at public speaking, how to identify stress signals. You can actually, I know Jamaica is definitely a lot more advanced in the area of mental health on the platform, where the platform is actually used to share mental health support resources, yes? And young persons in Jamaica can actually contact mental health support through a hotline now, and that's actually amazing. So we recognize the power of U-Report. Now, on the topic of climate change, you're seeing how you can actually begin thinking about how you can actually utilize a platform like that within your organizations, right? To help spread the word, to help collect data, yes, to better inform any policies or any initiatives or programs that you are driving, and to share more about climate change, climate justice, sustainable development, environmental awareness, right? When Dr. Remy spoke this morning and she said, let's build a case, I mean, my mind was racing. I'm like, we can actually use the platform through Fundu to help guide young persons to build a case. So, well, I know there are young attorneys here and there are law students here. So we get these IRAC, the problem style questions. We can actually, this haunted me. Yes. So we can actually utilize these problem style questions, right, through Fundu and guide persons in helping to build the case. I mean, when I have to be careful. When our current fighters are no longer fighting that fight, we have to build the next set of climate justice attorneys and climate justice negotiators and data analysts to really continue the fight, right? So I think that is going to be so powerful in helping to continue that fight. So we can see how we can actually begin wrapping our heads around using the platform to continue the fight for climate justice. I did promise an example because we always want to know where does this information go. I mean, I'm going to give you an example. The last Soufriere volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. UNICEF and the OECS Commission would have partnered to conduct a poll. Young people were actually engaged to speak about how that eruption would have impacted on their lives. They were asked to identify their needs. It could be access to basic water, food, clothing, right? Medicine. And the poll also sought to understand the appetite of young Vincentian youth to engage in counseling. And I think that's something that would have come out from our discussions with the EU last week, where we would have urged recommendations to build more support around environmental sustainability. And one of the participants mentioned the mental health of young people after these disasters hit. So we definitely need greater support for that as well. And even training. I think there is a special kind of training that needs to be done for mental health support persons to better help young people deal with that mental effect after disasters. And I can tell you, in Dominica, it's definitely highly needed. So, in terms of that poll that was conducted, the responses collected really inflected the Commission's response to member states. The referrals to reputable resources were actually shared with young persons because a lot of them did not have access to these resources for psychosocial support through a hotline. And there was a surprising thing that happened. 57% of the respondents actually stated that cash was their most urgent need. That's what you said you want. So what am I going to say? You don't need any cash? Yes? So UNICEF said 57% of persons said they need cash. Then we need to do something. We need to make it accessible. Maybe they need the cash to purchase medicine, food, clothing, and so on. So UNICEF's social protection response to that would have included a Cash Plus program to allow disenfranchised families to access cash through that program. So we see the power. We see the power of this tool in assisting during times like that. Now, in addition to your report at the OECS Commission, the OECS Youth Advisory Network is a dynamic group of young professionals from across the region. And young members would have been instrumental in shaping the OECS youth strategy. And that's what makes it so special. This is a strategy that would have been created by young people for young people. And that is powerful, right? And the sectors that they work with involves education. So you would see here certain pillars saying, yes, I. Yes, I learn would focus on education. Yes, I earn would focus on employment and entrepreneurship and so on. So through these initiatives, the OECS Commission really commits to working with young people to help them overcome barriers to achieve their success. This strategy was actually endorsed and approved by the recent OECS Council of Ministers of Youth and Sports meeting in St. Lucia earlier this year in March. And a testament to the Commission's commitment to youth engagement is the involvement of young people at that governance meeting, at that high-level governance meeting. We spoke about identifying ways young persons can actually have a voice. The U-Report platform bridges that gap because that information is then sent to the necessary policymakers to inform their policies, right? This is another instance. Young persons within the OECS have the opportunity, and Genesis was actually one of the U-Report ambassadors who would have sat at the last Council of Ministers meeting and heard her recommendations being approved by ministers of youth and sports. So it's just not it's not just about a box-ticking exercise, it's about meaningful and active engagement, where your contributions at the table are heard, valued and incorporated and actually acted upon. So this is important, guys, because our future depends on it. And when young people are engaged in decision-making and policy-making, we find that our policies are more innovative, are more creative, and are more effective to meet the target population, which is young people. So to bring finality to my message, engaging in youth policy is not just a nice to have. It's a necessity. And the OECS Commission is committed to ensuring that this is heard. I will share my contact information if any one of your organizations may wish to partner with U-Report, collaborate with U-Report, so that the data can be used to better inform these initiatives and policies. Right? Guys, this is our moment. The fight is ours. Like I said, young persons around the world are getting militant, and we need to join that militancy. It's time that we take up arms and go beyond just a call for awareness. We are participants in this movement. We are innovators. We are mind drivers, and we are warriors in this fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. And again, because of the time constraints, if you have any questions which you think Ms. Wallace did not address as part of the presentation, so that means I want you to revise your questions under the app. Then you can also ask again or different questions so that she could respond. All right? So last but not least, we have Dr. Fletcher, who will do with us the climate change negotiation simulation, and that would be us. Well, that would be it for the formal part of today until the welcome reception. I know you thought I was saying Grocery Friday night, but it is the welcome reception which is next. Dr. Fletcher?
Thanks, Raheem. The welcome reception is could actually be the preload of some of you to Grocery Friday night. So it's up to you. We are in Grocery. Those of you who have not been to Grocery on a Friday night, I would highly recommend it. Do not follow Kendall under any circumstances whatsoever. That is the only advice I will give to you. Kendall, there might be a poster of Kendall somewhere in Grocery right now after his last experience in Grocery, so please. And he probably, as he said this, he'll probably come inside. Yeah, so don't follow Kendall. Raheem is much safer to follow if Raheem will be there. Yeah, but imagine Raheem being safer, so that tells you. Okay, so what we will do, you heard many presentations today, particularly the one from Dawn, about what happens in the negotiations. You see? I knew that would bring him in. As I said, there's a poster of Kendall somewhere in Grocery right now, from Kendall's last escapade in Grocery. So what we will do is do a simulation of a negotiation. So Now, Don showed you this huddle. This is a famous, Don, this is you here, right? Yeah. This is Don. I had a little bit more hair on my head then. But that's me. This is Todd Stern, who was the US climate envoy. Todd and I had a really bad relationship then. I mean, that's when we were on opposite sides. We were trying to, loss and damage was almost, this is like, as Don said, this was the Saturday of the COP. COP should have ended on Friday. This was Warsaw. And Don had done an all-nighter plus, so Don had probably been at the COP venue in Poland, in Warsaw for like 36 hours. I went back, I think I left the COP venue at 3 o'clock that morning, came back at 6 o'clock. At least I got some sleep. At least I was able to shower. Dawn got neither. I think she rested on a beanie bag or something like that. That's what happens, unfortunately, because while the developed countries can relay their negotiators, we are small numbers, and we just have to keep going and going and going. And also, they have specialized groups dealing with special issues. So you have one set of people who only deal with climate finance. You have one set of people who deal only with mitigation, and maybe not even the entire gamut of mitigation issues, but one small subset of mitigation. Then you have those who are there to deal with loss and damage, but their job is to make Dawn's life as difficult as possible on loss and damage, because Dawn is proposing loss and damage and they're pushing it back. Like Amber Rudd said to me, the then Minister of the Environment for England said to me, we can't agree to loss and damage. I'm sorry, because loss and damage means liability and compensation, and there's no way we can agree to this. Or the head of delegation for Saudi Arabia coming to me when we were negotiating Paris and pointing his finger at my face and say, you small islands will get loss and will get 1.5 over my dead body. He's alive, and we got 1.5. So negotiations can get really, really stressful. So what we will do here this afternoon is kind of put you in the different camps of negotiation, because we will negotiate a text that really speaks to what we would like to see in loss and damage, the issue of liability and compensation. So this is a text that people like Dawn and others would have come together. I'm going to share it, so you don't really have to memorize it. I'll share it. We're going to break up into 8 different groups. So what I want you to do is to review the text, which is proposed by AOSIS and the Climate Vulnerable Forum. We will break out into 8 negotiating blocks to review the text, looking at it from the perspective of the countries that are members of your group, and you'll get a brief with which countries are the members of your group and what are the positions that they are more than likely to take. And then we will reassemble in a plenary, and we will simulate a negotiation. So you will be speaking, some of you will be speaking on behalf of the umbrella group. That's the United States and the big guns who don't want this. Or some of you will be speaking on behalf of the least developed countries who want this, but are looking at it maybe from a different perspective to island states. So just kind of, you will be in no negotiation. You'll be part of the umbrella group. You'll be in the US. You'll be US. So the first group we will look at is the Environmental Integrity Group. That's a smaller coalition of countries that work together in international climate change negotiations, particularly within the framework of the UNFCCC. And the AIG looks to build a bridge among the various negotiating blocs, trying for practical and balanced solutions. They are Switzerland, Mexico, Liechtenstein, Monaco, South Korea, and Georgia. So those of you who want to be the Environmental Integrity Group, I will select one person and make them the lead for the Environmental Integrity Group. Samantha, that's you. So you assemble a group around you, and so you are, yes? Well, there are 8 groups. How many of us are in this room? Like maybe, yeah. Oh yeah, maybe we can do that 1 to 8. That's a practical way of doing it. So, so that's group number 1. Do we have 8 tables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kind of, yeah, so let's do that. Let's go by tables. Good suggestion. So, and I'm not picking on you guys for any reason, because we can all be this group, but you're the Africa group. So why does the Africa group get applause or get laughter? That's not good. So the LDC group, the least developed countries, that's a large group comprising countries from Africa, It's been a while since I've been in this, so I used to be able to say this off the top of my head. Africa, Asia, the Caribbean. There's one Caribbean country in the least developed countries group. Anybody can guess which country that is? Haiti. Haiti. So that's you guys. You're the LDCs. Then this one gives me great pleasure to choose this group. Okay, give it up. Give it to that one. You guys are the Arab group. You're the Arab group, yes. Yeah, you wanted it, you got it. You're the Arab group. So who wants LDCs? You guys can get LDCs. You're the LDC group. Then we have the European Union group. So that's Kina's group. That's the Choiseul-led group, the European Union. So the front page tells you who are the countries you represent, and the page at the back gives you a brief on what are the issues that, the negotiating issues that you're likely to discuss. So it kind of gives you a little bit of a primer. So this next group is a group I never really liked because they gave us a lot of trouble during the negotiations because they're such a mixed group. When we were negotiating Paris and we met with this group, I couldn't get a sense of what they were doing, LMDCs. The like-minded developing countries. Now that is a troublesome group. It comprises, listen to this, China, India, Bolivia, Saudi Arabia, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Iran, Iraq, Philippines, Malaysia, Cuba, Ecuador, and Egypt. You couldn't get a more diverse group of people than this. So to kind of get consensus among that group is stress. So who wants to be LMDCs? You guys want to be LMDCs. You look like LMDCs. Then I want a group to be the umbrella group. Now, the umbrella group is the group I want Kendall to join. The umbrella group is Australia, Canada, Ireland, Japan, Kazakhstan, New Zealand, Norway, Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. That's the group of non-EU developed countries that cause people like Dawn a lot of stress. So who wants to be the umbrella group? Kendall, you have to come to this table at the back. We need a few more people. Some of you might want to leave your tables because some tables have more than others to join the umbrella group. You could use Dawn as your resource person. So anybody who wants to get a sense of how these groups negotiate, raise your hand. Dawn will come across to you. So can we get a few people? Keith, you could join this group. Can we get a few people to join Kendall's group, the umbrella group? So Dawn will be. So I have one group left that I need a table for. This is the group that is dearest to my heart. Dearest to my heart. This is AOSIS. This is AOSIS. So people who want to join AOSIS can join Gabrielle and Dezanne on this table here. So this is the Alliance of Small Island States. So please, a few people. We don't have enough AOSIS people. So please join Gabrielle and Dezanne. We need a few more people over there for AOSIS. Okay, your group has how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. What group are you? LDCs? LMDC? No, not really. I want you to negotiate separately. Now, you ask for that group. You staying there. You staying there. You staying there. Okay, the umbrella group needs one more person, please. And also, you guys are what? AOSIS? What are you? What group are you? Umbrella. Sorry, umbrella group needs one more person, and you are LMDCs. Okay, so we want Kendall is joining umbrella. Yeah. Yeah, it's your group. Your group that changed the language from should to shall, yes. From shall to should. Yeah, we can take one. So who's going to give up? Who is going to leave this group? Who is? Charlotte, are you joining the negotiations? You could join the negotiations. Nothing wrong with that. Charlotte will observe. Okay, so we have 6 over here. So I need a volunteer from Akil. I am going to volunteer you, although you have the paper in your hand, to volunteer you to join that group. Yeah, I know. But you can't have it always. You can have your friend. He is now going to join your enemy, LNDCs. That's okay. That's okay. Doesn't matter. You're not fighting with each other. You're just negotiating your position. All groups are kind of equally yoked, yes? Kind of. Okay, so Sienna is not going to join that group. You're not going to join that group because there are enough people there. No, there are enough people there already. So, who is AOSIS? Okay, go to AOSIS. That's better for you. You with your own people. Yeah. So, yeah, but you're 5. So we're trying to have equal numbers. Yeah. All right, so let's give ourselves, it's 5:30. Let's give ourselves, how much time do you need? 15 minutes is enough? Yeah? 15 minutes to go through, kind of formulate your positions. Remember, you're negotiating hard for what you want, but you're negotiating the text, which I'll bring back on the table. Right, so this is the text. You have a copy of it on your front page. This is what you're negotiating. In some instances, you want this text. In some instances, you are vehemently opposed to this text. You don't want to see that text. In some instances, you want parts of it. And in some instances, yeah, maybe. Or you might be like the EIG and you want to take a kind of pacifist kind of position. So, as I said, that's the front page. It's the front page of your... Yes? You don't have it on the front? Oh, sorry, I haven't given it to you. Deliberations around 10 to 6. Yes? Okay, so the way this will happen, you will not, when you've stopped your deliberations, we don't now give you a chance to come up and present your position in a civilized manner. Debates don't happen that way. We're going through the text, so the chairman is reading through the text, and you are going to put up your flag and say, I want to speak on this. You get up, you speak on the text about the things you're not happy with. Then somebody will raise their flag and say the same thing. Debate does not happen in a civilized manner where you come up and you present and rebut. No, you catch the attention of the floor, and that's how we go. Yeah? Okay. Pardon? I've sent this resolution via email to all of you, so you should have a soft copy in your, hopefully it's going through, but this resolution, you should have a soft copy of it, yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, just to be clear again, right? This is not going to be a civilized process where I call on you by table to go up and present your position. Negotiations are not civilized. They don't take place that way. You saw the huddle. What will happen is that you see a bit of text you do not like, a text that is inimical to your interests. You raise your flag and you say, Mr. Chairman, I do not agree with this. We cannot have this, or you propose alternative text. But this is not where you will come to the podium and present. There's nothing for you to present. You could even stand up and say, we reject this in its entirety. And then you now have to deal with, the wrath of everybody else. Okay, countdown. I'll give you 2 bonus minutes. So you have 2 bonus minutes to wrap up. Okay, negotiators. You've just received information that the chairman has reconvened plenary, so plenary is restarting. So you now leave your various respective places where you've been negotiating, and you're back in the plenary hall, and we're now going to go through this text. You sound just like a cop. You're loud and rowdy just like a cop. Randall, do you have something that sounds like a gavel that we can knock? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in plenary. You've taken your respective positions, not as huddles, but you are sitting in the plenary room. And it's not like St. Lucia is sitting, well, St. Lucia is sitting next to St. Kitts and St. Vincent, but it's probably also sitting next to, who are our neighbors? Samoa, Russia is not too far away from us, Switzerland is not too far away from us, Saudi Arabia is not too far away from us. So you're no longer in a position where you could talk to your neighbor and say, okay, let's try and refine this. No, you are in sometimes hostile territory or neutral territory. So, the chairman has gavelled that we're starting, the session has started, plenary has started, and what we have in front of us is a draft text for decision 1/SLU.07. Liability and compensation for climate-related loss and damage. Now, as Dawn was pointing out to me, this would be text that you would negotiate pre-Paris Agreement, because the Paris Agreement killed the whole question of compensation and liability. So this cannot enter into any text now because, as Dawn said, para 51 in the COP decision. What Paris was different. Every COP has a decision, a set of decisions that are stated as the decision of the COP. COP21 in Paris had the Paris Agreement, but it also had COP decisions. So whereas the Paris Agreement established loss and damage as a separate element from adaptation, and as Dawn said, that is the only place in the Paris Agreement where loss and damage is mentioned. Para 51 in the decision explicitly ruled out liability and compensation being introduced as a result of loss and damage. What it did not rule out is the possibility of us claiming loss and liability and compensation from other international agreements. So there's nothing saying that if a state wants to hold another state responsible, as was done with the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, as is being done with what has been referred by the UN to the International Court of Justice, that you can't use other fora to do this, but you cannot do it within the context, the framework of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change or the Paris Agreement. So this could not enter into any text that is negotiated under the framework of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change post-Paris. However, this is before we went to Paris. So I had more hair on my head, I wasn't that gray. Dawn had a full head of black hair. Braids, I think, at the time, right? Yes, right. So Dizan was a much younger youth. Dizan is not expired. I beg your pardon. Dizan is still not yet expired. Youth never expire. They just evolve. So, AOSIS, in its naivety, has introduced this decision, draft decision on liability and compensation for climate-related loss and damage. I'm not going to read it through, but let's go through clause by clause. So establishment of a legal framework. Develop and enforce international legal frameworks that clearly define and attribute liability for climate change-induced loss and damage, identifying responsibilities for both developed nations and major industrial corporations. Now, as somebody said this morning, COPs now have been infiltrated by climate change lobbyists. The last COP in Dubai had 2,465 lobbyists from oil and gas companies. Let that sink in. 2,465 people representing oil and gas companies were delegates at the last COP in Dubai, that number is larger than the combined delegations of all small island developing states. These people were there for only one reason, to make sure no progress is made that would be inimical to the interests of oil and gas and the oil and gas sector. So, These people are among the delegations of the Arab countries and the Umbrella Group and some of the others, trying to pretend like they're your friends. So, these frameworks should facilitate the assessment of contributions to global emissions by entities, correlating these contributions with climate-related disasters in vulnerable regions. Who is seeking the floor? Environmental Integrity Group, I recognize you. Is that just your flag, or is that you raise your flag? No, well, your flag has to be down, and then you raise it. I figure that's your landmark. It's down, okay. So Environmental Integrity Group? That's you, right? Okay, so what is we recognize you, you have the floor. Yeah, do we have another mic? I can let you have this one, sir.
Here, the other mic.
Yes, EIG. You have the floor. Yeah. So we're dealing with clause 1. Yes, clause 1.
Okay, good afternoon. So we are the EIG, International Integrity Group. And we do agree with Section 1 of the decision of the SLU 07. However, we believe that liability should be open for interpretation based on the evolutionary circumstances of states. So yes, developed countries should play a leadership role. However, we believe that developing countries should also take responsibility. So therefore, obligations should go hand in hand, and there must be a practical and balanced approach.
Yes, and again, we do agree that if you are contributing, we have to say that you are liable. However, we have to at least be practical and ensure that if we be realistic, we have to leave some wiggle room open for changes in circumstances. And as a scientist, you can appreciate new scientific findings for things that we have to take into consideration, members. So we are in support of effective climate action and where it can definitely work. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, EIG. Who is seeking the floor? The Dominica flag is seeking the floor? No? Nobody else is seeking the floor in clause 1? Umbrella Group, Arab Group, this is okay with you? Okay. All right, I recognize the chair recognizes the Arab Group. Arab Group, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For the first motion, establishment of illegal frameworks, we would like to disagree with that. Reason being, I think our colleagues on the other side definitely have mistaken contribution to consumption. In our region, we have seen where, yes, we do have a lot of our industry caters to high production, but we've seen over the years that our consumption, my good Lisa, is very less compared to your region.
Oh, you're not talking to me, you're talking to the
yes. Everybody else, region.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
So Arab Group rejects it on the basis that you're not major consumers, so you're not driving emissions.
Yeah.
That's who you use? No. EU, okay, EU, you have the floor.
Oh, okay.
Just clause 1.
Okay. Chair, on behalf of EU, we would like to propose an adjustment to the text to read, develop and enforce international legal frameworks for loss and damage, for climate change-related loss and damage. So we would like to remove clearly define and attribute liability. In this essence, we do not want to have any litigious implications and the complexity of litigation when it comes to attribution of liability. So we therefore would like to remove this part of the text and identifying responsibilities of both developed nations and major industrial corporations.
So
I thank
the recommendation from the EU, which is just a recommendation. So all that happens is that we bracket after that clearly define and attribute liability for climate change induced loss and damage, we put that in bracket and we introduce a new bracketed insert that now speaks to for loss and damage, right? That's what the EU is suggesting. That for climate change
induced loss and damage. So we would be removing the words clearly defined and attribute liability and putting a full stop at damage with the entire text after being removed.
Okay, so right now, this identifying responsibilities for both developed nations and major industrial corporations goes in a bracket. That clearly defined and attribute liability for climate change induced goes in a bracket. So what the EU is recommending is that this clause only read, develop and enforce international legal frameworks for loss and damage.
For climate change induced loss
For
and
climate
damage.
induced loss and damage. You have no difficulty with the second part?
We do have some concern.
Okay, you'll come back to your concern.
We will come back to that,
Yes.
yeah.
Who are you? Africa Group, you have the floor. Sorry, the mic.
Are you talking from Africa? Are you talking from Africa? The EU you just spoke?
Yes.
The Africa Bloc of Nations, we don't agree. We don't agree, sir. All right, sorry, let me stop playing. Those words are basically the founding block that will help us to clearly hold these nations, these corporations accountable. So that's enough for us, sir. Those words have to remain. And all 54 African nations, we agree. I rest my case.
Okay, so the Africa Group says that that entire paragraph is sacrosanct, nothing can be touched. I recognize, who are you guys, Akil? LMDCs, hold on. LMDCs, you have the floor. It is, but it's not projecting. LMDCs, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. So, although based on recommendation, what we would like to put to the forefront is that we would like to remove after clearly defined, we would like to remove an attribute liability for, as well as remove major industrial corporations. Because the developed nations need to acknowledge that they play a historical role in global emissions. You cannot bear the onus on us as developing nations. However, there are developing nations like ourselves who have major industrial corporations who continue to use the funds that we make to develop ourselves economically and build ourselves up and improve our development in our countries. So I disagree with removing the entire phrase at the end. However, we have to accommodate for our major industrial corporations and remove that piece at the end. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, when you were negotiating, in one of the pre-cops, the Minister for the Environment of India looked across at me and he said to me, we were in a discussion, he said to me, so small island developing states don't get 1.5. So what? I watched him, I said, what? He said, no, so what? I have, how many, I can't remember the number he quoted. I have how many million people in India I have to take out of poverty? The only way I can take them out of poverty is by using coal. I can't take renewable energy. Renewable energy is too expensive. So yes, I understand your plight, but I have to take people out of poverty. I told him, well, your issue is taking people out of poverty. My issue is saving people's lives. The two don't equate. People who you taking out of poverty will continue to live. My people will die. But so that point you made is a totally valid point. That's exactly what the LMDC is saying. Very good.
Because I want to what?
Yes, AOSIS.
So good afternoon, Chair. So firstly, we want to, revert to our friends over at the Environmental Integrity Group and also state that at the AOSIS group, we definitely agree with paragraph 1. Definitely because it's a very interesting thing about these discussions is that the definition of truth seems to change and the definition of facts seem to change according to the perspective because our individuals in the Arab states stated that they are not some of the largest consumers when the U.S. Energy Information Stats state that Saudi Arabia alone in 2022 actually amassed over 40% of the energy consumption in 2022. So if you are consuming over 40%, would you not say that you are a high consumer? Also, we believe that definitely we need hard law instead of soft law because it is clear that liability needs to be stamped, it needs to be approved, and it needs to set precedent so that things cannot change according to the will and perspectives as the wind blows. So we believe at AOSIS that this perspective will put the justice back in climate justice.
Who? Who? You. Oh, that's actually what I was thinking. Yeah. Yeah. I was just asking Dawn, I wonder who in AOSIS would stand up and fire these shots in a COP negotiation. And the only name we could come up with is our dearly departed colleague, Hugh Seeley. Maybe you would stand up and say that. But those were some serious shots fired, Gabrielle. Thank you. Anybody else is seeking the floor? But you all spoke already. You all spoke already. Umbrella group. I haven't heard from the umbrella group. You all are okay with this? Yeah, but you can't be not okay with it and sit down. I don't understand you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We of the umbrella group are sat here and had to listen to this nonsense. Okay. But we would like to disagree with the text in its entirety. One, on the grounds of economic and regulatory burdens that are placed on us. I mean, we do not see ourselves as, and you all may see us as, but we are not an ATM bank. It's a bankroll. It's a and therefore, with stringent liability and compensation requirements, would pose a significant financial burden for us. And therefore, we understand as well that there's a high risk of significant legal and regulatory costs that can deter our business, and business is important to us in the United States and, Russia and, those sorts of things. So we do not agree with this text in its entirety, and we are thinking that it should be removed.
Okay, in order, I have Africa Group, then LMDCs, then AOSIS is seeking the floor, Environmental Integrity Group is seeking the floor, and then Arab Group is seeking the floor. I have not yet heard your LDCs. I haven't yet heard from LDCs. So, yes, Africa Group.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Africa Group, I wish to vehemently disagree with the propositions or the proposals made by the Umbrella Group, primarily because in as much as you believe that we see you as our ATM, I think we can, well, at least those in the Africa Group, and I'm sure many others, many vulnerable nations, those who actually feel the impacts of what your oil and gas production do, your production does, I stand to be corrected. I do believe that majority of the countries within the Umbrella Group find themselves within the top 10 list of oil and gas producers or highest carbon emitters in the world. And so, in as much as the money the money you claim we take from you, which I'd love to see the receipts for, by the way. In as much as you would love to say that that is the only thing we see you for, no. And I think it's about time that you recognize the importance of the strongly worded language presented before us in holding you, all of you, accountable for the devastating impacts that your actions are having on our people and our people's livelihoods. Thank you.
LDCs, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The group of least developed countries, we've sat here and we've listened to this very disturbing conversation regarding particularly clause 1, paragraph 1. We fully support it because it is discouraging and very, very disturbing for us to hear our colleagues from particularly the Middle East stand before the world and say that the Arabs, they produce the problem, but they don't consume the problem. So our friends, our Arabic friends are okay with creating the drugs, but somebody else consuming it at a mass level. And this is something that least developed countries simply cannot endorse. In fact, we would like to go one step further and alter paragraph 2 of clause 1. And in order to make it a legally binding text, replace should. These frameworks should with these frameworks shall facilitate the assessment of contributions. I thank you, Mrs.
Okay, one last round because we're getting to the end and we still have a reception to go to. So, and it's already 6:40. Pardon? All right, so let's quickly go to compensation. Compensation. I will take the Arab group as the first to talk on compensation.
Okay. Jesus, Brad.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, on a point of order, we do not accept the global compensation mechanism that mandates we should be contributing to countries as compensation. Again, let's get some facts straight before we move on when it comes to compensation and consumption. We may be producing a problem, yes, as you so friendly stated. However, when we're looking at global consumption, it starts out with China, then we follow up with the United States, and nowhere in the top 5 will you be finding Europe. I said what I said. You will be finding any of our Arab brothers and sisters. When we're looking at actually donating and helping developing countries, our lovely least developing countries, we actually have a Saudi Arabia fund where we contribute towards them. So those lovely roads, those buildings, those schools, those medical development systems are all funded by the oil that you are trying to make us pay to give you.
We also suffer. We have water shortage. We have ecosystem losses. So we are not suffering from the consumption of all the other countries as well. I disagree.
First and foremost, we have to be mindful of geography and not just geopolitics. The Arab Emirates, that area closely located to the equator, has always suffered from climate change. And that has a lot to do with tectonic movement. So let's not argue climate change and not focus on geography as well.
The Africa group has the floor.
So, for our friends in the Middle East, soon to be friends, I just want to point this out. Just Just as how you are affected by climate change, we are too. So you can share the burden of the mechanisms to help with climate change with the umbrella group. You guys are in the top 10. You can share that burden, and all of us can win. You would give less to us because they are also giving the same amount. So you share the burden. So you can have your water, and we can have our policies, you know? Everybody can win.
Yes, so we absolutely concur with our friends. And definitely, one thing about AOSIS and our friends in this fight is that we don't always argue off of emotion and, lack of... we argue facts. So the World Resource Institute actually stated that clean energy investment for developed countries produced a record high in 2019, and the long-term drivers remain strong for economic development, umbrella group, I hope you're listening, and that zero emissions power generation is, pay attention, responsible for more than twice as many jobs as fossil fuel generation, which my learned colleagues, then we must surmise, based on the facts, not the fiction of our fossil fuel friends, that if we spend more time in clean energy and investment, we will have stronger economies globally, more economic enfranchisement, not just for AOSIS and least developed countries, but also for the umbrella group and also for the top 10 nations at all. Facts, my friends, not fiction.
Thank you, Gabrielle, for that very clever alliteration. Fact, not fiction, from our fossil fuel friends. Excellent. AOSIS, as the presenter of this proposal.
Testing. Okay, so I just want to lend a slight historical lens to the concept of, compensation, loss and damage, liability. I would like to remind the room, and I think my friends in the Africa, yes, will agree with me, that when we speak about insurance in particular, you know where insurance started? It started by ensuring black bodies being trafficked from across Africa to the Caribbean, right? The reason why your vehicles now have, strike and riot policies is because of the strikes and riots that we were doing and even getting killed for the unsanitary, for the inhumane conditions that we were facing in slavery, right? So now that we have that tone understood, the double... In fact, that's even a triple insult, because plea was the industrial Oh, sorry. Yes, plea was is the Creole word for even worse. More worse, right? So to add insult to insult, or injury to injury, I should say, right? The Industrial Revolution would not be what it even was had it not been for a British financier's stealing of black metallurgy expertise from Jamaican plantations. And still that Industrial Revolution. and to add injury to injury, right? The Industrial Revolution is now decimating our right to exist as AOSIS, as small island developing states. So I think for at least, we're not even asking for as much as we deserve when it comes to this question, But if we're just going to, put this aspect of the compensation mechanisms on the table, I suggest that you at least take the most recent injury that is involved in this entire chain of deplorable events. Okay?
Thank you, AOSIS. EU?
I
mean, we sat here, and in a spirit of camaraderie, we were going to, compromise on certain parts of this text. But after listening to AOSIS and their aggression and going very far back in history, we have to rethink.
I would ask the EU to take that back, because is it because I'm a black woman who's now saying I'm being aggressive? So this is a very, Mr. Chairman, this is a very sexist statement by the EU, and I would ask the EU to please withdraw that statement.
And the EU has stood their ground. Now, but going back to the text and not losing sight of why we're here, because I do not think that AOSIS wants us to forget why we're here. We would like to amend the text, and I think our comrades' umbrella group will be satisfied along with others, but we cannot foresee the mandate aspect of this text at all. We cannot be held accountable for mandatory contributions, so we therefore would like this to be stated as encourages contributions from countries and corporations. And further, with a full stop there, we would like to remove based on the historical and current greenhouse gas emissions, because as the EU, our countries will be disproportionately affected if we are to review, if we are to think about those who are currently making significant strides in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So therefore, this is not in our favor and would like it to be removed and a full stop placed at corporations. Thank you.
Okay, so to bring this discussion to an end, I recognize LMDCs, followed by EIG, and finally Africa Group. Umbrella Group, there's no more rain. Close your mouth. Umbrella Group will have the final say. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to point out that up until the 1950, more than half of historical CO2 emissions were emitted by Europe. The vast majority of European emissions back then were emitted by the United Kingdom. As the data shows, until 1882, more than half of the world's cumulative emissions came from the UK alone. Now, even if we remove the current, if you want us to prorate it, we can. Right? So, respectfully, I think it would be absolutely ludicrous to remove historical evidence from that. The EU need to pay for their part in what they have contributed historically.
Thank you, LMDCs. Who's next? Environmental Integrity Group. Actually, I think I'll give the final say to the Africa Group. So Umbrella will come next, and then Africa Group will end this discussion.
Good evening again, my learned friends. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I think, although we're looking at Section 2 of the Decision 1, I also just want to move a little bit quickly to dispute resolution and enforcement. I want us to remember why we are here, because we're not here, yes, to bicker at each other, but we need to leave with a decision that benefits all. We need to leave we need to leave with a decision that will benefit developing countries as well as developed countries. So we propose that there be amendments to Section 2 compensation mechanism. Mr. Chairman, we want to remove mandate. And what we want, or what we're proposing, listen, follow with me, I'm going somewhere. What we are proposing is that developed countries should not be mandated, but they should be held accountable or have the responsibilities to compensate based on their circumstances. And also, LDCs and SIDS should also hold a responsibility, because we ought to remember, yes, this is a climate emergency, but the developed countries cannot contribute every time. And another thing that we want to include on the compensation mechanism is something called economic opportunities that developed countries can also utilize to help the developing countries, which is something that is being done already, which is the CBI, Citizen by Investment thing. The developed countries, you guys can go and invest in SIDS or invest in LDCs, as we have seen it. And however, the people, my friends from the Umbrella Group and the Arabs, I want you guys to remember that when we are doing these things, we need to have environmental impact assessments done. We also need to ensure that you guys are not building hotels on the shorelines. So therefore, the SIDS and the LECs can be benefited. And I think with this suggestion that all of us here would leave with moral and integrity, and we need to uphold the standards.
So I want to add on by saying that SIDS, what we are clarifying, I remind you, has even been mentioned in the UNFCCC. So we do agree, that the developed countries have to lead the way. However, as we stated, there's also a role for them to play a role in their sustainable development, as we said, and that is in the UNFCCC SIDS. But however, we do understand this will be as their capacity to do so and their involvement in sustainable development grows. So we want SIDS to also take that responsibility.
Thank you, EIG, Umbrella Group, and then the final say goes to the Africa Group. Umbrella Group, you have the floor. Umbrella Group, you have the floor.
Good evening, friends. Here we're being civil. We're trying to listen as much as possible, but the ears are just itching because it's like give. New song. Ew. Give. We get it. Yes. Hello. We are giving. We are trying. But listen, you know what we also give? We give scholarships. We give monies. But you know what happens? Where is the accountability to these same nations that we give a little from us is a lot to you. You understand? A little from us. Check the exchange rate. Hold on. You want me to cut my carbon, but do you want me to cut my donation to you? Do you want me to cut the number of bridges I built for you? Do you want me to cut the number of roads I have provided the pitch? Hello? I give you the people to build the roads, to build the bridges. Understand yourself? Go check cul-de-sac. I was there. Okay? I was there. But if you continue to be irresponsible with the monies I give you, what else you want me to do? Stop building irresponsibly. Right? Stop, as countries, stop buying second nature products for your countrymen to use. Right? Have some legal frameworks in your country. Hold on, there's relevance here. Because you are blaming me, you are blaming us. You are blaming us, right? For all the things happening. Huh? We live in just now. Hold on. You are blaming us. Yes, you are blaming us for the climate change. And you are blaming us for the hurricanes. But there are other things in play here. You understand? There are other things in play here. We're talking about now. We're talking about now. We understand the cages. Right? Before. Exactly.
Mr. Chair, I rise to quickly support my colleague. Position. We have sat here and we have listened. We have been accused of being colonizers like our friends in the EU. They have, basically blamed us. So you know what? We will keep our colonizing money and you will find your financing elsewhere. We will not be supporting this motion or this text.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember a particular person commenting that the air was itching. So, damn, darling, I'll provide you for a little Q-tip. Just walk with me now, right? Bob Marley said, "It is about time that we emancipate ourselves from mental slavery." And so, to members of the umbrella group and the EU who have apologies. However, I'll direct to the umbrella group who have claimed that they, what was it? Give. You took the oil, the gas from our shores. Did you give or did you reappropriate? Which one did you do? Did you give or did you reappropriate? However, tonight the question is not whether the bridges and the roads were given or reappropriated. Today we are here to ask for the compensation mechanism to be implemented. And so, as quite poor nations, persons who have, because of various historical circumstances, have faced various economic constraints. Mr. Chair, order in the court. Alrighty. Right? We are simply asking that if the compensation mechanism does not work for the master manipulators or the persons attempting to be, we're asking that the compensation mechanism possibly be qualified or outlined as being financial through grants, etc. You see, when you steal, I think at that point you need to know to shh. All right, financially through grants, etc. Capacity building, skills building, especially as it relates to helping our persons become better at mitigation and adaptation to the climate crisis, as well as direct capital investment in agreements that we can both monitor and have both agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Africa Group. Okay, the Environmental Integrity Group said that they can, because as you'd realize, there is zero consensus on anything here in this room. So hopefully the Environmental Integrity Group can give us a soft landing spot that we can go and have our cocktail reception. I have noted also that the European Union has disassociated itself with the umbrella group, has said that it has nothing to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, clearly we have not gotten to a consensus, as Mr. Chairman has said, and I think the countries in the states in my region, we are here because we wanted to leave with a decision. So, Mr. Chairman, we are kindly asking that Section 3 dispute resolution and enforcement, we agree and we want that to be enforced because clearly we're just bickering at each other and we cannot come to a consensus, and we think that we need to take a better approach. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to bring this to a close because it's almost 7 o'clock and we should be at another property for 7 o'clock. But I hope that this really helped you understand just how difficult it is to get 196 parties that are party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that represent quite disparate interests and views to agree on anything. So the work that Dawn and others do in negotiations, particularly defending the position of small island developing states, when they're faced with the might of the EU, with their hundreds of delegates, they're faced with the bullying tactics of the umbrella group, and some of them are bullies. The Australians in particular are bullies. I mean, I think Don, an Australian delegate, once came in his pajamas to negotiations to show how bored he was with this whole process, so he came in with his pajamas. I mean, that's the kind of disrespect. That's Kendall, yeah, Kendall came with his to show how bored they are with this whole thing, and you guys just wasting our time. Then you have the kind of passive aggression of the Arab group. They have the money and you want to tell us what to do, but at the same time you come into us for our Kuwaiti fund and our this fund and our that fund, and then you have, as part of G77 plus China, which gives us, and G77 what, 130 something countries, 34. But G77 plus China also contains India and China, who are right now two of the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases. But they are negotiating as part of our space. And they are now also passing themselves off as developing countries. And there is nothing developing about China, but China views itself as a developing country. So it makes it very difficult for SIDS to continue to carve out that space. But you see what G77 plus China gives us when we finally have a consensus within G77 plus China is might. So 130 something out of 196 is a big number. But to get consensus out of G77, I remember when in Paris we were I was co-chairing the group, it was myself and the minister from Norway. So our responsibility was to land 1.5 degrees Celsius and the ambition. And we met with G77 plus China. It was the weirdest group. I think Ambassador, what was the lady from South Africa who was chairing G77 plus China? Deseko or something like that? Yeah. I think it might have been ambassadors. We met with this G77 plus China, and the head of G77 plus China said nothing. So it was the weirdest meeting we ever had, because clearly her group was all over the place. So she just stood there, she sat there, she said nothing, nothing, nothing. And I said to the minister from Norway and our St. Lucia team, that's the weirdest meeting I've ever had, because they said nothing. And it shows you just how difficult they are. It's so contentious. G77 plus China is a very contentious grouping. But G77 plus China is almost everyone here except the umbrella group and the EU, right? So imagine everybody here except the umbrella group and the EU trying to come to agreement on a text like this. So that's what makes it extremely difficult. That's what makes the negotiations extremely difficult. And that's why sometimes the progress is so incremental that you figure, okay, but nothing has come out of this COP, because what they're saying is not that much different from what was said before. But if you are committed to multilateralism, and if you're committed to negotiations where everybody comes out with something, as Don said, maybe the best agreement is when nobody's happy. And that's usually what happens. Nobody's happy with the agreement, but it's better to have that than to have no agreement. So, you just kind of kick the can down the road a little bit and say, okay, at least, because there were times when all we wanted to do was just to keep loss and damage alive, knowing that we would not be able to get what we wanted in loss and damage, but at least not let them kill loss and damage, not let them kill the WIM. So that is what makes these negotiations difficult. It's a really frustrating place to be in, but it's also a very rewarding place to be in, because you're fighting for the lives and livelihoods of your people. And if you don't do this, then who's going to do it? Because if you don't show up, they're going to show up and they'll just gavel the agreement, even if you're not there. So, that's what makes it very difficult. So I'm happy that you went through this exercise to see exactly what it's like. And what I'm also hoping is that this will still in you a little bit of interest in being part of the negotiations, in representing your country, and taking a lot more interest in this, so that maybe we can see you, if not in Azerbaijan in November, but in the next COP, which should be where? Brazil, is it going to be? Brazil. The next COP in Brazil. Brazil is a much nicer place to go to than Azerbaijan anyway. So even if you don't make it to Azerbaijan, hopefully you'll make it to Brazil. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a really good day. I Thank you for your passion, your interest, your enthusiasm. Thank you to the presenters who did an awesome job today. I mean, we had some really quality presentations. But the presentations would have been nothing if they had just come presented and you said nothing. So your interaction with them, your engagement, I think made those presentations all the richer. So we have a night of where you can relax. You have very little time to turn around because we really should have been at the Bay Gardens Resort for 7. So you have like 10 minutes to turn around. So don't try and make yourself, everybody here knows what you look like already. So you don't have to make yourself look any nicer. Let's just try and turn it around so we can go to Bay Gardens Resort. And relax a bit, and then we'll start back tomorrow at 9, and tomorrow at 9, we'll look at sustainable energy. Those of you who may not yet have registered for today, I think there are 1 or 2 of you who haven't, just stop by the Secretariat room. But thank you, and have a good night.